Welcome to LitRPG Realm. One world, one system, endless power.
Chapter 31. A Strange Drink. In case you're wondering when I read this article, immediately. I came to after blacking out in a strange room, and the first thing I heard was, "Bro, you're finally awake!" I probed my bare face and said, "What's going on?" And Kern said, "Oh, sorry about your mask. I had to. Everyone's looking for you. I mean," that's when he threw the newspaper at me. I hadn't even been up for 2 minutes when I got this article and realized that I had caused a shit show and made things a lot harder for myself. God, I shouldn't have gone all out, I groaned and let myself crash back onto the bed. "Dude, why?" Kern asked. "You're a legend, bro." "Legend?" I laughed. They didn't even call me Killer Squid, they just called me Squid. "And that's what makes it legendary," Kern said with rabid eyes and a wide grin. "How does that possibly make it legendary?" "Bro, just think about it. Where I'm from, we have this saying, Es squila sia re in Greco bring amor. It means a humble image makes the strong stronger. You know? No, I don't know. Oh, well, how do I put this? It's usually like, you can tell how strong someone is by how flashy their armor is, you know? You have these weak nobles in fancy armor, but then you have the buff guy with super functional stuff. Nice, but functional. Strong, battle-scarred and hand-polished. How does that relate to me? I asked flatly. 'Cause you got a humble name. Do you know how many Reapers there are? Loads of them. And they're all weak as hell, man. But then you come out swinging with this crazy personality and then shatter everything. I mean, you did read those first 2 lines, right? They were quick to laugh him off, but their laughter turned to shock. God, I've read that line like what, 20 times? It's cold, bro. So cold. I smiled faintly. You know, you're actually kind of right. Right? Legend! I smiled and then remembered the rest of the article and sighed. What should I do now? What now? Kern tilted his head. We're climbing to 5, right? With everyone watching? I asked. They got hit squads after me. I mean, not to sound evil, but I'm already a wanted criminal. His lips curved into an interested grin, but then he actually thought about it. I mean, there is nothing we can do about it. I guess we could stay here, but why would we? You read that article, right? That cold entrance, those mad skills. You just created a bedtime story, bro. Why wouldn't we ride that wave? 'Cause we don't want to die? Well, you'll be fine, but they're definitely going to kill me. Kern laughed and picked up the paper and slapped it with the back of his hand. After this? Are you serious? You got climbers in the 40s on your team. If you're carried off and disappear, the whole labyrinth is gonna revolt, and I mean that. Yester turned this labyrinth into a powder keg, and if they touch you, the whole place is gonna explode. I blinked a few times in a state of captivated perplexity. I mean, if you think about it, it's pretty much the safest thing you can do, he added. You got people flooding the staircase 'cause of Rakma and Kalian's shindig, so everyone's watching. And if you wait here for things to calm down, they could just make you disappear. I gulped. So come on, you gotta climb, man, he said. Grind it out and fuck it, you know? I chuckled in bewilderment and nodded. This is insane. Right? Kern said. Oh! He rummaged through his storage ring and said, You just hit the top 100. You know how crazy that is? We gotta celebrate. He pulled out the wildest bottle of liquid I had ever seen. It was a bottle you'd see as a reward for a fantasy video game quest. It was a clear bottle with a naked nymph molded into it, bare detailed breasts and all, filled with sapphire blue liquid. It's not exactly liquor, 'cause, you know. He pulled down his lip to expose his fangs. But this stuff's special. I hear it has a similar effect to alcohol, and even if it doesn't, it's a kick-ass high. Want some? He gave me a mischievous grin. What's that look for? I wondered. It wasn't a I'm going to roofie you and drag you home look, but rather the look friends have when they offer you pot and are dying to see your reaction. What is that really? I'm not drinking anything without knowing what it is. Trust me, bro. If you knew, you'd be begging for it. And I wasn't joking. This stuff has a kick-ass high. You're not going to get me wasted and suck my blood, are you? I asked. Bro, he said sharply. You've been unconscious for hours. Right. Kern poured some of the blue liquid into a wine glass and offered it to me. It smelled like ambrosia. Not like fruit or honey. No, it was like it was celestial water, life force in liquid form. I accepted it, and then he poured himself a glass. There's usually a tradition when drinking this stuff, he said, but I'll save you the chanting and storytelling and whatever. Let's just have fun. He toasted me and drank some and shivered violently, screaming out a, "Woohoo! Screw that!" and then drank more. I laughed and drank. I almost spit it out. It was like a toy soldier carrying a fire axe came to life, crawled onto my tongue, and then gave it a good chop. But the next moment, a warm liquid pulsed through my veins, and I felt powerful beyond reason. So I greedily drank the rest, as if I feared that Kern would take it back, and that's when the high kicked in. Kern started laughing uncontrollably, and when I panicked, he chugged the rest of his and hiccuped. Then I started laughing. The whole thing was reminiscent of the time I took a mescaline button during a rock climbing trip in Moab. It felt like I was living life in 1-second intervals, taking snapshots of my life and memories and emotions before moving on to the next snapshot. Kern's face morphed and doubled and snapped back together, and it was just so funny that I rolled onto my back, and we giggled until the high slowed a few hours later, and a warm, fuzzy feeling of relative clarity washed over us. "So what's your story, anyway?" I asked between laughs. "Ha!" he muttered. "Well, to be kinda blunt, I'm the first prince of Scalania, and decided to ditch home to climb the labyrinth, but ended up bedding an immortal the last 2 years instead." It took at least 10 seconds to process what he said, and I blurted, "What?" And he bubbled over with laughter. "Oh, so you were messing with me?" I asked. "Nah," he said between laughs. "That's literally what happened. Okay, you need to explain this. Okay, so here's what happened." As it turned out, Kern wasn't just some prince. He was Kern Kalan, first prince of one of the most powerful nations in Viridia. But then he just up and left the blood fields he was managing one day, hitching a ride in a lizard folk's wagon until he reached Baton. It was there he learned graph, an idiom slang language based on crawlin', from street rats he lived with for 6 months, till things calmed down and he hit the road for Nalzarenth. He expected to hit the staircase, but when he got there, he caught the eye of a gorgeous Scalan immortal, who offered to hide him in her bedroom and treat him like a king until she got bored of him. And true to the spirit of my heart, Kern said, "Hell yes," and pulled out the metaphorical handcuffs. "You just gotta meet her," Kern said with dreamy eyes. "That woman could seduce a fruit tree into sprouting during the winter. I straight refused every gift she offered me. I didn't want anything to taint that relationship." I chuckled. That's something. "Well, you're here. Does that mean she finally—" "Oh," Kern chuckled. "No. There's no way, man. A few years is like a week for a Millie. I probably could have lived in that bed for a few decades before she got bored." "Then why'd you leave?" "'Cause adventure, man. Crazy masks, bells, and news articles. I came here to have a blast, so I should do it, you know?" "I'll drink to that." I kissed the nymph's naked stomach and drank right from the bottle, making Kern laugh and clap and pump his fists when I finished and coughed. And it all felt so damn good. Until I remembered that I needed to take the second test in a few hours. Nalzarenth Labyrinth didn't have a set culture for the way people should and should not approach its challenges. It was instead governed by a strange culture that can only develop in a world where people stab beasts with metal instruments and rip stones off the beasts' chests to sell for their night's drink and board. And such a culture was favorable to functional alcoholics who drink to tame the demons and individuals who had way too much testosterone. But what neither Nalzarenth nor any other respectable institution allowed was people stumbling up staircases, falling to the ground, and taking breaks to laugh. But that's what we did mere hours after stumbling back to the staircase. "Do you think we can even do this?" I asked, as we used the railing to help us up the stairs. We were wearing new cloaks without masks, and since none of the enforcers knew my face, scent, or core signatures, the giant mass of guards checked under our hoods and simply let us pass. I'd uncloak and pull out the mask right before I hit the recorders. At this rate, we'll sweat it out before we get there, Kern said. And we can still wait around if we can't. Don't worry. Sure enough, he was right. By the time we got into the line, we were mostly sober, or at least we thought we were. Sometimes you feel like you're sober on hallucinogens when you're not. And looking back on things, that was what was going on that day, and it naturally caused immediate problems. It all started when I changed cloaks and put the mask back on. Well, those two are screwed. A blonde woman I'd later learn was named Carolia said to her companion, Shame too. That one's not half bad. She glanced at Kern, and it kind of hurt my ego. I mean, I get that he was a handsome vampiric prince with stunning long hair, and a charm to bed a hot 1,000-year-old super MILF with enough money to topple an empire. And I get that I was wearing a hideous dragonborn mask with tacky coverings. But come on, was no one listening to the way he spoke? Or perhaps I was just like everyone else, a human that thinks they're slightly better than everyone else in their life until the other person gets all the attention. Whatever it was, I was brooding until I got brought up. What's with the mask, anyway? She said. It's kind of creepy. Her dragonborn companion, a man later introduced as Kael, turned to me with a bewildered smile. Creepy? That's a croaker mask. What's a croaker mask? She asked. Kael pointed at his horns and back at the mask. It's a mask for guests of Dragonborn, worn during their ceremonies. That one's usually for funerals, but I've never seen that design before. It's unreal. It's creepy, Carolia repeated. No, it's not. Actually, let's let them ahead of us. Then you don't need to see him, and I'll get the mask when he dies. Kael. She slapped his shoulder. Someone ahead looked at the mask and back at Kael and said, It don't work like that. Personal belongings get cleaned after the test ends. If you want it, you gotta get it now. Oh, seriously? Kael asked. Cool. Thanks. Kael, don't... Yo, chill, he said. It's a dragonborn mask. It's rude to keep calling it creepy. Suddenly, a man walking down the stairs turned to us, and I knew there would be trouble. This man was named Roland, a catkin with the same orange, black, and white color scheme as Kali, albeit with a different pattern. Despite calicos being a largely female variant on Earth, male calico kittens were relatively common, so I didn't think too much of it. Still, I knew how strong Kali was, and this guy was twice her size and had sharper eyes. Did you just say mask? Roland asked. Yeah, mask, Kael said. What of it? Is it a croca? Roland squatted to his haunches and then bounded over 6 people to land in front of us. He sniffed the air, only to scrunch his nose. What is that? He turned, and when he saw my mask, his eyes widened. Yo, what's your deal? Kael asked. Roland ignored him, staring at me. It is you. Chapter 32. Confrontation on the Staircase. I was still high as balls when this happened, so I suppressed giggles, put my hands on my hips like a superhero, and said, It's me! He frowned. No, that mask. It's you, right? The squid? Squid! Kern giggled, burying his face in his hands. My face would have usually spasmed, but I thought it was hilarious. In fact, I had a raging urge to say, Yes, now catch me if you can, as I took off the mask and threw it into Kael's face, then jumped off the staircase, having Emma make a parachute to guide me to a lower turn. It was all so tempting, but it was against the labyrinth's rules, and I didn't have it in me, so I just played along. Oh, yes, I said, wiggling my arms. I am indeed the squid. The squid is what I am, though I prefer killer squid. It's far more respectful. Roland narrowed his eyes when Kern fell victim to another spurt of giggles. Yet he didn't look away. His eyes locked onto my mask and garb with raw intensity. Where'd you get that mask? He asked. Oh, this? I've had this most of my life. In fact, it was my father's once upon a time. A keepsake, if you will. Interesting. Haven't seen you around these parts. When'd you get in? Oh, I've been around. Really? You didn't get in yesterday? Actually, on second thought, yes, I did get in yesterday. Kern's laughter intensified, hitting octaves befitting a broken hyena. This isn't funny, Carolia said, looking between me and Rollin. Oh, I never said it was. You simply asked me if I was the squid. I wiggled my arms again. And I said yes, though I prefer the term killer squid. You asked me when I got here. I said yesterday. Well, the guy I was looking for's been here a few weeks, Rollins said. Oh, well, of course. I left the day before yesterday and returned. Kael and his girlfriend scoffed and turned to Rollin. Do you know this clown? Kael asked. No, Rollin said. But you heard that bell yesterday, right? Yeah, Kael said. Well, that's 'cause someone hit the bell so hard it was heard on the 40th floor, and he was wearing a croca mask with a unique design. Like mine? I touched my clothes and face. What an incredibly small world. Kern giggled and leaned onto my shoulder. There's no way, Kael said. I refuse to believe this clown's a ranker. I beg to disagree, I said. I'm clearly a ranker, Kael sneered. Don't believe me? I asked. Then how about a bet? His ears perked up. What's the bet? You look powerful-ish. I looked at his horns. So we'll make a bet. We'll both do this, whatever, up there. If you do it better, I'll give you the Great Squid's mask. If I win, that woman has to publicly apologize for calling me creepy. That's it? Kael asked. Don't use me as a bargaining chip, Carolia snapped. Kael hushed her, and that's when I knew their relationship was short for this world. The thought that I could contribute to that made me feel like the villain I decided to be. No, not just a villain, a complex villain. Almost a liberator if you really thought about it. I mean, this guy was an asshole. The sooner they broke up, the better, so I could revel in my villainy and be made a hero. A hero, I tell you! I giggled again, and that pissed him off. Fine, he said, but I stuck up my index. There are some provisions. In order to play this game properly, I'll need 2 detox elixirs for me and my compatriot here. We have 3 more tests today, and this drink is rather, dismantling. How could we possibly fight fairly? Kael scoffed. You just want detox elixirs. I clapped my hands together. Bingo! But you do want this mask, don't you? He curled his lip. Counter bet. Rollin rummaged through his backpack. He pulled out 2 green bottles of liquid. You have 3 more tests today, right? Well, I'm not gonna give you elixirs for a test you'll already take. But if you pass this test fast or with distinction, I'll give you these. How will you give them to me? I asked. I'll be on floor 3. He looked up. I mean, I can just walk up the stairs. The barrier isn't stopping me. Oh, I see. Then if I lose, you have to tell me if you're really Rakma or if someone gave you that mask. I looked at the elixirs and thought rationally, for the first time in ages, I probably won't make it if I don't get those. Kalian's kitchen and Rax's re-up's grand opening was at 8 a.m. on the morrow, so if I didn't make it to floor 5 and call up the kitchen, I wouldn't make it in time for the grand opening. Why? I asked. Goodwill, he said. Rakma's eventually gonna hit 38, and we want him to talk to us first when he gets there. I thought about it. That's it? You don't want that bounty? He laughed. Trust me, guy. There's no one in my party that'll help the immortals. Hell, they're hounding my sister right now. I'm going down to get her before they try to kill her. Wait, is this guy... I suddenly sobered up when I realized this guy could seriously be Kali's brother. I wanted to ask, but that would blow my cover. Fine, I said. You got a deal. Hey, what about my mask? Kael asked. Did you say something? I asked. What? Are you serious? Fine. If you're more distinguished or whatever, I'll give you the mask. I'll hide it and pay for a runner to send you a message. But she's still gotta publicly apologize if you lose, and if she doesn't, I will find you. I looked at Carolia, and she snapped. No, stop using me for your bet. Dem's the breaks, I said. Your boyfriend sold you for a mask. If you don't like it, you should break up. immediately. He's clearly toxic. But I don't make the rules. Hey! Kael screamed. Tensions suddenly flared, and a fight was about to break out between everyone. It was overwhelming, and at the time, the only reasonable recourse to action would be to pepper spray the heated couple and all the nearby climbers to bring closure to the situation. But I didn't have pepper spray, and my brain hit a stage of sobering where loud noises hit like a distant drum, and you find yourself groaning and answering questions with a non-committal, yeah, to everything people say. It got unbearable, and I was on the verge of a freakout, but the most unlikely people saved me from the confrontation, the enforcers hunting me. Rollin alerted me by stepping in front of me as they walked up. I heard there was someone with a mask over here, they said. Kael and Karolia tried to snitch, but Emma slithered around their throats from an area the guards couldn't see, tickling them and making them freeze. I got a warning in my chest indicating that harming people on the staircase was against the rules without a challenge, but we weren't harming anyone. No one with a mask, Rollin said. Hey, don't I know you from somewhere? The guard asked. Dunno. You ever been to floor 38? The guard stiffened. Yeah, didn't think so. I see. Well, you're on floor 2, so please step aside. I need to check those people behind you. I looked and counted the stairs. 13, I thought. I just need to make it to 3. Kern gave me a nod and he walked out. Kern, at your service, he said. The guards looked at him, and then I ran up the stairs. Hey, the enforcer screamed as he turned to me. I'll challenge. I want up. I bounded to the 10th step. Take the test. I pivoted on my foot, uncloaking, exposing my Rockma mask and bowing. And Rule 15, Subclause 4, clearly states that you cannot challenge me within 10 steps of it. So if you will kindly go kill yourself, I would deeply appreciate it. Kern laughed uncontrollably, and the enforcers turned between him and me and Rollin and said, You're going to pay for this. Well, you're free to challenge me, Rollin said, or come down to Kalian's kitchen, or, come to floor 38. He grinned and exposed his canines, and the man's face paled. Kern laughed harder, and an enforcer turned to him and said, If you don't shut up, I'll challenge you. With that weak-ass score? Kern asked, giggling uncontrollably. Where'd they even find you? The day-old section at the bakery? He giggled harder, and I laughed too. Go on, Rollin said. Looks like we're not betting today. He looked behind the test, and there were more enforcers coming down, and people were getting out of the way. I took off my cloak, stored it in my storage ring, then popped my lapels and walked up to the recorder, who was trembling under the presence of 4 furious guards. She gulped. Name? Senior Squid, I said. Her eyes dimmed, and she looked around, and she turned back. We don't have a Senior Squid, she said, and we only accept names from previous floors. But I am from the previous floor. I do believe I broke records yesterday. At least that's what the gentleman keeps telling me. She winced. Is there another name you went by? Perhaps I used my full name. Check for Killer Squid. Stop messing with us, a burly enforcer said as he glowered at me. Not. That's just my name. The recorder winced. We don't have Killer Squid, Senior Squid, or even Squid. Are you sure you don't have another name? Like perhaps Rockma? Oh, Rockma, that's it. Put me down as Rockma. I tapped her logbook twice. A Killer Squid. She looked at the enforcers. Should we? No take backsies, I yelled, then rushed into the 10-foot doors to the testing chamber. It was fun and great and thrilling. Until the door shut, I turned around and realized there was nothing to be happy about. Right in front of me was a tank of an animal, a 10-ton Komodo dragon with biker jacket studs all over its colossal spine, staring at me with teeth that dripped with poison. And I was still high as hell. This wasn't one notch in difficulty above ringing a bell. It was the plot of a snuff film. You gotta be kidding me. Chapter 33. The Second Test. The instructions on how to deal with this Triassic-era creature born from the foul pits of some Viridian forest were worse than nothing. The placard only had 3 words that read, "Inaction guarantees failure." The hell does that mean? I cried, suddenly wishing I could think straight. I looked at the pterosaur eyeing me like lunch and saw it waiting patiently despite being unshackled, and I couldn't feel the trace mana pulse of an active array under its feet. It was just standing there. I walked from one end of the room to the other, searching for a door behind its legs, but found nothing. No door. I thought it would be a goalie, with the objective being to zag back and forth, weaving through attacks as I got to a door between its legs. But no dice. There was no door. No visible array to unlock one. Just a big-ass reptile that was not, in fact, chained to the wall. So what, I'm just supposed to piss it off? I felt sleepy, so I let my back crash into the wall, and that's the exact moment I fucked up. This thing must have smelled inaction, like a tender rack of ribs, 'cause it blasted toward me with the speed of a jet taking off, closing the distance in 2 seconds. "Hold up!" I cried, but it didn't listen. "Shield!" Emma created a bubble shield that encased me like a pink gumball as this creature snapped its teeth down on us. She must have been hard as hell, because I heard a crack as its teeth hit the barrier, and it screeched, lifting up its 2 paws and smashing them down on the barrier. The ground buckled and cracked around Emma, but she didn't break. I was shocked, and so was the beast. It clawed us in rapid succession, breaking the stone tiles in a rain of attacks, but Emma didn't so much as crack. "Holy shit," I said. "What have I been feeding you, girl?" Emma sprouted a tiny version of herself within the barrier, sprouted 2 arms, and flexed. "You're something else." I looked up and saw the beast's frustration, and I remembered Master Lockhart's words for the first time since I arrived. "Mr. Wheatfield, with your soul and this spirit, I wouldn't be surprised if you could fight the sword." Well, I thought, I'd be pretty weak if I couldn't take out a lizard, but how? I created a sword out of Emma's aura and gave it a test swing. I blinked twice at it, nodded absent-mindedly, and then looked up and remembered that the creature before me was a Komodo dragon the size of a killer orca. And then I looked back at my sword. "That's not happening," I groaned, and put my back against the wall again, feeling like I would puke at any moment. The vibrations from the impacts and the cracking ground hitting my head at the precise frequency taught me how terrible a raging desire to puke could get. And the idea of swinging a sword, no matter how big, seemed like it was out of the question. I couldn't even stand the suffocating environment of my mask, so I took it off, collapsed onto the ground, and gripped my head. "Why'd I drink that?" I groaned. And right then, drunk, stupid, humiliated, and feeling like a total loser, I just kinda snapped. I stood up and walked to the edge of the barrier, and when it bit the barrier with its huge jaws, I screamed, "Just stop! I'm trying to think!" It didn't stop, and it was super annoying, so I pulled back my fist, and without my prompting, Emma created a hurricane fist like the one I hit the bell with, and I swung through the barrier and hit one of the creature's teeth. And that, my friends, was the surreal turning point, where the alternative world line branched off, switching a future where Emma's aura eventually ran out and I was eaten by an oversized lizard, into one where my degenerate lifestyle obtained even more fuel and validation. The punch shattered the beast's top 3 teeth and sent tooth shrapnel into the back of its throat, and the air pressure threw it into the wall. What the... I stood and watched the creature in a daze. Our roles were reversed. Now the beast was looking for a door, but there wasn't one. "Oh, so this only ends one way, huh?" I muttered. "Well, looks like it's a bad day for you." I slowly picked up my croca mask and put it on again, trying to act baller despite my body being vehement in its desire to puke. I swallowed, closed my eyes, and looked at the ceiling as the beast roared a terrifying warning. Then I opened my eyes. Emma created sick, unfunctional armor only fit for video games. And then I lifted my hands like Caesar greeting a crowd of adoring fans. Pink ooze shot out of my fingertips in threads, weaving together in my brain's interpretations of bones, veins, and capillaries, then wrapping with muscle and pink skin, leaving 2 massive fists. I looked at one, clenching my fist and deciding it wasn't enough, so I created brass knuckles on the right fist and jeweled rings on the second. I cracked my massive fists. If I was going to be a gangster, I needed to go all out. Now for something cold to say, I thought. Take solace knowing you'll die a legend. I mean, in my legend, or whatever, this is weak. Just die. It released a screech that rattled my eardrum like a maraca, and cool chills rippled down my spine. But my soul core was churning like a drill, and Emma's aura was pulsing with energy. So I found myself walking forward, then jogging, then running, screaming as I rushed this creature. I can't remember much about the fight. I had no experience killing things, so I just clobbered this poor reptilian test proctor like Kino did Crag, punching it in rapid succession, picking it up and throwing it against walls, whatever it took. And it took a surprising amount. It was like that scene from No Country for Old Men, where the villain's legit strangling a cop with handcuffs, and it's drawn out for 3 minutes straight. It just wouldn't die. And at some point, I was just too invested to make a sword, you know? It would insult my effort. So I kept bashing this thing until a door opened to floor 3. I guess it's over. I looked at the crippled, whimpering creature and said, well, I'm sure there's healing magic or something. Best of luck, and walked out the door. I was done. Cooked. My stomach had hit its limit, and I couldn't handle one more strike. So I groaned and walked out into the fresh air of floor 3, prepared to celebrate by hurling my guts into the misty springtime grass. Floors 1 through 5 were the same terrain, each with different weather, namely summer, fall, spring, winter, and a floor devoted to night. Floor 3 reflected springtime, which annoyed me, since the order was summer, night, spring, fall, and winter, instead of summer, fall, winter, spring, and night. And if that wasn't enough, there were 3 enforcers staring at me before I could even walk out the door. Nice to see you again, said the man who told me to stop messing with them. I sighed and put my hand on my mask and said, seriously? Seriously. No, I said. I'm saying seriously? Like, I rang the bell so hard it was heard on floor 40, and they send 3 low-level pencil pushers to try to pick me up? We weren't sent to fight you. We're here to take you in. The real enforcers are on the staircase, and if you run, you're going to land yourself in a sea of immortal guards. There's nowhere for you to go. I looked to the nearby city, which was in the same location as Hearth, but was more vibrant and had a completely different vibe. And that was natural. Floor 3 was a floor where people could kill you, and for that reason, the million immortals that live on the floor all have a dozen wildly powerful by comparison guards, and all those guards are one-upping each other, so there are millions of lethal would-be climbers. It truly was the worst floor to be on. I said. Well, here's the thing. I'm not cool with you stopping me. So whether you're an emissary or not, if you don't buzz off, I'm going to fight you. He gripped his sword and looked at his female associate. Call reinforcements. She didn't hear him. Her face was pale, and her eyes were glued to the door I had just walked out of. Jaskin, he snapped. Call reinforcements. Rata, she said. I looked to the door and back. You saw that? Well, that makes things easier. If you don't move, I'm going to do that to you. His sword erupted in flames, and the mage beside him readied themselves. Jaska, he said. Rata, she screamed. Look in the room! The sun was in his eyes, so he shielded them to see inside. Once he saw how thoroughly mangled the creature was, his appearance became sickly pale and anemic. Their legs lost stability, and Ratter's grip on his sword loosened. Nice, I thought, looking between the staircase and the nearby city. Now to keep climbing or change clothing. I should just ditch the mask. At this point, it's just making things worse. Well, unless you want to die, I said, I bid you farewell. I walked out of the testing area and past the trembling guards, prepared for Emma to attack them if necessary. But I didn't get far before the woman yelled, Wait! What? I asked. You can't go in there. If you enter Lillian, it will be a declaration of war. So what? Should I just... I looked at the staircase. Walk into your trap? I'm cool. If your enforcers want to stop me, they'll need to leave the staircase. I then sprinted for the city. It all seemed too easy, and whenever something seems too easy, something's probably about to explode. That thing was a fire spell that erupted right next to me, pluming with hot flames and smoke. I turned back and saw the three of them with their hands out, casting spells from a distance. One set a flare off in the air, and suddenly a horn sounded. Son of a bitch! I weaved through the area, avoiding fire spells as the guards and troops in the city mobilized. I used Emma to stick to a wall like Spider-Man and launch me into the air. I hit the rooftops as the screaming began. I looked over the side and saw probably 50 immortals surrounded by over 200 armored troops. They weren't joking, I thought. Guards noticed me and blew whistles. I panicked and jumped off the roof, letting Emma launch around with tentacles that yanked me around at her discretion. Within 12 sickening seconds of extreme kinetic force, she launched me down an alleyway and used her tentacles to rip off my cloak and shirt. It was like I was Hulk Hogan, screaming and yelling and ripping violently. Buttons exploded like claymores, and soon my chest was exposed, and Emma was using blades to cut through my slacks and using tentacles to take off my boots. This is embarrassing, I internally screamed, as guards yelled in the near distance. Emma shot a web around a corner and rocketed me around the bend. Shit. I activated my storage ring and pulled out a fresh pair of clothing I had prepared and threw on a tunic, and Emma helped me put on my pants while running, somehow. She was launching me around and getting my pants on, and people were screaming in the distance, and it was a whole mess. But I got my shoes off, and my pants on, and my shoes on at a dizzying speed as Emma grabbed my mask off my face. I grabbed it and threw it into my storage ring. And surprisingly, my heart was pounding, but I wasn't short on breath because I wasn't running. So when I launched out into a normal street in normal clothing, I wasn't even panting. Immortals and their guards turned to me, and I thought I was cooked. But no one recognized Derek Greshling. I was just an average climber with brown hair, brown eyes, and a face that was neither handsome nor disheartening. So they waited for me to pass, and then moved on, buying groceries, or attending restaurants, or moving between businesses. This is surreal, I thought. Suddenly, I heard guards screaming down the access road, so I thought, time to go, and blended in the crowds in the Lillian city streets. Chapter 34, Floor 3. I was amazed how easy it was to blend in despite how naked I felt. No one recognized me, and I was surprised by that. Part of it was the fact that these people didn't have the internet, but another part was that the press hadn't published my mugshot. It was probably because they didn't want to advertise that someone had fired up Kalian's kitchen and they were cool enough to have a bounty on their head. Whatever it was, no one identified me as I mixed in with the crowd, watching guards rush past me yelling, "Why didn't you attack?" and someone else screaming, "Don't you dare blame this on me, you didn't give the order." I took a deep breath and thought, I need a third mask and a stiff drink. I searched for a new mask, but when I asked a vendor for one, she said, "Oh, sorry, dear. We just got word that we couldn't sell masks this morning. I must have forgotten to put these away." Lame. They look cool, I said. But whatever. I looked at her wares. But I will take some clothing. I hid in changing rooms as guards milled about. Then I walked out in new clothing and asked how much I owed and paid. Then I went across the street to a bakery, picking at some foods selectively, drinking beer like water, trying to ignore teams of enforcers running through the streets, saying, "Also, look for a human! He has—" They described Derek quite well, and it was clear why. I pulled up my glove enough to see my immortal soul pact. They probably knew from the start, I thought. They're probably just trying not to advertise it. If they did. I thought about Rollin when he said, "Rockma's eventually gonna hit 38, and we want him to talk to us first when he gets there." Everyone and their mother would come to Kalian's. I chuckled to myself and took a drink of my beer, but that smile soon faded. And that'd be a disaster. They're definitely going to kill us. I swallowed nervously. I really need to hurry up. Two things occurred to me then. First, it didn't matter if people saw Emma. If they did see her, they wouldn't admit it to the public. Second, if Hearth confirmed I was Rockma, They would strike hard and fast, and immediately, before high-level climbers started taking the trek to find me. I wasn't sure what to do with that information. I kinda screwed the pooch, to be honest. If I put my name down as Derek Greshling and exposed my face to the recorder, we would have been set. But anyone with a soul core could claim to be Rachma now. So unless I could rank again, it wouldn't matter. And even then, I couldn't change my name on the blood board, and the recorders wouldn't release the information. The more I thought about the situation, the more annoying it became. I stood and put a rook on the table. I'll figure it out along the way. Exiting the tavern, I walked through the city into the staircase, where I saw a trio from before, and 3 extra guards. "Halt," they said. "Is there a problem?" I asked with a deeper voice. They studied me seriously, but eventually groaned and ran their fingers through their hair. "They all have brown hair. What kind of description was that?" The woman narrowed her eyes at me. "Problem?" She huffed and said, "Go." "Okay," I said sassily. "That was rude." I walked into the staircase and then smirked once I was out of sight. I had never been so grateful to look so boring and mediocre before. Somehow, in this sick and twisted run of fate, my devilishly average looks had become the ultimate weapon. That's what I thought as I walked up the stairs with no mask, clinging to human males with brown hair and brown eyes. So just about all of them. If you're curious about what was happening at Kalian's, you're in luck. Lindell Troy wrote a wonderful investigative news article on the grand opening, and I'll post sections for context. Not to ruin the obvious development, but the title makes the situation quite clear. Quins and Climbers Clash in Kalian's Kitchen by Lindell Troy, Senior Correspondent, Hearth Herald. It doesn't get more explicit than that, but there's still a lot of unknowns, so we'll jump right in. The article begins as follows. It's 2:30 p.m. when an ear-shattering bell drops the 500 climbers breaking the law outside of Kalian's Kitchen to their knees. It's Monarch's arrival, announcing the arrival of a new king, Rachma, a masked climber who entered Nalzarenth City that morning wearing untailored dress clothes and a demon mask. A king who uses aura attacks and has an immortal pact on his hand. A unique and rare description that just happens to fit Derek Greshling. Karath Draven of the Law Enforcement Department personally sends me a letter not to disclose this information before the grand opening of Rax's Re-Ups. There's no hiding it. Derek is famous and conspicuous. Countless have seen or heard of Emma, his elastic tentacle spirit, and have witnessed the immortal pact that Rax Saslan helped him acquire during his first trip into Nalzarenth Labyrinth. Ignoring the similarities would be like denying the sun, so it's better to remind people that if Derek is Rachma, it is illegal to meet him in Kalian's Kitchen. Simply entering for any reason will earn you an automatic ban at Quinn's Emporium, which supplies all legal elixirs in 39 out of 50 floors in Nalzarenth Labyrinth. Since over 98 are within their jurisdiction, only those who have already received bans enter Kalian's Kitchen. Of course, we do not want to advertise this, so I refuse comments to reporters asking about Rachma and focus on the battle ahead of me. 1,000 climbers are camping in front of Kalian's Kitchen, trying to be the first to get their hands on Rax's Re-Ups elixirs. Raxlin-made alchemic supplies, which now include healthers being sold at 40 rooks apiece, half of the cost of those from Quinn's Emporium. It's not even about the elixirs. It's a protest. I was banned, 15 years ago, for buying a jinx before Floor 20's test, says one climber. I mean, I just wanted to stay alive, you know? And the Quins waited until I got into line and beat me right in front of the test takers and stole the elixirs just to make an example out of me. Why wouldn't I be here? Another has a similar story. Well, why am I here? You've obviously never been thrown into a slave pact. I straight up had to work the fields for 10 years to get basic healing a single elixir could have healed. 10 years. It seems so extreme, but it is. I mean, who just has 80 rooks lying around? This is a very different energy than the speciesism that threatened to revive Kalian's Kitchen just last month, and it's even more aggressive. If they want to kill me for it, one says, let them. If these dickholes kill me for even daring to question their elixir trade, martyr me, I don't care. After yester, I'm pretty sure the climbers will start mobbing enforcers if they're not careful. They're talking about Yester Kell, the beloved jinx that Floor 9 climbers claim that enforcers killed in near forest, sparking riots just months ago. They're not alone. Yester, another says. That's why I'm here. The man helped me escape hell, and the news that they killed him. She stops speaking and shakes her head. Look, I'm not even here for elixirs. I'm just here to support the people that are finally fighting back. The air is volatile, emotional, sad, joyous and angry. It's hot, oppressive and twisted. The emotions move in waves, connecting people. When one person's laughing, everyone's laughing. When one person's angry and telling stories, everyone's doing the same. And whenever a single person mentions Yester, the crowd gets furious and mournful. And if that weren't enough, there was a new variable, the locals. The true locals to Kalian's kitchen are notoriously broke, so a select few spent days in line for the reopening. But around 5 p.m., Crag Lower, the famed climber who's dedicated over 3 centuries to protecting climbers from infighting on the Floor 40 test instead of passing it, suddenly comes downstairs with a huge procession of climbers who have reportedly been walking down the stairs for a few days in a slow, disciplined tempo. It's unannounced, but it is planned. I know this the moment that the door to Kalian's kitchen opens, and Rax Saslin comes out and says, "We got a free mug for the locals and the people waiting. Just get in and out. We don't want to break your spine to make you leave." Cheers ring out. Crowds move forward. Locals go in first, and half of them disappear. It's like magic. They just went in and poof, gone. Not Crag or the other well-known people. They're still out front drinking beers, the face of the haggard winos and locals. Kings and queens of this dilapidated castle in the center of Nolzarenth labyrinth. They can't disappear so people won't notice. But I notice. 1,000 people magically fit into a space that shouldn't be able to fit half of that. Kino notices me noticing and sits on my shoulder unannounced and says, "Girl, let's make something clear. I'm not stupid enough to snap your neck, but you're a guest on our turf. If you don't think I won't rupture your kidneys and then claim you tried to start a war, you're sadly mistaken." My heart thumps wildly. Despite reaching floor 24, I'm not a serious threat, at least not to Kino. She's a climber in the mid-30s. If Kino wanted to kill me, a single punch from her tiny fist would increase the pressure in my skull so high that the side of my brain would explode like a dropped melon. And if she missed, Crag could shoot across the room and vaporize my body before I could blink. I'm reminded that Kalian's kitchen is as dangerous as the propaganda makes it out to be. It's the one place where upper-level climbers can mingle with lower floors, and power scales exponentially as people move up. For that reason, patrons learn to be careful, to only offend people at their level, and to ignore those underneath them. There are rules in Kalian's kitchen regarding who can fight whom, a certain culture, and even then, bar brawling is an art form, a carefully crafted dance to prevent mass deaths and destruction of property. "Are you telling me not to run the story?" I ask. "Oh, no," she says. "Derek wants you to run the story. The real story." "And why isn't Derek telling me this?" Kino narrows her eyes on me and says, "Come with me." I walk with her to a room that leads to the rest of the hollow pillar that Kalian's kitchen is built in, and I'm shocked to see hundreds of locals sitting on the concrete floor, pulling out bottles of spirits and handing them around. "What are you planning?" I ask. "What are we planning?" Kino asks. "What are you planning?" She looks at the locals. "You act like we're attacking you. You get that your people would have to attack us before you'd even have to worry about this, right?" My stomach sinks. "Still." "Well, I'll tell you if you tell me. What do you have planned?" I think about how to respond, but settle by saying, "You're taking a piss on the Quinns in broad daylight, right in front of Hearth, threatening the established order. What do you think will happen?" Kino raises her eyebrows and nods. And did you think that we just let them kill us? You people. She turns and says, have fun here. If you try to leave, we'll break your legs and tie you up until the opening's over. I panic. If I don't leave, they're going to send help to save me. Oh, please. There's Quinns in line right now. She scoffs. If you're half as honorable as Derek thinks you are, you'll sit down, pull out shooters from that ring of yours, and wait till the Quinns kick down that door. Where is Derek? I ask, as she opens the door. In the kitchen. Rack says you two separated so he doesn't blab and screw everything up. Naive idiot doesn't get that you're an immortal yet, so we gotta lock him up. Those are her last words before she shuts the door, setting me loose in a dimly lit wino den that's oddly reminiscent of the Kalian's kitchen I was sent to investigate so long ago. Yet all of them are on edge. Everyone knows the Quinns are coming, and there are some stone sober rankers who don't belong here, staring into the deep abyss of the hollow pillar, preparing for the fight. Chapter 35, Floor 4. It was in the late afternoon when I reached the line for Floor 4, and the sun was still high in the sky. Like Hearth, the sun never set on Floor 3. It was always beautiful, allowing those waiting in line to overlook the beautiful trees and flowers dotting the landscape and rolling hills, wondering if they should be staying there for a few years before they raised a floor and never saw it again. I had the luxury of watching it because after the second person harassed me for my looks, something convenient happened. I was standing next to another human with brown hair when enforcers approached and said, "You two, take off your gloves." What? I asked. "Take off your gloves." The man beside me sighed and lifted up his hands to show his pact. He chuckled and whispered, "Just take 'em off. I've been stopped twice already." "No," I said indignantly. "I refuse." The enforcer snorted and said, "Look, this isn't negotiable. If you don't, I'll challenge." They abruptly stopped speaking and clutched at their chests. "What the hell?" I was confused too, but it was obviously a rule, and there was one rule on the bottom of Kalian's kitchen's rule poster that fit. Rule 18. Organized harassment of one climber via staircase challenges is prohibited, even if the individual organizing the harassment is not present. No way, I thought with an internal grin. "What do you mean, what the hell?" I asked. "Do you know how many people have harassed me for having brown eyes and hair today? Enough to invoke Rule 18, apparently." He winced and looked at me nervously. "Get the hell out of here," I said. "I'm getting sick of immortal scum harassing me." He opened his mouth, but I tapped my fist against my chest twice and pointed at him. "And tell your friends, too. I'm pretty sure at some point it's just going to start offing you." I walked past relaxedly, and the other nervous human and his partner watched me walk away with an equal mixture of confusion and awe. This is so convenient, I thought. Looks like I'll make it. I got into line and leaned against the railing, overlooking the beautiful springtime floor. It was just like Floor 1, but it was filled with sparkling plants from a recent drizzle, and the clouds above us were easing up, exposing a rainbow. I wish I got those detox elixirs, I thought. I feel like trash. I sighed. I hope they're doing okay. There was only a day before the grand opening, and between Rachma and the swelling crowd, the tensions had hit a fever pitch, that most people didn't even know what was about to hit them. Because with all the runners' support we got after our GoFundMe fight and declaration, we got down costs so low we were going to sell elixirs at 40 rooks, which was half of the cost that Hua Quinn was selling them for, and they were quality. These were politically destructive margins, and if we succeeded, it would send the labyrinth spiraling into a state of anarchy. But it had to be done. The immortals were running roughshod on the labyrinth's climbers, exploiting them to egregious levels, and the only way to stop that was with a tactical warhead. There'd be hell, and we knew it. That said, we weren't political liberators. Hell, we didn't even care about the immortals. We were a criminal syndicate looking to get rich on the despair of others, and that's all it was. Make no illusions, it's really all it was. The Raxlin and I were stone-cold criminals, cooking regulated narcotics and avoiding taxes like Al Capone, riding the edge of what was acceptable to the point the guardrail broke, and only full self-drive or an emergency brake could save us from flying into a ravine. And what we were doing right now was the equivalent of cooking drugs in a public town square and trying to sell them right on the street, while the police force, riot squads, and National Guard stood around with rifles, waiting for us to break the law. And we owned this and accepted the consequences. That said, a nuclear storm of forces, Yester's death, my accidental rise to labyrinth-wide fame, and our business's hype, culminated in something far beyond our expectations. This was no longer a confrontation. This was a war. And that meant that I needed to get us to the safety of Floor 5, whatever the cost. "Hey, buddy," someone said. I turned and saw a lizard folk. I said. "Keep moving." "Right. Sorry." I kept walking until I was in line again, and then watched the recorder speaking with others. What now? I wondered. They can't touch me on the stairs. Does that mean I'm actually untouchable? I wasn't untouchable once I left the chamber, but once I hit the stairs, the rules prevented people from touching me. It wasn't that far to the staircase, and it was illegal to block the stairs, so I had a real shot. If so, it'd probably be useful to expose my identity, but can I? There were a lot of benefits to being Rachma. It would boost interest in Kalian's kitchen and shield me, since all eyes would be watching me. Then, if I went missing, it would cause riots. That said, I didn't even know if I could out myself, so I decided to try it out. Let's see. I walked up to the recorder. "Name," he said. "Rachma." My words carved a frown right into his face with a rusty, jagged blade that hooks the skin and pulls before cutting it deep and down and bloody. "Mr. Rachma wears a croaker mask," he said. No, Rachma did wear a croaker mask. Now, as you can clearly see, I'm not. "Stop playing games. There's an army of enforcers checking pacts down there." "And I clearly killed all of them," I said, as I looked at my fresh new clothing. And here we are. Now, are you going to put down my name or not? "I'm not going to put your name down as Rachma unless you have proof," he said. Should I show him? I wondered. My lips curved into a grin. Nah. I sighed dramatically. I knew it. I never should have given that pervert my clothing. He raised an eyebrow. "What?" "That pervert," I said. There was a horrible drunkard I passed on my way up the staircase. Or maybe not drunk. He was horribly high on drugs, a true deviant. The man was arguing with couples and exposing himself to women. I couldn't bear to see it, so I gave him my mask and clothing, hoping the authorities searching for me would pick him up. But it seems it just made things worse. I scoffed and shook my head. I hope they throw that man over the rail and let him plummet into a crop field. This is ridiculous. His mouth opened, and he tilted his head. "Wait, did you just say that people are still looking for someone in a croaker mask?" I asked. "Don't tell me you haven't found him." His eyes trembled. "You're being serious." "Of course I'm being serious. You lot did encounter that man, didn't you? Drunk, drugs, degenerate. It's kind of hard to miss someone like that, especially when they're wearing a conspicuous mask with horns. God, you people." By this point, a dozen climbers had shifted around the staircase to listen to the conversation and watch this man's expression crumble. "Whatever," I said, when the door to the test opened. "Put whatever you want as the name. It'll show up on the blood board anyway." I then stopped and looked at the people in line. I'd go down those stairs, unless you want to go missing for damage control. I smirked after reminding them that they'd be able to confirm I was Rachma the second that I finished my test, whether I ranked or not. They would just have to ask my name, and I'd show up. Despite that, the recorder rolled their eyes, and only a couple of people nervously started walking down the stairs. Am I that average? I wondered, as I turned and walked into the room. I could have pulled out the croaker mask, and they still wouldn't have believed me. I didn't know whether to be amused or offended, but I stopped caring when the alien magic that accompanied all the tests searched my memories for any information about the test and reviewed it. Guess it's game time. I searched the area. I was in a large, blank room with stone walls and floors. It was about the size of a warehouse floor, which is up for interpretation, but whatever. Blank. empty, large. And unlike the last test, which had a terrifying colossal reptile that I had to fight into submission before the door opened, there was no big bad. Yet I knew it wouldn't be so easy, so my muscles tensed until the blood-red instructions wrote themselves in front of me. The rules were simple. Kill your opponents. I prepared myself like a Texas Ranger preparing for a Western quick draw. It was nerve-wracking as I prepared for 2 of these beasts to come out. My vision narrowed, sound disappeared, my blood thickened. "You have free rein," I said to Emma. She saluted mentally. And then we waited, and they came. 2 realistic wolves appeared out of nowhere, and before they finished materializing, Emma shot out and skewered both these little assholes like shish kebabs. "Wave 2, I muttered defensively as the wolves' bodies dissolved into black mist. Yet no second wave came. Instead, the door opened out of nowhere, exposing floor 4. I blinked a few times in rapid succession. What? I walked to the door and glanced at the blood board. The first line read, Kalian Roxmore, 0.67 seconds. The 12th read, Rockma, 0.87 seconds. Wait, seriously? I muttered. Well, that proved that, I guess. I laughed at the thought that any argument that someone with my description wasn't Rockma was officially null and void. Probably. There was probably an outcry in the hallway when the blood board activated. Guess it's official, I chuckled. I wanted to celebrate, but I heard someone say, "He's got brown hair and eyes." I rotated my head and saw 5 official Draven enforcers staring at me. But they weren't attacking me right then. The moment I said, "Can I help you, blokes?" they attacked. My world ground to a halt when they launched themselves at me, moving so fast I could barely see them. These people were strong, fast, and capable, and they weren't messing around. I was Rockma enough, so they planned to club me first, then ask questions later. I tried to yell, "Everyone knows I'm Rockma!" But it was too late. Or so I thought. Emma went into panic mode. She shot 5 tentacles and stabbed 3 of the 5 cleanly, as if they didn't have armor. "What the hell is that?" one of the ones who dodged yelled. Emma threw the 3 confused enforcers she skewered out of the way, as she shot out 10 tentacles at the ones remaining. One of them was competent and wrapped their sword with aura. "Emma," I cried, but I had no reason to worry. When I came to Nalzarenth, I only had threaded about 6 weeks' worth of cores, and since then, months had passed. She let herself get cut by the aura, then a fresh tentacle shot out of the area he cut. He dodged her but stumbled, and then she stuck to the wall and launched me over him with slinky physics. One enforcer shot toward my back so fast neither of us could react. Emma barely covered my spinal cord as the attack hit us and blasted us to the ground. I hit the grass and rolled a dozen times, thinking it was all over. But Emma shot me around like a pinball, avoiding attacks as my consciousness dimmed. Chapter 36. Gliha. I didn't know what happened after Emma started dragging me around. It was all a blur. I heard people screaming, "What the hell is that thing?" And I imagined that Emma looked like something between a cloud and a spider as she dodged, attacked, and countered these people with freakish tentacles. And somewhere in this carnage-filled blaze of screams and attacks and dodges, a sudden force slung me to the right, and I crashed into the staircase. Then my body lifted up slowly. Emma had me in a position I could stand the second I wished, but I was limp and on the verge of puking, so it looked like I was in an airborne version of medieval stoning stocks. That's where I was when I opened my eyes and found myself surrounded by dozens of guards. Many had injured limbs and were passing out health elixirs, or they were sending for help. Fresh enforcers with Draven logos had surrounded me, but none would approach. The rules prevented them from hurting me, and that made me feel like a fugitive on PCP who had just fought a dozen cops and 3 stun guns, only to have the police chief arrive and tell the furious cops to back down. Nice. "Oh," I groaned. "If you try to challenge me, you're screwed. So many people have tried that it's invoked Rule 18. The reaction was aggressive and immediate. Seriously? How incompetent were those people? Fuck! They're gonna blame us for this. Just shut up. What? I said shut up. We need to figure out what's going on. Emma slowly dropped me to the ground and sucked into my chest, and the enforcers panicked. What the hell is that thing? One of the enforcers demanded. I looked up the staircase and saw a crowd of climbers watching the chaos, and grinned. If you want to find out, you should visit Kate. I would shut your mouth. I heard an unreasonably sexy voice, and I and the rest of the enforcers shifted our eyes up the staircase. I expected a gorgeous woman from the movies, or holofilms, or whatever you scientific people watch these days, if you didn't nuke yourselves into underground living by now. Sexy, suave, wearing my era's version of a cocktail dress. Something. But no, what I got was almost offensive. This demon was a Shakespearean tragedy of Mendelian cruelty, because if she had a single attraction point added to her face, she would be on a beach somewhere, getting showered with treasures from patrons on her Only Demons page. She had light red skin that complemented her black armor and hourglass curves, as even her manicured horns were somehow attractive. She should have had it made, but alas, she was spectacularly hideous. So she was confined to the fate of bludgeoning troublemakers on staircases and selling foot paintings of her clubbed toes on the side. Just looking at her reminded me that it wasn't too late to jump over the railing. Her name was Gliha.
Because floor 5 isn't the safe zone you probably think it is,
she warned. I paused and reflected on it and said, Are you stupid? Don't call her stupid. A second person suddenly threw himself into the ring. It was a human, I think. I'm still not entirely sure what he was, but he seemed human, with tan skin and a crew cut. Well, if it weren't for 2 sores on his forehead in the place where demon horns should be. It was strange to see, since magic, healing elixirs, and cores tended to heal someone completely. It left the possibility that someone had only recently taken his horns and ripped them out of his skull, which could explain the constipated anger painted onto his expression. His name was Ashtron, and he's just important enough to be called out by name, if only out of convenience and ease of communication. And I will say this douche was a walking warning on the dangers of loyalty. Honorable, respectable, tragic. I think of him to this day. I'll call anyone stupid that I damn well please, I said. And furthermore, if you say something stupid, you should get called out on it.
It's not stupid,
Gliha said. She turned to Ashtron.
There are 20 million trained immortal guards between floor 1 and floor 4, and if Helia doesn't extradite you to us, we're going to flood floor 5 with a fighting force that's truly incomprehensible.
I shifted weight from one foot to the other, folded my arms, and then considered it and said, Well, sounds like it's settled then. Now, if you would. I started climbing the stairs, and the crowded enforcers and spectators made way for me. You think this is a joke? Ashtron snapped. I stopped. What's there to joke about? Well, actually a lot. Like the part that you think I'll hand myself over right now instead of taking a risk on floor 5. Ridiculous. I kept climbing until I suddenly heard,
Yeah, that's Rakma. I was in lawn with him.
A sudden jolt of icy energy shot up my spine, and I turned around. Despite being unable to pass the invisible barrier, all the people I was waiting with for the floor 4 test 15 minutes ago were still there, clear as day, right down the staircase as if there wasn't a barrier. They saw me for the first time once I climbed the steps and got past the mass of tall guards acting as a wall to their line of sight. But once they saw a human with brown hair walking up the stairs, they made the connection. Gliha's eyes trembled.
What did you do?
She muttered. I didn't answer. Instead, I screamed, Unless you want these enforcers to detain and kill you for knowing too much, I'd run. You can see them trying to kill me, right? Gliha, the enforcers, the spectators, all were shocked, still and silent from my blunt and wild words. None of the climbers moved, probably frozen when they saw the bleeding guards. But when the mass of floor 3 enforcers interrogating people on the floor 3 section shouted, Don't move! It instantly triggered a panic. Climbers waiting in line suddenly crashed down the stairs like a stampeding herd of wildebeests as guards screamed,
"I'll challenge all of you!" "Don't do that, you fucking idiot!"
Gleehas screamed, rushing past me to regain order.
"Astron, go see Helia!"
Astron turned to me with hate in his eyes and said, "We're going to destroy you." "No offense," I said, "but hearing that threat from a low-station sycophant is like hearing a child warn you that they'll tell their mommy." I looked up the stairs. "You'd better start running, because after that last test, I'm fairly certain I can make it in 10 minutes. Emma created super legs for me to run with, but I got a warning in my chest. Shit, what rule, goddammit? It should have been obvious, considering that it was the most complained about rule in Nalzarinth Labyrinth. Rule 6. Climbers must scale the staircase on foot without assistance, unless injured and being helped to floor 1. Helping a climber scale the staircase without their consent is forbidden. If a climber is involuntarily pushed or accidentally falls off the staircase, this rule is suspended until someone aids them, they return by their own means, or they die. Jumping or flying off the staircase is forbidden unless it is to aid a falling climber. Astron saw what happened and sneered at me. "See you on floor 5. He was far stronger than me, so he bounded up the stairs at the speed of an Olympic sprinter, curving up the spiral staircase so fast I almost lost sight of him around the bend in 10 seconds. Son of a bitch, I thought, as I started sprinting up the stairs. Emma's part of me, I'll have you know. The labyrinth didn't listen, so I had to dash up the stairs with my mortal lungs and body as confused climbers yelled, "Hey!" as I scared them or forced them to move. I didn't listen, and when I got to the line, I screamed, "I'm going to kill anyone who doesn't get the hell out of my way!" as Emma lifted and dropped people just to let them know we meant business. "Who the hell do you think you are?" a burly man screamed. I thrust my hand into my storage ring, pulled out the croca mask, lifted it to my face, dropped it, and screamed, "Fuck around and find out. I dare you, you low-level gym rat." Climbers cried, "It's him!" as they jumped out of the way, and this man that clearly didn't know who I was stupidly looked at them and said, "What?" as Emma lifted this man 10 feet off the ground, screaming, and dropped him back down as I rushed past him. Apparently, since my intention was to lift him out of the way and lightly put him back onto the same step without hurting him, impeding his climb, or helping him up the staircase, I could launch him as high as I wanted, as long as I was capable of fulfilling the loophole. That loophole's crazy, I thought. But let's go. Once I got validation of this loophole, I exploited it mercilessly. Astron was near the recorder, warning enforcers at the barricade not to challenge me and giving them instructions, when he suddenly saw dozens of screaming climbers get launched into the air before gently gliding back to the stairs. And unlike all the climbers who thought it was telekinesis, he saw Emma stringing out 20-foot tentacles, like a Rockma. And climbers validated it. "It's Rockma!" they screamed as I rushed forward. The barricade of enforcers rushed up the stairs to get onto floor 5, while others ran down and past me, and when I got to the top, Astron was waiting for me, glaring at me with murderous eyes. "You're just asking to die, aren't ya?" he asked. I tried to clap back, but he really did have a valid point. I got that I had declared war on the labyrinth and I was asking to get taken behind the shed and shot for it, but it'd still suck for it to happen. And as much as I thought it would be politically romantic for Big Bertha and the Thunder Thighs to flog me to the death and staple me onto a post somewhere, martyring me before crowds in an attempt to reestablish order, only to trigger a bloody massacre, I didn't want to be flogged, killed, or martyred, thank you very much. So I kept it cool as the door to the labyrinth slowly opened. "If I wanted that, I would have stayed in the kitchen while your goons came in to kill us," I said. "What the hell does that mean?" he asked. "You'll see." I looked at the recorder. "Put me down as Derek." The man looked through the logbook. "Don't you dare put it down as Derek," Astron snapped. The recorder looked between us with fright and terror in his eyes, wondering who to side with. I saved him the trouble. "Put me down as Rockma." He nodded hesitantly and wrote it down, as Astron said, "See you on 5. I swallowed hard and nodded. "See you on the gallows." Successfully getting the last word, I walked into the testing chamber. feeling his eyes burrowing into my spine until the door shut. Chapter 37. Flixen. The world isn't fair. If it were, Nulzarenth Labyrinth would have made Floor 5 a test that gauged my soul core. That way, I could rank again, and Hellfire and Brimstone Thighs and the sycophantic half-demon would have to explain to their bosses that not only did they fail to stop me, despite having a 20-enforcer barricade, but they let me announce my identity as Rachma, right before Kalian's Kitchen's grand opening. But alas, the world isn't fair. In a reminder that some species are born with superior traits, I found myself staring down a rock wall that anyone with wings could ascend within seconds. By contrast, the second that the words, "obtain greater heights," formed on the wall, I knew I wouldn't break a record. That said, I wasn't SOL either. If I was a human, I would have to scale the 100-foot wall without lead climbing equipment. But I had Emma. That said, I got an idea and formed Valkyrie wings on my back. "Let's go!" I shouted within. Yet when I flapped my wings, I got about 4 feet before crash landing on the ground. "What the hell?" I cried. Then I grimaced when I remembered a training session with Lockhart. I had used Emma to create a gun but failed to make it shoot. "Remember that your mind recreates what you think something is, not what it actually is," Master Lockhart said. "If you don't know how something works, you may be able to recreate what it looks like, but you won't be able to make it work as expected." "That was dumb," I said as I pushed myself up. Emma created spider legs around me and then rocketed us forward, scaling the wall with sickening efficiency. I should have just done this from the start, I thought, but I couldn't hide a grin. I was doing it, and fast. And when I launched out of the barrier at the top and climbed onto Floor 5, the winter version of Floor 1, and saw that no one was around me, I laughed in amazement. The floor sucked balls. My feet were crunching in compacted snow that had been trafficked by dozens of climbers in the last day, and snowflakes slowly drifted to the ground, and I loathed all of that bullshit. The winter, the snow, the cold. Chicago winters burn your face like rusty razors, and when you go into buildings, you have to quickly take off your jacket, otherwise you will sweat, and then risk hypothermia when the cold meets the sweat when you finally take it off. No one wants to go out, no one wants to talk. The moon clubs the sun to death before 5, and you feel like a pack-a-day smoker from all the steam plumes coming from between your cheeks. And if that wasn't enough, it ruins countless positive relationships because there is always one person, the nicest, kindest, coolest of souls you meet that year who says, "I'd rather have winter than summer, because you can always add another layer, but you can't remove one during the summer." And then you have to cut that person out of your life like a malignant tumor. Yeah, I hate the winter, and therefore knew I'd hate the entire goddamn floor. But right then, standing in the snow, breathing in the fresh air as I looked into cityless meadows and trees, I was so goddamn happy. I made it. It made me chuckle, feeling water trickling in from the eyes in the mask. And then I laughed and laughed, ignoring reality until I heard, "That him?" "Yeah, that's him. Get him up." I turned and saw Ashtron and 2 enforcers exit the staircase, and it was clear this wasn't a diplomacy mission. They were going rogue. "Are you stupid?" I cried as they walked up. "Shut up," Ashtron hissed. "Help me!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. "Immortals are abducting me!" "Club his ass!" A meaty enforcer propelled himself toward me as Emma wrapped around me in a barrier. He wrapped his fist in aura and punched the barrier, shattering it like brittle glass, then grabbed me by my throat. I thought he'd snap it, but he never squeezed. Instead, a literal fucking laser beam shot across my vision and cleaved through this asshole's arm. It happened so fast, the world needed time to catch up. But it did. Ooh boy, it did. Heat blasted my face, and then the man, who didn't so much as bleed, hit the ground screaming. I studied his arm and saw that the blue laser had punctured a baseball-sized hole through his elbow, so cleanly that it was perfectly round and cauterized closed. "What the hell was that?" the guards shrieked when they hit the ground. "What the hell?" He and I turned and saw an archer coming out of the woods, aiming a mana arrow at Ashtron. I'd later know this casual psychopath as Flixen, and it would be impossible to mistake him afterward. He was just so distinct, as he had neon blue tattoos on his brown skin that looked bad-ass. Astron put up his hands. "Don't shoot! We sent a representative to Helia." "Yeah, and Helia told you to rip out your tongues and slap each other with them," Flixen said. "And even if she gave the go-ahead, you shouldn't have come here without an escort." The lines on Astron's face gnarled like tangled roots. "You're making a mistake with this one," he warned. "Yeah, I think so too." Flixen turned to me. "But I think she knows that. Besides, we got a feeling that this one'll fit in just fine round here. What do you think, Rachma?" I threw him a thumbs up. "Good answer." The other enforcer jumped toward me like a shield, but Flixen didn't let them get close. He released the arrow, and it moved so fast that it left lingering after-trails as it curved and cleaved the man's arm off at the shoulder. And instead of moving on, it curved around my back and shot at Astron, who barely dodged in time. "You seriously attacked us?" Astron screamed. "That's war!" "Stop talking for your people," Flixen said. "You seriously think they'll attack us? Use your head. There are millions of immortal gods in this labyrinth, and 100,000 people on this floor? Don't you think it's strange that they never attack us?" Astron gritted his teeth. "Or that the immortals haven't tried to populate any other floor but floor 25? Flixen asked. "You know why that is? Because if even one of your prissy immortals breaks our rules, we send a bruiser to start massacring your enforcers. Hate to break it to you, but you lot are depressingly weak. Just one of us will kill thousands of your enforcers." Astron froze. "And it's for that reason," Flixen said, "they don't mess with us. And it's for that reason that I know this." He pointed between Astron, me, and the screaming guards. "This was a rogue action." Astron looked into the forest, nervously. "Ho ho!" Flixen hummed with a slight smirk. "Looking for witnesses?" The pluming steam coming from Astron's mouth ceased as he held his breath. "Are you?" Flixen asked. "In case you're curious, there's not. And if you're also curious, your fugly little princess is going to get strung up if this gets out. Threaten her again, and I'll kill you." "Oh, you will?" Flixen's lips curved into a grin. "I've always wondered if you'd actually bark and throw your life away for her. Guess that answers that. Well, it doesn't really matter since you're both going to die for this." "Leave her out of this!" Astron unsheathed his sword, and it radiated a red aura. His human skin turned red, and horns sprouted from his head. "Half demon?" I asked. "Chimera," said Flixen. "This toe-licking parasite loves his hideous supervisor so much that he actually—" Astron closed the distance between the two of us so fast that I just saw the after-trails of his glowing sword. Then there was a flash and a boom, and when the smoke whipped southward, I saw a tree that I had seen in every season get blown to pieces, followed by red swings that released arcs of light that cut through everything. It was like watching an evil Jedi swinging a red lightsaber, only for arcs of red light to continue on like bullets, and those hot, bright arcs hit the snow and exploded in clouds of steam. I thought there was no way Flixen survived that, but sure enough, I saw a piercing blue laser cut through the lingering steam and falling trees, zagging around with insane precision. It only stopped when a red streak hit it, and it exploded like a blue firework. "Oh, hell no," I muttered. I got up to run, and that was a good move because the next moment Astron reversed course, positioning himself so his next slash shot out in my direction. "Emma!" I silently cried. Emma created a barrier around me as the attack hit the ground in front of us. The force launched us backward into the pillar. Emma shielded me, but it didn't stop the kinetic force from shooting blood to the back of my head. It was a dizzying mess. But I survived and opened my eyes to see that the whole forest was a fiery mess. Trees fell in rapid succession, and blue and red flashes exploded in the mist. It was all very exciting. I got up and ran for the staircase, and apparently that was the signal to stop playing around. As if Flixen wanted to prove he was toying with Ashtron as dramatically as possible, he launched a gigantic blue arrow into the sky and it blew up like a finale firework. The kind that looked like willow trees, snapping into long arcs of light as they fell down. But those weren't streaks. They were arrows, and suddenly hundreds of them fell back to earth like cluster bombs. I rushed into the staircase for cover, and then watched as the blasts nuked the ground below us. Ashtron was dead. He was obviously dead. There was no way he could have possibly lived. That's what I thought, but I didn't consider that Flixen would let him live. But he did. A gust of wind blew away all the steam and snow, revealing Ashtron's terrified body. He was curled in a ball as Flixen walked up. "Come on," Flixen said. "What do they estimate you as? 30? 40? 'Cause at this point, they just sent a sacrifice." The climax was exquisite. I've never used that word before. It's pretentious and stupid and whatever, but God, did it fit the situation. Flixen was everything my villain alter ego wanted to be, and he wasn't even trying. Superb. Divine. Unfortunately, that climax never played out, because just as the battle reached its crescendo, an amplified voice blasted through the snow and wind and screaming guards to end it. "Ah, I knew I should have handled it," said a rough female voice. "Every time you two meet, it's like a dick-measuring competition." "Forgiveness, Helia," Flixen said with a wide smile. "I didn't think you'd disapprove." "Oh, I don't," she said, "but you're scaring away our guest." Helia emerged from behind a tree, and her appearance surprised me, because for all the stories and bluster, she was the exact opposite of Gliha. Just an average woman, a dirty blonde with modest proportions that you would see just about anywhere. Respectably average, the type of woman you introduce at family get-together, and everyone says, looks about right, since she's neither a rock star nor someone who wears bad decisions or poor genetics on their sleeve. Just another human woman who just so happened to have ears that were slightly pointed and a nasty hook scar under her eye that was very conspicuous but not disqualifying. Normal. The complete opposite of Gliha. And apparently that offended Ashtron because he eyed her like a disfigured woman in a gimp suit. As soon as she approached, he defiantly spat. "Oh," Helia hummed as she looked down on him. "Do you think we won't kill you? Do you understand that if I sent your mistress to Hearth in a box, they'd still give us an apology, right?" Ashtron's face paled. "That's what I said," Flixen said. "And what did he say?" Helia asked. "Threaten her again, and I'll kill you." Only louder. "And what did you say?" "I said I always wondered if he'd bark like a dog before he threw his life away." "Did he?" "No, he just threw it away." "Ridiculous." "Hey, you!" Helia turned to Ashtron. "Bark like a dog." "Fuck you," Ashtron said. "You think this is negotiable?" Helia lifted her boot and stomped his face. Then she circled around him and stomped on his face over and over as she spoke with choppy syllables. "Bark, you fucking idiot!" "No!" Ashtron screamed. "Yes!" She stomped him 3 more times. "If you're gonna start a war to impress your woman, you gotta bark." "He would have done it too!" Ashtron jabbed a finger at Flixen. "And he sure as shit wouldn't have barked." "Of course he wouldn't have," Helia declared. "That's because he's respectable. Now bark, you animal." I truly felt bad for the poor guy as I watched, and I probably would have hit a point where my pity overwrote my amusement if Flixen didn't say, "Helia, if you're gonna kill him, kill him. Our guest's getting a bit uncomfortable." Helia stopped and turned, finding me in the staircase. "Oh, yeah, you're here," she said. I nervously waved at her. Helia glanced at Ashtron, and then his injured enforcers. "Why do you guys suck so hard?" she asked. "It gets harder to let you live every time." She punted Ashtron in the face to knock him out, then looked at me. "Hey, guy, you want a drink?" At the time, I was cranked up on adrenaline, and I didn't know how moving the kitchen between floors worked, so I wasn't even thinking of trying it at the time. I just nodded a few times and said, "God, yes, you're my savior." Chapter 38, Floor 5. So there I was, sitting in a snowy tavern on floor 5, rocking back a shot with my mask off. I exhaled and shook my head until my cheeks jiggled and said, "What the hell is this?" "Moonshine," Helia said. "The hell it is? I could power a car with this shit." "What's a car?" Flixen said.
Nothing. Jesus. You people.
"What's Jesus?" he asked. "Whatever. Just..." I groaned and shivered. "Don't you have a distiller?" "We do, but this stuff is the only thing that'll actually get me drunk these days," Helia said. Flixen grimaced, which I think would be to everyone's benefit tonight. "Can't we just drink brandy?" "Oh, please," Helia said. "Flixen acts like I turn into a monster, and it's ridiculous. I drink every day, and there hasn't been an incident in decades." I don't like that word, I thought. Incident seemed to have a powerful connotation here. Besides, it's not like we can drink that much. We're just killing some time before the grand opening. It's a 15-minute walk to the pillar. It's fine. Flixen sighed and leaned back. Helia pointed at my drink. "Well, you gonna drink it or not?" I did, and I regretted it. This rot gut was a liver-slicing, jailhouse, rogue-twisting porch pounder, and it did not play nice with my stomach. I coughed, and Helia slapped my back and said, "By the time you finish that, you won't have a problem drinking anything." And that's how my night with Helia began. The clock read 1:57 a.m. There were still 6 hours until the grand opening. 4 hours later, we were wasted, and Helia was slurring out, "Do you even know what they've been writing about you, kid?" "Yeah, they're calling me a squid," I said drunkenly. "Not a killer squid, not a legendary squid, just squid." "Squid?" Helia repeated. "Boy, they're calling you a lot more than that." "What? Since when?" "Since the last article. Don't you read?" "Oh, I suppose you wouldn't. They were calling you... oh, gods. What did they say? It was something like... Flix. What did they call him?" "A sadist," Flixen said, sipping his beer. "Sadist?" I cried. "For what?" "Read it," Helia said. "I'll get it." Flixen grabbed a copy of the Hearth Herald and tried to hand it to me, but she slapped at it like a cat. "What?" he asked. "You read it," she said. "Why?" "'Cause I want to see his reaction." Flixen sighed and picked up the newspaper again and scanned it to find a good starting point. They started by talking about how you closed down the test to floor 3 and cited some nuanced rule about how injuring the beast in the room but not killing it can slow things down. "Wait, I shut down the test?" I asked. "Yeah," Helia said. "Now listen." Flixen sighed. Jaskin Laura, an enforcer who confronted Rachma outside the test, validated this theory when she saw inside the testing area upon his exit. "Yeah, it was living," she said, "somehow. I'm not even sure how, to be honest. Its head was caved in, and its limbs were broken at strange angles, and there was no rhyme nor reason to it. It was like he had to hammer a nail in, but chose to have a ranker use a sledgehammer instead. If Rachma really is a skilled climber, he's a sadist." Helia slapped the table and wheezed. "Sadist? I couldn't believe it when I read that." I looked between them. "What else does it say?" "Well, there was a couple claiming that you were drugged up and heckling people," Flixen said. My eyes lit up. "Was it Kael, the Dragonborn guy?" Flixen nodded. "Yeah. It just says that you were a total clown and no one believed you were actually the ranker. But did you make some deal with them or something?" My lips curved into a warped grin. "I did." "What did you say?" Helia asked. "The deal was that I'd give him this mask if he passed the test with more distinction," I said. "And if he lost?" His girlfriend would have to publicly apologize for calling me creepy. Helia erupted in laughter, and I grinned. Did she? Yeah, she did, Flixen said. No way. What does it say? Flixen looked at the paper. In a final strange turn, Kai Ale was insistent that Carolia Rask, his human companion, leave a public message to Senior Squid. I'm sorry for calling you creepy, she said, but she quickly looked at her companion and said, I hate you. I burst into laughter. That dude's boned. You're surprisingly evil, Flixen said. I had to be, 'cause a mask is useless if you act the same, right? Best to be as different as possible. Helia lightly slapped the table twice and then pointed at me. Now that's funny. Was funny. That this is your opposite. You're really gonna call yourself a saint when you're maskless? Of course not. I'm actually not that different than I normally am. It's just, you ever try being nice? Not to sound like an asshole, but that's damn near impossible for me. Helia snorted with laughter and said, This guy. Flixen chuckled and said, This guy. Why'd you even come here anyway? Isn't the reopening in a few hours? He asked. I paused. Wait, you know who I am? Course we do, Helia said. Even if you were wearing that mask, your core's unmistakable. I looked between them in a state of perplexity. But when'd you see it? She hangs out with minks, Flixen said, but you probably wouldn't have recognized her. Oh, well that makes things easy. I'm actually here 'cause I own the deed to Kalian's kitchen, so we wanted to move the floor here when things went south today. Helia slapped the table so hard that the line of glasses and mugs and shots rattled and fell to the floor. Wait, that's right! I stumbled back on my chair, but Flixen caught me before I hit the ground. Chill, he said. Don't tell me to chill, Helia said. He's got the deed, and he's competent. Do you even know what that means? Flixen nodded. Yeah, I do. So, I looked between them. I take it you'll help us? We're cooking up elixirs, and we need booze and security. Not sure that, I pointed at the beer mug in Flixen's hand, is sellable, but it'd be helpful to set up some businesses. Helia rolled her eyes. Not sellable? You clearly don't know Kalians. This hooch is a Kalian's kitchen recipe. Literally? I said. Yeah, literally, she said. Hate to show my age, but this is an original. No way, I grinned. Then let's bring it back. What do you think? Helia's cheeks flushed with positive drunkenness. Now you're talking. She stood and stumbled. You know what this calls for? Helia, Flixen said, you've had enough. She had single-handedly toasted a handle of ethanol, liquor that dried up on the table in 2 minutes, and we were halfway through a hard handle of shine. No, you've had enough, she said defiantly. Derek and I haven't. That's why we gotta celebrate. It was 6:03 a.m. Quinns and Climbers Clash in Kalian's Kitchen by Lindell Troy, Senior Correspondent, Hearth Herald. It's about 6 a.m. on the day of Rax's Re-Up's grand opening, when I finally open the door to Kalian's Kitchen. Rax and Kino are letting me do my job, and when I see what's outside, I realize that I wouldn't have the time to do it if I had a year. The first line I record in my notebook reads, Guaranteed retaliation. Let there be no mistake. There will be immediate retaliation from the Quinns and the Hearth Council. There are thousands of climbers in front of Kalian's Kitchen, and climbers are packed on the right side of the staircase, spanning for miles. This is officially a problem that the Hearth Council can't just wave away with some bans and demonstrations. This is a matter of politics, and the first name that comes to mind in that regard isn't Derek Greschling or Rax Saslin. It's Yester Kell. Yester, the beloved Jinx, who cooked and bootlegged subpar health elixirs to climbers on floor 9, one of the most notorious and depressing floors in Labyrinth.
The man was found dead in near forest, and locals claim it was retaliation from Quinn merchants on floor 9. True or not, it's what climbers widely believe labyrinth-wide, and it resulted in boycotts on every floor that purchases the elixirs. It's clear everyone misgauged the scale and power of Rax Saslin's timing, especially Rax. His eyes are wide with panic, especially when he sees an entire army of red and gold in the distance. To my right, there are gigantic signs from Quinn's Emporium that read, "Buy from Raxlin, get banned for life." The people holding them are blue at the gills, trying to keep calm in a frenzied barrage of spewing insults and hatred. It's clear that if this were any other floor, the protesters would be throwing things at them, if not attacking them. The Quinn army is an intimidating war. The Draven enforcers are acting as reapers, asking names to write in their notebooks as people yell, "You don't need to give them anything!" Public breakdown, disorder, protest.
Having fun in there?
I suddenly hear an eerie voice to my left and turn. It's Hugh Quinn, a handsome elf with long dark brown hair and a shaved side. Despite breaking customs of exposing an elven ear without hair on one side, he doesn't appear to be a rule breaker. He's dapper, wearing a Quinnish suit and slacks, charcoal gray, that make him look sharp and refined. He brings refinement and power to the elves, and has for 7 centuries. And it's for that reason that he can brazenly disregard elven culture, and does so conspicuously to flex his power, all while demanding his subjects follow elven law and tradition. The fact that this man has pushed through the entire crowd to stand next to the doorway so people have to look at him personally to break the law is both surprising and in character somehow. I lower my notebook and take a drink from my flask and say, "Well, I can't leave." His eyes narrow.
Are they holding you hostage?
"They're holding my job hostage," I say. "I have full access as long as I don't rush off and screw them." He nods and turns back to the crowd.
That's fine, but remember who you work for.
If I didn't, I wouldn't have said that. Hugh's eyes widen slightly and he pauses.
Well, it's to be expected. Keep it up.
I nod. With that exchange, I indicate that the Raxlin have something in play. It's a direct betrayal to Rax and Kino, but both are watching the exchange and neither blames me. That's because, for all their bluster, Rax and Kino are only violent if there's a true need for violence. By contrast, Hugh Quinn is violence personified, and proudly wears that reputation like a winter scarf. Violence to Hugh Quinn isn't a judgment, it's an expectation, and for that reason, I fear him, just like everyone reading this should.
Everything cool?
Rax asks. If you think getting threatened by Hugh Quinn is cool, yeah, everything's cool. Kino's bluster is gone as she folds her arms and says, "We really should have set a lower occupancy limit." Rax and Minx look at me and back toward the door, and Kino gets the memo and flutters away. There's a firm secret here that I'm privy to, and I think I know what it is. I reflect upon the exchange as I sit with my notepad and beer. Occupancy limit, I thought. Do they really have the deed? Kalian's kitchen isn't simply a mythical tavern. It's one of the labyrinth's tests. We can infer this because Kalian's kitchen is protected by most of the labyrinth's rules, even the enigmatic Rule 20, which governs who can challenge climbers in open group tests. So what is the test? The answer has to do with the deed to the space. Once someone holds the contract, they can set the space's occupancy limit as low as 1, limiting the space only to explicit challengers, and move the kitchen to any floor they have visited. This is a mythical power that gives any climber a huge leg up on the competition, but it's also for that reason that it's coveted and fought over. That's the test. Who can hold the deed to the top without being killed for it? In the 1300 years since the deed was first found by Kalian Roxmore, the answer to who, other than Kalian herself, can keep it for even a decade has been a resounding no one. That's to be expected. By provision of Rule 20, those who hold the deed can be challenged by an unlimited number of challengers at once, and are unhindered in the number of allies or methods they use to defend the space. It's a huge and bloody game of King of the Hill, and for over a millennium, those who find the deed try to take over Kalians only to be killed by the locals. Then, one of the locals accepts the deed, only to be killed by immortals. Immortals take over, and then, lo and behold, they're assassinated by mysterious forces. It happens like that every single time. And there's quite the sample size. The deed has been around since Kalian Roxmore first introduced it, and since then it has switched hands no less than 500 times. It was only after the Hearth Council successfully acquired it, sealed it, and it was sent out of the labyrinth that the madness stopped, reducing Kalian's kitchen to a glorified wino den with notable sparks of interest. But if Kino's words are genuine, we may be witnessing the end of a 300-year peace and a return to violence and warfare. That wouldn't be a great development, but I'm forced to admit that it would be ideal to be able to change the occupancy limit to challengers only. I look into the kitchen that Derek has been allegedly held up in. If he wasn't in that room, he actually was Rachma and managed to make it to floor 5. Then it was possible that Rax and Kino could actually survive this encounter. If he didn't, and anyone could flood this place, it would shock me if they made it out alive. The demonstration was too big, the stakes were too high, and knowing Hugh Quinn, I could guess that he would brazenly meet demonstrations and riots head-on with overwhelming violence and mass bans, and then dare people to fight back. Peaceful protests mean nothing in the face of overwhelming violence. Nothing. I unscrew my flask again and look to the sky like Kino does, wondering if Derek, Rachma, or whoever they are, will move the kitchen before the opening. They don't. At 7:30 a.m. the kitchen is boiling with energy. Pixies fly around with tiny crates of elixirs that balloon to regular size as they drop them behind the bar or at tables. Others fly in used casks of wine to store cores in. Rax's re-up's grand opening is going to be far shorter than the reopening of the kitchen. They may have 100 crates of elixirs they managed to make over the last month, but that pales in comparison to the demand, and they know that.
"Get 'em in, get 'em out,"
Kino says.
"They got 5 minutes to get one elixir. Push 'em to a table, say some shit, and tell 'em Kalians is opening up later. If anyone acts up, crack 'em."
The Raxlins form teams to throw people out. 2 pixies are given the roles to take VIPs to the back. Others are working the boosters, and peculiarities come to light.
And remember, Rax says, if they're buying in booze, they get 2 elixirs. If they bring a keg or cask, they get 3. We still have a grand opening tonight.
The atmosphere turns feverish as everyone gets into position. The time has come, and everyone knows it. It's time to make history.
"Opening in 3,
Kino says with her hands on the door.
2, 1.
I hear my heart thump, and then it bursts as the doors open and overwhelming heat and cheers come into the space from floor 1's endless sunshine.
Welcome to Rax's Re-Ups,
Rax says, and the crowd roars its approval.
Chapter 39. The Rax's Re-Ups Grand Opening. As you can see, we're tiny people running a tiny business,
Rax says to a few laughs and whistles.
So we don't even have the supplies to give y'all 1 elixir, but there's a good deal of you that got the memo and are buying in booze. And for that reason, come on in for a drink.
More cheers.
In and out,
Rax yells.
You got 5 minutes tops. We got a whole lot of people coming in today, but we're going to make it work. Now come on in.
I'm standing behind the bar when they enter, and I feel like we're going to die. Climbers charge in like a pack of stampeding boars, yelling in confusion as they enter and don't know what to do. The guards pick up people with savage force, throwing them to different tables to start the line, and suddenly money starts flying everywhere.
Health, mana, booster, temper, elixir.
Plink, the Raxlin's long-time second-in-command, asks the first person he sees.
What's a elixir? The customer asks.
Health authorities, Plink says, thrusting a red elixir into their hands. If you don't know what it is, you keep your rocker shut. We're burning, trolling, and grinding it up. So get in and out. Pixies fly away the confused man, then force 20 rooks out of him before throwing him outside. Many such cases are playing out everywhere. For the first time, law-abiding citizens are being openly offered elixirs, illegal boosters that have temporary benefits despite being hard on the body. Some sacrifice rational thinking for raw power. Others magnify mana, despite an individual's inability to contain it. Elixirs are dangerous substances that often kill climbers and their party members, but they are also the established key to surviving Floor 25's ego killer test, where individuals find themselves facing down overwhelming numbers of enemies, sometimes in the hundreds, that exploit a climber's particular weakness. The same is true of Floor 10's test, which is a key reason that Yester was so popular. People found him necessary. Time after time, year after year, climbers who made it to Floor 10 cited elixirs as the primary reason they survived the trial. Despite how common they are, elixirs are dangerous and illegal, and always have been. That's why many are shocked to see the Rax's Rieps logo branded on the bottles, as if the alchemic creation is completely legitimate. It begs the question, are these going to be legal now? Of course not. Rax's Rieps is illegal from birth, but many question if it will last, and if, illegal or not, it will become a staple. Now or later, it doesn't matter. The empty wine casks behind the bar are filling with gold at surreal speeds, despite all elixirs costing 40 rooks for the grand opening, and all participants only getting one. One climber dumps about 2,000 rooks out of a bag into a cask and says, "Save elixir for a niner," and walks off. 10 people near them dump their pockets dry and say, "For a niner," and walk off. All homages to Yester Kell. This spreads like wildfire, and Rax gets sentimental, and the house shuts down as Rax passes out shots to everyone in the room and announces, "We're saving a full crate of Zerkers for Floor 9. A new atmosphere takes over, and people start unloading so much gold and silver that pixies have to move full casks of coins to the back to make space. It's touching. It really is. Unfortunately, there's someone in the room that doesn't approve, a Quinn spy, and they open the door and whistle, and that's when I know something bad is going to happen. They hadn't been open for 10 minutes, and retribution was already coming.
Derek here. In case you're wondering where I was 10 minutes after 8, I was in Outlaw Tavern trying to escape. I had been trying to leave for the last 20 minutes, screaming, "I need to go! The Quinns will be in there any moment!" But Helia wasn't having it. "That's an excuse, and you know it," she screamed as she slammed the door shut with her shoulder. I was lucky I didn't put my arm out the door. She hit it with the power of a water hammer, and I would have lost it. You'd think this lady would have base-level self-control, but she really didn't. She had just pounded 2 handles of poor man's Everclear by her lonesome, and the moment I said, "I need to leave," she pounced like a wild animal, screaming, "Don't go! Let's talk about this first." I didn't have time, so I said, "Let's talk in the tavern." And she said, "No, 'cause if we do that, you'll never come back out." And that's where we were at 8 a.m., shortly before the Quinns whistled for the attack. Luckily, Flixen was a pro at handling her. He clicked his tongue subtly, and when I followed his voice, I saw him standing beside an open door. He gave me basic directions with sign language, and I nodded. Then, after opening the front door and having her slam it again, I bolted through the back room as Flixen stopped Helia from chasing me. "Flixen!" Helia shrieked. "What did you do?" I ran through the tavern's kitchen like the protagonist of a slasher film, yanking open the back door and rushing through the city, leaving snowy footprints in my wake. I was as scared, terrified, and late as I was drunk and regretful. I should have done this an hour prior, or at least had some self-control. But the fact that I didn't shouldn't really surprise you. Unless you've missed the memo, I'm a raging alcoholic, and if I wasn't the one telling this story, you'd probably see me far differently. But I did care. I really did. I could barely run, but I tried. So I stumbled through the Jessen city side streets, jumping over snowplows and using Emma to sling me around corners whenever I lost balance. It was messy work, but I somehow made it into the forest before Helia caught up. Helia screeched like a runner zombie, releasing a battle cry as she rushed after me. Fuck, 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 fuck! I cried as I rushed into the woods and tried not to listen when I heard her say, "Come back here! If you leave, it's over! Come back!" And Flixen was saying, "He's not leaving," as he intercepted her over and over again. She was rambling something like, "But if he opens the tavern, he'll never run the floor." I had no idea what Helia was saying. She was blackout drunk, wild, unresponsive. The only thing I had going for me was Flixen, but he had limitations. I learned that when she said, "Get off me!" and he said, "Stop!" with genuine panic in his voice. I turned around by reflex, and that's when I finally saw a demon. A true demon. Not some Hollywood interpretation or devilish human. Not some curvy, half-sculpted, red-skinned butterface. Not some sexy, tiefling lesbian snowballing an elixir in the back of a tavern. A demon. Helia sprouted white bat wings out of her leather armor, and her hair rose from an influx of raw aura. But the wings weren't that terrifying. It was her eyes. She just had this drunken brawler's look. Eyes glazed over, drunk dad with a belt. And the only thing that's more dangerous than a drunk dad with a belt is a drunk belted dad with wings. "Derek!" Flixen flew toward me at a speed that left after-trails. Then Helia disappeared, just disappeared. She was Schrodinger's woman, there one moment, gone the next. And then, as I looked up and left and right, I suddenly found two arms wrapped around me, hands pushing down my chest as wings flapped behind me, brushing snow around my boots and drifts. "Derek," she whispered with a failed attempt at a weak, pleading voice. I could smell moonshine and bad life decisions on her breath. "I just want to talk, that's all. If you want to run your tavern, fine, but I just want to talk first, okay?" "Of course we'll talk," I screamed. "You're going to provide us booze and security, remember?" "But that's if you run the tavern," she said. "But that's not what I'm talking about." Flixen suddenly grabbed her and pulled her away. "Helia, you gotta snap out of it. People are gonna get hurt." "You're gonna get hurt." Helia's body grew hair. Her muscles bulked up, and her leather armor exploded as she became a werewolf with wings. And the most disturbing part was that the armor dissolved when it hit the ground as if it were made of black miasma. "What the hell are you?" I cried. "A changeling," Flixen said. "Now go. I actually have to restrain her." I turned and ran as Helia scratched and clawed and fought with Flixen. It was 8:21 a.m. Quinns and Climbers Clash in Kalian's Kitchen by Lindell Troy, Senior Correspondent, Hearth Herald.
I knew Hugh Quinn would send climbers to confront Minx, and he didn't disappoint. Not only did he send in Raglan Jackla, a retired 43 ranker and current commander of the Quinn army, but he also hired Dom Glastian Sigral, a ranker famous for making it to floor 45 within his second century. Both can destroy Kalian's Kitchen with a single spell, but they would have to make it through Minx Trier, the floor 46 mage who single-handedly seized Kalian's Kitchen from the Draven a century ago. Rax, Kino, and the Raxlin, save Derek and Plink, are standing with her, joined by Kali and Ralan floor 30 and floor 38 climbers, respectively, both in their shifted panther forms. If that wasn't enough, Crag Lower and Cadron Fairlawn,
climbers famous for monitoring Floor 40's notorious group test nicknamed the Crossin', because it gives incentives for individuals to double-cross their teammates and kill fellow participants out there. The two of them have saved tens of thousands of climbers each, making them beloved above Floor 40, and they are both serious contenders. This is the lineup left after a previous standoff between armies. Over 30 Quins entered the space, but 100 locals hiding in the back met them, making it clear that a confrontation between armies would be pointless. Thus, Rax and Raglan decided upon the following fighters, but there is still confusion as to who is fighting for whom. Cadron Fairlawn claims neutrality and vows to heal the wounded. She is a friend of Minx, but she is also dedicated to purifying Leanth Orshala's core and hearth, so she has an incentive to heal both. That said, Raglan doesn't accept her stance.
You don't get to heal both sides, he says. We're here to kill the Raxlan. If you heal them, you're against us.
Then I'm against you, Cadron declares. But I will still heal you. He sneers.
Well, don't expect the same.
I won't. Dom Glastian Sagral, who I will simply refer to as Dom, eyes her with a wince. Cadron is one of the most beloved climbers in Nolzarenth, and Dom knows that hurting her would permanently maim his reputation, perhaps even usurping Groheed Martia's status as the most hated climber in Nolzarenth. So he says,
Cadron, think this through. We're not killing Minx. I'm just here to hold her back. That's all. You don't owe the Raxlan anything.
Cadron responds with a chilling glare I would expect from Hua Quinn, not the gentle elf beloved by so many. I'm healing both sides, she says. If you want to worry about me or your reputation, you should sit this out.
I can't, he says. I'm pacted.
Well, you made your choice. I've made mine. He looks at Raglan and sets the record straight.
Let's set some ground rules. I'm not killing anyone. You hired me to keep Minx busy while you take care of the Raxlan, and that's all I'm going to do.
He turns to Rax and his side.
But if you attack me, I'll attack back, so I suggest you focus on Raglan and stay out of my way. You'll get no warning,
Raglan says.
If you don't follow through, you will die. And I will,
Dom says.
But also, no area spells. If you kill one civilian, I'm out. That's also in the pact. I'm here to keep Minx busy, not allow slaughter.
Cadron and the Raxlan are pleasantly surprised by this.
I am too. But Raglan looks at me and Dom and says,
You're making the Quins out to be murderers.
Then you wouldn't mind letting the people in the back leave, right? Minx says.
No one's going anywhere,
he declares.
There'll be no tricks.
Then no area spells. Otherwise, you'd better kill your reporter. 'Cause if you win this and people are dead, that's your cross to bear. Raglan shoots me a threatening glare, but I don't back down. I just keep watching.
Fine. No area spells. But it's confined to this group. If you bring out anyone else, I'll bring in the army.
That's fine, Minx says. He nods.
Then let's begin.
Chapter 40. Quins clash in Kalian's kitchen. Minx and Dom fly forward with speed that I can't perceive.
1 second they're standing, and the next Dom launches through the wall. And let there be no mistake, this wasn't a small hit.
Dozens of hidden fortification arrays light up underneath the paint Kalian's kitchen, but the impact blasts through the wall anyway.
Then Minx flies through the hole and shouts, "Get to the other side!" to the people hiding within the space. I'm focused on her fight, but Crag isn't. His body radiates intense energy as he wraps his body in aura like an armor. Raglan unsheathes his sword, and the two clash head-on. Raglan swipes his sword with aura sharpening, but Crag blocks the Floor 43's sword with his bare hand as Rollin and Kali jump to Raglan's flank.
How annoying,
Raglan yells. He jumps back and releases a wind spell that blasts the entire room, sending everyone but Cadron flying into the back wall, chairs, buckets, and tables following close behind. "You said no area spells!" Cadron screams.
Shut up, Raglan uses a 5-strike sword star, an attack that sends external aura blades out like flying sickles. Crag blocks 2 from hitting Kali, but 1 hits Rallen as the pixies dodge with finesse.
The pixies dodge with finesse and get into formation, launching their counter-wind spells at Raglan, who doesn't even dodge.
The wind blades cut his clothing after his natural aura barrier breaks, but the blades can't even harm his skin.
Do you really think your pathetic bugs can even harm a ranker?
Raglan screams. Overwhelming pressure builds around his body as he prepares a vicious electricity spell that threatens to destroy the entire space. It's clear he's not playing by the rules. "Get down!" Kadrin screams. She throws up a barrier that protects me and half the room from the attack. The electricity gets blocked from the top, but not the floors, and all of the resistance is partially electrocuted from their feet, even Kadrin. Yet the elf manages to heal the entire group with a single wave of her staff. Raglan clicks his tongue at her with fury in his eyes, but it doesn't last long, because Crag appears out of nowhere and hits the man in the jaw so hard that he flies into the wall behind the bar,
shattering bottles of spirits all around me.
To my shock, even stronger fortification arrays than last time lite, protecting the wall from the more minor impacts. Kali suddenly flies into the bar, grabs me in her jaws, and rips me out of the way just in time to avoid a counterstrike from Raglan that blasts through the fortification arrays on the bar and sends splinters flying.
"You're dead,"
Raglan says, but Kino slams him in the face with so much force he breaks through the wall. Crag hits him. Rax slams him with an ice spell, and Rallen jumps in with powerful jaws. Raglan is shocked to see blood around him.
"How are you?"
He looks to the side and sees Kadrin using augmentation spells.
"You bitch," he screams. "You said you were only here to help."
"You're breaking the rules," Kadrin screams back.
"Fuck the rules. We're killing them. What don't you get about?"
Crag hits him in the face so hard it breaks his nose, and Raglan roars with fury. He augments his body and releases a wind spell that pulls up floorboards as everyone crashes backward. The attack is so vicious that when the others hit the wall, their bones break from the impact. Kadrin panics and heals them, but it comes at the expense of her own defense. Perhaps she didn't think Raglan would kill her. Perhaps it was because it was a true concern. Whatever it was, she leaves herself undefended, and he takes full advantage. Raglan flies forward with sword drawn. Minx flies out of the wall to stop the attack, but she's too late. The sword pierces right through the elf's stomach, and she hits the floor. The next moment, Minx grabs Raglan's shoulder and shatters it with her bare fingers. He cries and prepares to die, but Dom catches up. He makes the most of the distraction to slash through her calf with a sword. Now Minx has lost a lot of her acceleration and power. Despite being stronger than Dom and a higher floor, she's 100 years rusty from drinking in Kalian's kitchen. And while Raglan is missing his right arm, the Raxlin lost their healer. And if that wasn't enough, Minx was now protecting everyone, fighting 2 at once. It was clear, by the state of Dom's one serious attack and Minx's injury and limitations, of who's going to win. I look at Kadrin and feel pain. I'll be honest, even if it gets me executed. I feel pain. For the first time, I hate the Quins for their dirty tactics, and for taking what so many felt to be a wonderful, joyous occasion into this bloodbath. So I wait for the end.
Derek here, letting you know that I was running during most of that interaction. 5 minutes before that section ended, I was running so fast that the adrenaline felt like lead bricks in my muscles, and my pores were sweating me into a hangover. It was only a 10-minute run, but I kept having to change course. As I ran, I spooked the prey of nearby climbers. It pissed them off, so they shouted at me and chased me through, forcing me to weave in and out of the forest as I saw the pillar grow closer through the skeletal canopies of the winter trees.
"Do you know how long we've been hunting that thing?"
one screamed.
"I'm sorry,"
I yelled.
"No, you're not."
I was shedding booze in buckets, pushing my limits, and it felt like everyone was out to get me, and it wouldn't be long until I was thoroughly cooked. And through it all, I realized that this was all my fault. I shouldn't have gotten so drunk. I should have focused on the time. I should have done a whole lot. And I realized that. So as I ran, I silently declared that if I survived and made it in time, I would turn my life around once and for all, putting down the bottle and giving monthly donations to charities. Of course, I knew I wouldn't do it, but I prayed that God would see my lackluster declaration as a positive first step and smile kindly on me, saving me from this mean drunk of a woman and these climbers and keeping my friends safe. I'm not sure if God worked through Helia then, but my first problem solved my second. Just as I rushed out of the forest and was in the wide open meadow that the cities are usually built in on floors 1 through 4, Helia flew out of the forest in the shape of a white griffin. Then she fell from the sky in her humanoid form, striking the area between me and the furious climbers like an asteroid, sending snow exploding outward like a triggered landmine. "Who the hell are you?" I heard them say. "Run!" I yelled, but it was too late. I turned just in time to see Helia wave her hand, and it was all over. A tidal wave of snow crashed over them from a wind spell, and I said, "Jesus Christ!" as I rushed the rest of the way. The pillar was right in front of me. Bright white saved the staircase, blending in with the gray skies and snow. I was almost there, but... "Checkmate," Helia said, teleporting in front of me. She looked like a Sunday morning Valkyrie at that point, wearing yellow pajama shorts and a thin white tank top that sprouted out of nowhere, a look that befitted her angelic feathered wings and dirty blonde hair. A total train wreck. "Emma," I silently screamed. A colossal pink hand sprouted from my arm, catching Helia off guard as I grabbed her and threw her to the side. "That's surprising," Helia said from behind me, "but it's juvenile." Suddenly, over 1,000 sparkling rainbows flashed on the snow in even uniform patterns, and the climbers milling about the stairs started screaming. I looked up first and saw something terrifying. Helia truly looked like an angel right then. I felt like I was staring at her in an interrogator's chair with a bright light behind her. Her body was a pitch-black silhouette with the sun behind her. Angelic wings splayed out with radiating white light, and all around her were thousands of ice spears that glistened in the sunlight. "Look, Derek," she said drunkenly as she grabbed her head. "This is a mess. I didn't mean for it to be like this. I just want to talk, okay? Just hear me out. I'm begging you." It's hard to explain what I felt in that moment, hearing her tragic voice. It was honest and slightly sober, a flash story that expressed her emotions and feelings and turmoil. And at the time, I didn't know that my sexy elf crush was bleeding out on the floor, and Raglan was using her as bait, making minks jump in front of her to save her from attacks. I didn't know that Kali and the Raxlin were broken messes on the floor. I was just in my own world, where things were happening to me in rapid succession, standing silently on that snowy 5th floor of Nalzarinth labyrinth, surrounded by spectators and sparkling ice spears made from desperation. "You're not just muscle, you know," Helia said. "You're a sensation. With you here, we could attract thousands of climbers, create a real economy, bring it back to life, like the good old days. We could actually revive this place and train a generation to actually conquer this labyrinth." I scoffed. "So you're just using me?" "God," she screamed. "Everyone's always worrying about getting the short stick. Course not, guy. I'm just asking for 50 years. It's not that long. And by then, I'll turn you into a god. Seriously, with that spirit, you could become a god. You won't get that training anywhere else. And the booze. You like booze, right? I'll give you all the booze. You want to start up a kitchen? This could be your kitchen. The whole damn thing. I just can't do it. I'm not good enough. But you, if you smash the gauntlet and cause some chaos, I know you can." I considered it carefully, glancing at Flixen, who had just finished getting the climbers out of the snow, then looked at the pillar and the mass of onlookers and said, "Look, you gotta be careful what you ask for. 'Cause I am chaos, and I'm bringing hell to floor 5 whether you want it or not. I finished my run to the pillar, slapped my hands against the wall, and said, "Bring the kitchen to floor 5!" It was just some random statement, a cringe-worthy declaration I didn't think would work, but I hoped it would anyway, like the video of teenagers screaming and flexing as they tried to become Super Saiyans. And it was that lack of faith that led me to squeeze my eyes shut and press my forehead against the cold pillar. For a moment, I just suffered in the silence. But in that dark state of doubt and broiled fear, the spectators shifted. Not just in their tone, they physically shifted. I turned and opened my eyes and saw them all moving in a long arc around me, pointing and saying things like, "Wait, that door! I've seen it before!" And Helia was muttering something like, "That's right," as if she had just remembered. I turned and saw a familiar door to my side. It was the same bundled-up driftwood door tied together with jungle cord with the strange rune on my contract and the flowery sign that read Kalian's Kitchen. It was now right in front of me, clear as day, popping brightly against floor 5's blinding white snow. It almost looked angelic, since all the glittering prisms dancing on the snow around me disappeared, replaced by shredded snow as Helia's ice spears crumbled and blew into the breeze. I pulled out my mask and threw it on my face as nearby people screamed, "Wait, that's Rachma! He's actually here!" I ignored them, walked to the door, and thrust it open with 2 hands. And let me tell you, it felt like I was running from a gaggle of screaming geese, only to run into a cave where a horde of mating grizzly bears were in the middle of something heavy and intimate. My tavern was fucking wrecked. It was even worse than it was before we remodeled it. My fortified tables and walls and bar didn't do squat. The new wall we plastered over the one we carved bets and tallies had exploded, leaving Esank and Sassel's betting odds visible for all to see. Tables were flipped and cracked and broken, and there were dozens of unconscious bodies on the ground, clubbed and smashed and rattled from a vicious stomp session from a herd of wild elephants. And worse, all my friends were injured. Pixies and cats, drunkards and crushes were all bleeding on the ground. Kali was trying to push her panther form up, and my crush was bleeding out on the floor as Minx protected her with her life. And that filled me with fury. My vision darkened as my pupils contracted to pinpricks, and I could imagine Emma's tentacles ripping out of my back like a flailing kraken, prepared to pick up 6 people in sprawling directions, friend and foe alike, all screaming, most confused, as I brought my friends to safety and threw my enemies at one another. I wanted that, but I knew from the second I walked in that I couldn't even touch our attackers. These people were far beyond my skill level. One was an elf in Quinn armor. He had a face of malformed Play-Doh, red and mashed and bleeding, like his ex-wife found out that he slept with her overweight sister and got a few haymakers as a wake-up call. Yet despite that, he was oozing a thick, slithering aura from his skin. It clung to the sweat on my body and left me buzzing with sickening fear. The other man was human, also powerful, but it was clean energy, if not sad. If the elf was emanating bloodlust, this man was radiating guilt. Yet he was professional and determined, and the look in his eyes said he wasn't going anywhere. I couldn't hurt these people. I didn't have a chance, and that made me feel useless and angry and confused. I didn't know what to do. And then I heard a voice I had been dreading for an hour, only this time it sounded angelic. "You did good, kid," Helia said with practiced cool waves of gentle Novocaine as her boots crunched over broken wood and the crater in the floor. She handed Flixen an empty detox elixir as she looked around. "So much for a grand reopening. It looks about normal, if you ask me." Chapter 41. Helia Gisano. Quinns and Climbers Clash in Kalian's Kitchen by Lindell Troy, Senior Correspondent, Hearth Herald.
Helia Gisano, the leader of Floor 5. There is no person in Nalzarenth that spreads as much fear to immortals as Helia Gisano. She is confined to Floor 5, but every time immortals seize the deed to Kalian's Kitchen, they immediately move the floor,
because if they ever forget, even for a day, Helia shows up to massacre every immortal inside. There's never been a time it hasn't happened, and there is even a tall tale that claims she killed an arrogant Floor 47 ranker who took over the space and tortured the locals. Legends aside, there is no denying her power, and Dom Glastian Sagral, a famed Floor 45 ranker, knows that. The moment she walks into the room, his face drains of color, and he takes a step back. I doubt he has ever seen her before. Most never do, but the strong recognize the strong, and this Floor 45 ranker's arm hairs stand on end. I try to figure out what is so terrifying about her, other than her countenance, so I activate Mana Sight, only to be reminded that Helia is a changeling. Mana, aura, and aether blend together in a compact, multicolored ball in her chest. There is no indication of her power otherwise, but I, too, have goosebumps. It's so unnerving that I'm slow to notice the masked man drinking a detox elixir, even though he's wearing a stylized croaker mask. It's Rachma, but he seems so insignificant, and when Helia speaks, I immediately forget about him altogether.
What floor are you on?
She asks Dom. He grips his sword and takes a step back.
Floor 45.
She cocks her head in bafflement and looks at Minx, whose leg and body are bleeding heavily as she shields Kadrin's body with her own. Raglan is standing in front of her, sword out.
Oh, I get it,
Helia says. She points at Raglan.
You, move. If you don't, I'm going to rip out your clavicle and jam it into your throat so many times you stop feeling the new stab wounds.
Raglan steps out of the way and doesn't seem to realize it. Rachma moves too. His head is turning from Kali to Kadrin to Kino, and his body language looks desperate. Heal Kadrin, Minx says decisively. Once she's up, she'll heal the rest.
Good call.
Rachma rushes behind the bar and pulls out a box of elixirs, as if to prove he knew where they were, and then rushes to Kadrin. He doesn't know whether to remove the sword from her stomach or not, but Minx says, "Leave it." And he nods, and pours the elixir into her mouth with trembling hands. Her pale cheeks flush with vitality, and the crimson geyser pumping from her stomach slows. She coughs blood on his mask, and he falls to the ground when she screams in pain as the sword pushes its way out of her stomach. He then rushes to Kali and pries open the bleeding panther's mouth with his hands and pours in an elixir, and then another, and a third. The panther's breathing stabilizes, and Kali's ethereal body slowly dissolves, leaving her human-esque form. Rachma spends extra time to make sure she's healthy, before healing Kino and Rax, and Crag and Rollin, and the Raxlin, in that order. Rax's elixirs work shockingly well, given the price and resources, but it's not enough.
Minx, Kadrin, and Crag are so strong that weak elixirs barely stop their bleeding.
He realizes this and rushes back to Kadrin to shake her awake. Dom, Raglan, and I watch Rachma work in silence. No one moves. No one speaks. It's as though we're all praying Kadrin wakes up, assuming that if she dies, it will be our heads that roll. It takes a minute of shaking, but Kadrin opens her eyes. Then she shoots up. "Minx!" she screams. "Crag! Kino!" Rachma says something to her that I cannot make out, and she turns and says, "Helia."
"Now get up,"
I barely hear Rachma say.
"Everyone needs you."
She acts, flying to her feet with her amplification staff. She jams it into the floor and releases an area healing spell that even heals Dom and Raglan, both of whom are shocked.
"If you think you'll be forgiven for healing us,"
Raglan says as his nose snaps back together,
"you will be given no such mercy."
Kadrin turns to him. "I didn't heal you for honor, duty, or privilege. I healed you so you'd have hope. It's the greatest punishment I can inflict upon you."
"Wait,"
Dom yells.
"I didn't—" "Shut up,"
Helia says chillingly.
"Speak again, and I'll kill you on the spot."
He falls silent as Helia turns to Kadrin.
"Take the littles in the back. I'll take care of this."
Kadrin complies, helping everyone through a hole in the wall, except Kali, Collie is in Rachma's arms as he carries her to the kitchen. It's the big reveal, so I watch. Once he opens the door, Derek is there. "Collie!" he yells. Perfect voice, perfect appearance. If Dom and Raglan didn't stare at Derek in bewilderment, I'd be sold that it was him. They go inside together. The door shuts, and the question of whether Derek is Rachma remains murky. Helia turns to Flixen. "Guard the kitchen. I want you to stay out of this." He nods, and stands in front of the kitchen door with a gentle smile. "Want help?" Minx asks. "No," Helia says. "Go provide support." "What about me?" I ask. "You stay. As of today, Helia Gisano's protecting this space, and I want everyone to know what that looks like." My heart pounds, and Dom locks up, aura and magical pressure increasing as he grips his sword. Everyone leaves, and then there's nothing but fearful silence. Dom is the first to speak. "I didn't harm Kadron, I promise. I was just here to keep Minx busy. That's all." "That's funny," Helia says, "because from where I was standing, it looked like you were using her as bait." Dom trembles and rights himself, gripping his fist around his sword. Raglan speaks next. "You're going to regret this. If you're here, no one's guarding floor 5. Helia's eyes trace Raglan's vital organs with chilling efficiency as she says, "2 things. First, if you think I'm the terror of floor 5, you're clearly ignorant of the reason I live there. Second," Helia disappears and materializes right beside Raglan, grabbing his head so fast that Dom flinches and stumbles back. Raglan screams as Helia grips the back of his skull and lifts him off the ground. "You're lucky I want to make a good impression on the kid," she says. "If you threatened my floor on any other day, I'd send you to Hua in a box." She doesn't give Raglan a chance to respond. After a split-second pause that seems to last forever, Helia smashes Raglan's skull into the bar top so hard that a dozen fortification arrays on the bar illuminate, shatter, and dim in a rippling chain reaction. The bar buckles in a V as Raglan's head grinds halfway through it, and once it stops, Helia lets go and his body falls limp. Just like that, a floor 43 ranker is taken down. I'm still processing the terror when Helia turns to Dom. The famed ranker is trembling and backing away, gripping his sword and saying, "Look, I don't have any problem with you." "But you have a problem with my people," Helia says, "and Minx is my people." "I was just paid to keep her busy. We were just getting rid of the Raxlins." He takes another step back as she takes a step forward. He takes another, she follows. Right, left, until his back falls onto the wall that the Raxlin were carving bets onto the night of the fight a month ago. Derek had kept the old wall and tallies, creating a wall in front of it instead of demolishing it, and during the fight, the new wall broke, exposing the tallies underneath, past and present. A fitting backdrop for a battle between an ancient legend and a booming upstart. Helia stops before the cowering man. "Just came here for the Raxlins." "You mean her people? You didn't come here for her, you just came after her family?" She takes a deep breath and says, "I have no fucking clue how you lived as long as you did." Helia's side is now in front of me, right on the other side of the broken bar, as she stares at Dom, and for that reason, I get a front row seat to watch her shift. It's not physical. It's hard to explain. It's as if there's an ethereal shift of form around her, but she hasn't shifted into it yet. It's just raw energy bubbling over, creating strange and disturbing shapes. "Well, allow me to impart a final lesson to a junior," Helia says. "Any time you raise your sword to another, you must accept death as a potential consequence. Any time you attack another, you must accept the wrath of their associates. That's the thrill and nature of warfare." Suddenly, That bubbling energy takes the form of an orange wolf. It's so massive it takes up the entirety of the 40-foot ceiling, and it's still half lying with its legs bent, preparing to charge. The power is so overwhelming and terrifying that my heart stops. My bladder almost breaks, but my body is too stiff and chilled to move at all. I can't breathe, or think, or react. All I can do is watch as Dom lifts his hands and prepares the most powerful attack he can. Fire gathers in his palm, ballooning to 10 feet in diameter. It's compressed magic. Once an attack like that's released, it rapidly expands. For a floor 45 ranker, the attack would destroy the entire tavern and then shoot flames 100 feet up the pillar, killing the hundreds of people in the back room instantly. This is a spell made to kill colossi, not a brawl, and I was certain I would die. But the attack never comes to pass. Helia shoots through the inferno and grabs his wrists. She squeezes, and all the muscles and bones from his wrist to his shoulder shatter and explode in a spectacular chain reaction that sends tendons and muscle chunks flying everywhere. He screams, but she grabs him by the cheeks to keep his mouth shut and says, "Spread that lesson." She grabs his skull and thrusts it into the hardwood floor, causing wood chunks to shoot everywhere. If the floor underneath the pillar wasn't indestructible, it would have left a crater. But it is indestructible, so there is only a sickening crack as his unbreakable skull smashes an equally strong counter-force. It makes me ill to hear it. Helia slowly stands after that, a god of war and flesh, staring at Dom's unconscious body like a worm. She fishes out an elixir and dumps it onto his shoulder to close the wound at the shoulder. Then she enchants, or perhaps curses, the closing wound with a sigil. The floating array sticks to his skin, and I get a harrowing feeling that his wound will never heal again. I doubt even Cadron, one of the few who specializes in curses and purification, can save him. Such is the power and mystery of Helia Gisano, a woman who somehow contains the power of top rankers, despite never leaving floor 5. Helia turns to me with sharp eyes that bring me back to reality.
"As of this moment, this space is under the protection of Helia Gisano," she says. "Explain exactly what happened here, if you want to avoid pointless bloodshed."
She grabs Raglan by the hair and drags him to the front door. I follow behind, saying, "If you want me to write about it, I need out." Helia pauses and allows me to exit the kitchen, only to come face to face with a sea of people. There were thousands of people waiting to get into the kitchen before the Quinn army entered, and they are still there when I exit, staring at me with wide eyes, waiting for my verdict. Helia answers for me. She steps halfway out the door, Raglan slung over her shoulder, and says,
"I am going to throw this man, so unless you want to be hit, step out of the way. I'll give you 5 minutes after that. I'm not responsible for hurting anyone."
Moss hysteria breaks out as the crowd pushes each other without consequence, helping others up and screaming as the entire crowd and Quinn army moves out of the way. I turn and see Hugh Quinn, in the same place as before, staring at Helia with trembling eyes. It's clear that he expected to leave victorious, yet he knows he lost, and he has a serious problem on his hands. She doesn't even look at him. She just waits until the crowd separates, then launches the broken Floor 43 commander into a field with the speed of an asteroid. There's a crack of thunder, followed by an explosion of dirt and grass and rocks. Everyone assumes he's dead. Hewer watches the disrespect and turns to her.
"I will kill you." "Say that after you see the other guy,"
Helia says. She enters Kalian's kitchen and returns with Dom, tossing him 5 feet in front of Hewer like a sack of potatoes.
"This is your one warning. The next soldiers that enter this space will come out in pieces."
She turns, but then pauses.
"And I'd ask Karath for the real story behind my little rebellion before you threaten me again. Because if a Quinn even enters floor 5...
She turns to him with frigid eyes.
"You'll find out."
The door suddenly disappears when she enters, leaving nothing but a white pillar for all to see. I stare at the smooth wall in disbelief, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. Rax's re-ups Derek Greshling, Helia Gisolno, Rockma, the deed to Kalian's kitchen. Once I process all of it, a terrifying realization looms over me like a guillotine. Derek Greshling and Rax Saslin started an elixir business that could shake the political stability of Nulzarinth Labyrinth, and they might get away with it.
Chapter 42. An Awkward Celebration. What an awkward celebration! Just imagine walking into the back room of your brand new and freshly destroyed tavern, finding yourself standing before 1,000 scared and confused souls that just showed up for a few kicks and a couple elixirs, and having to declare, "We assaulted the Quins, and they will likely seek to kill you in retribution. And our new tavern's pretty fucked up, but we won, so let's drink or something." It's the worst. I know because those were my exact words. Helia turned to me when the crowd turned nervous and silent. "What are you doing, kid?" She lifted her leg like a sumo wrestler and smashed it on the ground. It shattered the wood below the door to the pillar where the crowd was, and it shut everyone up. "We just smoked the Quins and you're not pounding casks?" she asked. "The fuck's wrong with you?" A lot of us didn't know what to do after that declaration, but there was one person, the type who rocks back a six-pack by noon and screams every touchdown, who released this insane battle cry. It was so damn infectious that a ton of people started cheering. Next thing I knew, I was choking as the Drokai dunked me into a fresh cask of wine like a tea bag for tradition, and the party began. And all I could think was how I had just made a deal with God to stop drinking, but I didn't. It was the ultimate cop-out, and I could feel the sting. But I sent out a prayer that said, "I believe you exist. It's a good start, so please don't touch my addictions." I'm not sure if it reached God, but it was indeed a start. Maybe. I was a total piece of shit and really needed to change. Tomorrow. Yeah, total piece of shit. All of these thoughts shot through my head while I was choking on wine. Then I gasped for air after that twisted heathen baptism, wondering if I did more harm than good on the religious front when someone thrust a beer into my hand. Remember, I was already drunk and out of my head, and I stumbled forward and yelled, "Hey!" A ton of people turned to me. "Helia's here! So why the fuck are we hiding?" A wave of confusion washed over me as I walked over to Plink, who had created an illusory Rockma who was swarmed with people, and said, "Take us down." He turned to me and said in a Batman voice, "You sure?" "Yeah, screw it." He thought about it and said, "Know what? Here." He pulled out the real deed to the kitchen and said, "Nick your thumb." Excitement spread through the house as I looked at him with bug eyes. "You serious?" "I got it for you, idiot," he said. "Now nick your thumb." I nicked my thumb and pressed my thumbprint on the page. We didn't use any special effects because there were none when I did it, and scholars would instantly know if we were faking it. I wanted them to know it was fake, but I didn't want it to be too obvious. Once we finished, I said, "That's it?" He grabbed the page and walked into the crowd, lighting it on fire as he walked to the door. Climbers screamed and cried and panicked. The build-up was all so wonderful, because once the parchment burned and the deed suddenly popped out of nowhere in front of my eyes, the house exploded. By the time they processed what had happened, Rockma was already gone. And that was that. In case you're wondering why I chose this bizarre approach after showing off my face before, I couldn't really tell you. I think that part of me wanted the mysterious appeal for the press and climbers to speculate. Another part considered that it would be hell if people knew I was Rockma, and thus tried to recruit me all day. But to be honest, I think I just did it because Plink and I prepared it. It would have been a shame if we did all that work and then didn't use it. But that was for later. Right then, I turned to the crowd and yelled, "Who wants to mock the immortals?" And people cheered. Next thing I knew, I was yelling, "Kalian's kitchen to floor 1." And when I yanked open the door, we were staring down a violent mob of disorderly climbers. I walked out into the sunshine and cracked my neck as the crowd turned still, silent, and static, and said, "The kitchen looks worse than it did last month. It doesn't have a bar, and half our elixirs shattered on the floor. The beer tastes like piss. The wine is poorly aged, and the conversations are god-awful. But this is our space, and Helia's protecting it. And the last time I checked, she shattered a Quinn commander's face on the bar top and left a floor 45er crippled and crying. So I think it's pretty safe to come in." It took probably 4 or 5 seconds for people to make sure they understood my words. Then there was a stampede, as hundreds of climbers screamed and trampled through the grass to get to the door. I laughed and sipped my beer and made eye contact with Hugh Quinn, who was interrogating Raglan in the center of the Quinn army. I smirked and lifted my beer and then chuckled when he sent me a death glare. It all felt so satisfying, until I felt a glare to my side and saw Leah glowering at me. That look wiped the smile off my face, and I turned away as I took an awkward drink. Before I went in, I found Lindell Troy speaking to a woman in Ashland armor I'd later identify as Male Ashland, the head of the Ashland family. Male and Karath Draven, the head of the Department of Law and Adherence, and the man Helia had just cited, studied me closely. I raised my beer and turned around and yelled, "Set occupancy limit to current," as I shut the door. That'll give him something to think about, I thought. Then I stood on what was left of the bar and yelled something like, "Listen up. As if tomorrow Rax and I are going to be drugging you up like racehorses and sending you off to die, so you better drink like it's your last." I never finished my speech because when I looked down, I saw my elven crush staring at me with doe eyes. My reaction made the jazzed-up crowd roar with laughter, but that only added flavor to this stereotypical moment I had seen so many times in the movies. The MC and the romantic interest staring off after a victory, surrounded by cheering people. And right then, my delusional, drunken self actually thought that my crush was secretly the action movie heroine that only truly exists to leave their douchey boyfriend and switch sides to the MC. And since I thought I had that chance, I jumped off the bar and strutted toward her as she eyed my core, trying to confirm that I was technically the person who saved her life. It was going to be quite the reunion. Or at least it should have been. Helia appeared out of nowhere, grabbed my arm, and said, "Flirt later. Tonight you're gonna learn what it means to run a tavern." But, I stammered. "No buts," she said. As we passed Flixen, she said, "Bring the gnarliest beer you got. We gotta set expectations." "Even the reserves?" he asked. "Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just have the regs haul 'em in with the spices. Bring back whatever game you find along the way." He raised an eyebrow, rolled his eyes, and said, "Yes, my queen." Then she led me away, and as we passed, I saw Kali rushing through the crowd. I wonder where she's going, I thought. Then I got dragged into the kitchen. Once inside, Helia handed me a sinister dagger as she rummaged through the cabinets to see what we had. It was all just random food that suppliers brought us over the last week. "When'd you get this?" she asked. "It just comes from random people," I replied. "I didn't say where, I said when. There's only so much rot you can handle when you don't have enough spices." My eyes widened. "Wait, what? No. In the last few days, I never cook rotting food." Helia chuckled grimly and then said, "Sure, kid. Now drink this." She pulled a bottle of regular old brandy out of her storage ring and handed it to me. I drank from it. It was rank, but we were tying one off with worse before we arrived. Nothing had changed. "If you're cooking in the kitchen, you're drinking," Helia said. "Now, chop." I took the dagger and set to work on the vegetables. "Wow," she said while watching me. "You actually got some chops." "Don't praise me yet," I said. "I burnt down the last kitchen I worked at." "That's not what your sarcastic tone says. Either way, you're chopping 'em wrong. You need hearty chops of everything if you want to soak up the booze. Make 'em fight for every scoop, you know?" I didn't, but I chopped heavy cubes anyway. It was pretty relaxed, until pandemonium broke out outside the kitchen. I rushed out and found Flixen breaking the ribs of a zebra bear to make it fit through the door. When that didn't work, he circled to the bear's skull, brandished a dagger, and swung it vertically at its snout. The tip didn't so much as touch the fur, but a lagged line of blue light cut through the air, and the bear exploded with blood as it was cleaved clean in two, sliced straight down the spine. He walked backward as the blood sloshed into the tavern like the Red Sea, filling all the cracks and craters. "Not the floor," I cried. "I need 2 butchers and a tailor," Flixen said, "'cause the king needs a cloak, and it's not gonna make itself." I watched in a daze as dozens of climbers flooded in to help butcher it. Then Helia smacked me on the back of my head. I cowered like I was avoiding a collapsing ceiling, crying, "What? You want to burn down the kitchen?" she asked. Adrenaline stabbed me in the eyes, and I turned and screamed and ran into the kitchen as people laughed and cheered. It wasn't a laughing matter. If I burned down the kitchen, I couldn't hate Dale, and that was 50% of my personality. So I rushed back inside. 10 minutes later, we were cooking again, and Helia was making me look bad. She was spicing and slicing and filling pots, all while she slammed the jail yard whiskey. And she was doing this with 8 arms that grew and shrank at will. In a way, Helia and Emma were 2 peas in a pod, shapeshifters that morphed to meet the task. It was just crazy because Emma was invisible, but Helia was visible for all, creating clothes and limbs and skin. Such was the power of a changeling. That said, there were a lot of changelings, but only one enigma. So when Flixen came in and dropped off a tub of meat, I said, "Hey, Emma, you gonna let this witch outdo you?" Emma poured out of my chest like venom symbiote, wrapping my body. Then Emma flew out in pixie form, wearing a bonnet and pulling up her sleeves. "Is that a yes?" I chuckled, capturing Helia's attention. "Give her hell." Emma saluted like the queen she was and shot out dozens of tentacles, grabbing meat, sometimes out of Helia's hands, and throwing them onto the cutting boards. She sliced the meat with cleavers, daggers, and chef knives just to show off. It was a circus. Helia turned and clicked her tongue, picking up physical knives with telekinesis to chop her meat for spite. Emma created cleavers and juggled them like a jester as 10 arms sliced meat in rapid succession. Helia sneered and whipped her arms like a conductor, pulling salt and spices into the air, mixing them in a perfect sphere and seasoning all her meat. Emma froze because she didn't know how to slice. "Don't give up." I lifted my hand, grabbing handfuls of spices with Emma's hands, capturing them in a martini shaker, and using absolute flair to shake up the spices. "I got this." I spiced as Emma chopped and threw chopped meat into the cauldron. It was fast, furious, and unnecessarily intense. And that, my friends, was the feverish atmosphere the kitchen was in when my crush walked through the door with armfuls of bloody meat. Chapter 43. Cadron Fairlawn. If you've never seen your crush cradling a gory stack of flesh like a baby, that's probably a good thing. But if you do see it, and it's justified, react better than I did. Because when I saw her, I blushed furiously, and immediately thought how she even made macabre scenes look cute. And that was creepy. I'm not sure what I should have thought there, but it definitely wasn't that. To have me tell it, it was basically staring at the aftermath of her ripping my thumping heart out of my chest. How romantic. But I suppose love at first sight is like that. I'd think it was just the hormones, given that she was remarkably cute. But there was definitely something special about this woman, and I knew it from the second I laid eyes on her. I suppose you already learned her name, so I won't avoid it. It's Cadron Fairlawn, or K for short. That said, you'll have to pretend a bit, because I honestly didn't know her name for the better part of a decade. That's a concrete detail, but it's confusing when I'm using her name and talking about how I didn't know it, but that's just how it is. I was dumbstruck by seeing Kay that night, but she was equally dumbstruck by me, or rather Emma. When she saw Emma juggling cleavers and slicing meat, keeping pace with Helia, her lips parted in disbelief. "So this is why you call yourself a squid," she said, dumping the meat on an island between Helia and me. "Here I was thinking you were actually trying to hide your identity." "That obvious?" I asked. She shrugged, and I blushed. Helia snapped her eyes to me. "Hey, keep up!" Then she turned to Kay. "And you, spice up or shut up!" She thrust the handle at my crush, who accepted it without question. Kay took a thick swig before squeezing her eyes shut, scrunching in her nose, and coughing.
"Whose bathtub did you make this in?"
she asked, handing it to me. Mine, Helia said. I lifted the bottle and then lowered it. I expected her to say, I'm joking, but she never did. I drank more and passed it to Helia. Kay coughed again and jumped up on my countertop, sitting with her legs dangling beside me. She was distracting. She had a hint of perfume mixed with battle sweat and blood and meat, as she radiated positive energy. And God, she was cute. I felt like a serial killer just admiring this blood-soaked maniac calling me out on my bullshit.
"So,"
Kay said, turning to me,
"I just wanted to say—"
I must have feared rejection, because Emma created a tentacle in the shape of an octagon with the Krallo word for stop written on it. Kay's eyes widened in bewilderment. Then Emma changed the word from stop to please. Kay burst into giggles.
"You're so cute."
She looked at me.
"You're doing this, aren't you?"
Please don't like my spirit more than you like me, I silently pleaded. Then I said, That's all her. You can talk to her. Kay cast her loving eyes on Emma and said,
"Can I touch you?"
Emma's stop sign transformed into an adorable bunny, and my crush giggled as she held and petted her.
"She is a blender, right?"
Kay asked. I dumped chopped meat into a bowl and then paused. Yeah.
"Then in a way, I'm petting you,"
she said. I blushed, only to find her giggling with Emma's bunny form pressed against her bosom. God, I wished I was my better half at that moment. And in a sense, I could have been. If I wanted to, I could create a sensory link to that part of Emma and actually feel... No, absolutely not.
"You should see your face,"
she teased. No, he should mind his work, Helia said. I noticed that she was standing with her back against the countertop, looking like a 1950s bigot drinking a beer on her porch, as she watched the neighborhood kids having fun, glancing at her shotgun, daring them to trespass on her property. Emma created a pixie, folded her arms, and shot them upward, sassily presenting the meat she was still cutting and spicing. She had never stopped working. In fact, she took over my only job. Fair enough, Helia said, taking another drink and handing it to my bewildered crush. I stand corrected. She turned and kept cooking, giving us a little privacy. Kay took a drink, which seemed more bearable than before, and then got lost as she watched Emma shoot out dozens of tentacles, spicing and slicing and stirring so fast that you would have thought Gordon Ramsay crawled through a spatial rift to berate her.
"So, you're a cook?"
she asked, passing me the bottle.
"Or is that all her, too?"
I prepared to answer, but then stopped myself and said, Nope. She raised her eyebrow.
"What?"
Not happening, I said. She puffed out her cheeks.
"Why not?"
Because if I told you, I'd lose my mysteriousness.
"I already know your big secret."
I laughed this insane, cackling laugh. Girl, you could write 1,000 novels and not create my backstory.
"That just makes me want to know more."
I paused and turned to her with raised eyebrows. Fine, I'll tell you a little bit. If you tell me your name.
"Can't,"
she said.
"We already made a deal."
Then no dice. She pouted and folded her arms.
"Come on. It's not like it's a huge secret. I'm kinda a big deal, I'll have you know."
I know. That's why I put up the signs.
"What signs?"
I pointed to a wall. It had a sign that read, Lifetime bans to anyone who talks about Floor 40, its climbers, or elven healers. Most know who I'm talking about, so don't say her name. If you don't ask.
"Wait, seriously?"
Kay asked. Seriously, Helia said. He made 10 of them. Kay covered her mouth and laughed.
"Why?"
Because I want to hear it from you, I said. And you should just tell him, Helia said. You know how men are. Give 'em hope and they'll start doing stupid shit. And knowing that kid, he'll climb 20 in a weekend trying to catch you. I blushed and looked away. Kay's face turned rueful.
"Yeah, I got that feeling. When I learned he was Rockma, I realized that he could actually be serious about climbing to 40. So I came here to warn him not to, but he's just so interesting."
She glanced at me, and I looked at the floor, unsure where to look. Well, there's that, Helia said.
"And I gotta accept him now,"
she said, pinching my ear.
"'Cause at this rate, I'll have to keep my word one day."
She glanced at Emma, chopping meat like a maniac.
Probably even soon. His spirit's been cooking this whole time, and his core hasn't dimmed.
Helia turned to me with a grave expression. I know. My crush nodded solemnly. Hey, what does that mean? I asked.
Oh, nothing,
Kay chimed, jumping down from the island.
Just talking about destiny.
She giggled and took a drink, and that soured the charming giggle right out of her. She shivered, gasped, and cupped her mouth.
Gods, this is bad.
Helia grabbed it outside her turn and drank it. You're seriously not going to tell me? I asked.
I'll tell you on 40,
she said, passing me the bottle as she walked to the door.
Just hopefully not soon.
I smiled wryly, studying the bottle, wondering if it was 3/4 empty or 1/4 full, settling on saying it was a problem, considering it was actually full an hour ago. Helia took half, but still. My soul core was working overtime, just like my mind trying to figure out what to say. Will it be worth it? I asked as she reached for the door. I glanced to the side, feeling the drunkenness hitting hard. Waiting? 'Cause I know it's weird to say, and I'll probably regret saying it, but God, you drive me crazy. And I've been waiting and low-key driving off the deep end thinking about climbing recently, but I don't want to save everything and go on some drunken rampage only to get rejected, you know? I don't even know if you're married or have a bloodline of kids or something. I saw this other woman the other day. She looked 30, and she was on some decline and fall of the Roman Empire shit. She gave me a mocking smile, but when she saw my earnestness, she sighed and smiled.
Listen,
she said, struggling for words.
We're different.
That's why it's exciting. She flashed me a bewildered smile and looked away.
I'm flattered, but you're just too young. You get that I'm ancient, right?
I like older women, I declared. And call me young if you want, but old humans suck, and they can't make you smile like I can.
I'm smiling because I'm appalled.
She looked away to hide her smile.
I'm practically famous for not having relationships at this point, and even if I was open to cradle-robbing the human race.
Her playful smile dimmed, and her face turned pained.
No one ever makes it to 40. People do, but that number is really small, and it never includes people I know. I think this whole thing you're doing is cute and flattering, but it's dangerous for nothing. No matter how you look at this, your little crush will get you killed.
Then let me get killed, I said, as if it were a totally normal thing to say. I clutched my chest and pulled out Emma in the form of a 3-dimensional heart symbol, complete with Emma's beady eyes in the center of it, making the gesture extra cute.
Stop,
she cried, blushing and giggling.
It's not happening.
Just a date, I said, on floor 40. You don't think I'll make it, but you should never underestimate a mad squid. Tentacles wiggled all around me, making her laugh harder. If you reject me then, you reject me, that's fine. But just one date. Give a guy something to look forward to. Her eyes widened slightly, and she quickly turned to the counter I was working on.
You should get back to work before Helia kills you.
I turned back and saw that Emma had stopped working entirely. Then I turned further with the fluidity of a bent tire. Helia was glaring at me with a murderous gaze that burnt the fear of torture into my mind with a hot brand. Right away, I said, flicking my hand dramatically. Tentacles shot out and Emma worked overtime, chopping and spicing and throwing meat every which way. My sparkling elf queen giggled one last time and said,
No promises on a date, but I will let you join my party.
I watched her exit with this strange catwalk, wondering why she wanted to tease me so much if she really didn't have interest. It left me lost and confused. Finally, Flixen said, hefting in another cauldron. I thought she'd never leave. Right? Helia reached into a spatial ring and pulled out a rollout array the size of the entire island. Then she put the pot on it, lifted her hand, summoned a boiling, spinning sphere of water, and filled it. I witnessed it in a state of awe, spellbound, as she added the meat and vegetables. The ratio was 20-1 in favor of meat, but Helia just treated it like it was only natural. Been celibate for centuries and picks tonight to show interest? Helia said. That woman. She turned to me. You. I perked up when she glanced at me. Come back in an hour, she said. I'll need help bringing this out. Till then, this is your party. Go enjoy it. I nodded hesitantly, then washed and purified my body, but before I left, Helia called out again. "Hey, kid!" I turned to her. "What?" "Never mind." I considered pushing her for an answer, but I knew then that I didn't want to hear whatever she had to say. So I walked out and prepared to party. Kalian's kitchen was in worse shape after a month's worth of expensive renovations than it was beforehand. That wasn't an understatement. The place looked like a scene out of a vampire rave scene. Blood had puddled in the splintered craters in the wood floors, and the butchers had left the zebra bear's bloody skeleton in the center of the tavern, as climbers drank and partied around it. It was a satanic wedding reception, but it was still fun. Plink and the Drokai made the most of the remaining cups behind the bar, working around the crater that Ragdoll J, as he would later be nicknamed due to Helia throwing him out of the tavern, had made when Helia smashed his head through it. There wasn't much to work with, but that was okay, because Emma didn't need a bitch-ass table to work. She sprouted a dozen tentacles, holding shot glasses with 10, and used 2 to spin bottles around with bartender tricks before pouring the liquor. It didn't matter whether someone could see Emma or thought the bottles were floating and filling themselves. Everyone was cheering like squawking seagulls as she passed out shots with flair. 'Cause Emma worked the crowd. She had an ego, and I had an ego, and combined, we created a cartoonishly narcissistic comic book hero who got stronger off boss moves in barroom brawl scenes.
"Now you're just healing our livers,"
Plink lamented as he watched us. "What do you mean?" I asked. "You got nothing but time to drink now."
"No. The kicker about tending is that drinking's a grabber. Fill 5 below the line, then snitch the top."
"Are you dirty pixies ever not thieving?"
"Course not. If we ain't thieving, no one's trusting. There's nothing more cackle than an honest Drokai. Can't get a wink round him."
"I'm not exactly sure what that means," I said, "but I think I understand."
"No. If you understood, you'd be giving our brethren our racker on the swill."
"Nah, I really do think I get it." Emma emptied the better part of 2 bottles, filling shots 4/5 of the way. Then, as she did a hypnotizing juggling session with them to capture everyone's attention, I threw the bottles into the waste bin with 1/10 of the liquor in each. "Make 'em small and shut up," I said. "I'm drinking normally." I grabbed a fresh bottle as the Drokai snatched the 2 bottles like dumpster divers, passing them around like sketchy teenagers smoking pot behind a shed.
"Now that's the Drokai way,"
Plink said with bleary eyes, slapping my cheek slightly.
"Keep it up."
I looked to the side and saw my mysterious elven princess eyeing me with minks, likely hearing grown Red Riding Hood mocking me. I wasn't sure what they were saying, but I had half a mind to just walk over and put him on the spot. And why not? I was already quite drunk. Helia's rules, I could claim later on. It was the ultimate excuse, Schrodinger's gamble. I was both charming and blackout drunk, and depending on the outcome, I could choose which one I could claim to be after it was over. So, despite already hashing things out with Kay not an hour before, it was time to go round 2 to prove I meant it. So I grabbed a bottle of wine and grew some balls and strutted out from behind the bar without question, pushing through a confused crowd of people. But before I got there, Kali flew at me in her human form, ears twitching as she cried,
"Derek!"
and grabbed my waist. And that's when I knew something bad was about to happen. Chapter 44. Rollin Haina. "What's wrong?" I asked Kali as I looked around worriedly. It was her tone and literal speaking that made me nervous. This is going to sound crazy considering Kali and I were glued to each other for 6 weeks or so by that point, but she rarely talked unless I asked her a question. Don't get the wrong idea, Kali was shockingly social, had a bold personality, and was extremely communicative, but just chose not to verbalize it unless it was necessary. Instead, her actions and smiles and tail wiggles and public dancing and fashion sense gave her a big personality. So instead of saying, "Derek," she would just grab me or jump on my back or hug me and bite my shoulder gently. So the fact she was speaking was a sign something was wrong. Kali blushed and covered her mouth with her fist and whispered,
"It's 'cause my brother's here. If he knew I was brushing you, he'd kill you."
My heart stopped. "Your brother?" Suddenly, the image of the larger panther fighting Dom and Raglan entered my mind. And upon deeper reflection, I realized that Kali looked very similar to a certain catkin looking for his sister on the staircase. And sure enough, when I glanced to my right, I found that person. "And what's brushing?" I cried. I never got an answer because Rollin, the catkin who made the bet for the detox elixirs, walked up and said, "Hey, sis," with a lung-twisting voice. Then he turned to me and said, "Who's this?" He sent me a mocking smile with exposed canines, and I thought, he knows. He totally fucking knows.
"Rollin, this is Derek,"
Kali said, squeezing her entire body against me.
"He's my friend."
"Oh." Rollin saw her body posture and shot me a sinister smile. "You're her friend, huh?"
"Yep,"
Kali answered.
"this is who I told you about, remember?"
"Right," he said, smiling with razor canines. "Hey, haven't I met you somewhere?" I was done, discovered, cooked. Not only had I mocked this man in a drug-induced frenzy, but I had also ditched him after our detox bet. It was necessary, on account of the exploding fireballs and killer guards, but he didn't know that. And this man didn't look like the type to accept modern laws of plausible deniability, especially in matters involving his sister. No, he wouldn't accept any excuse. This handsome, cat-eared freak was the embodiment of the worst-case scenario. An older brother with a sister complex. The freakish trope from those Japanese TV shows, only worse. And neither Kalian's Kitchen's bylaws nor 14-plus age rating limitations were preventing him from ripping off my face and feeding it to the ducks. I had to play it cool. Say I didn't know what brushing was. No, sir. I didn't find anything nefarious. I just thought it was normal for women my age or older to silently crawl between my legs at night to let me fondle their ears without being in a relationship. Of course not. Of course not. Yep, the best thing to do is ignore it and put it all back on me. Pretend I wasn't Rachma and pray for my life. That was the best and only strategy for survival. I snapped back to his question about whether he had met me. "Maybe," I said. "I've been running this place for a while. Been pretty famous since I let a halfling wallop that gnome. I'm also, well, the person who started the mess today. Hard not to know me." "Nah," he said, "not from here. I was actually wondering if you've been—"
"Stop it!"
Kali slapped her brother's shoulder.
"You're being downright rude. Derek's Derek. He's new and awesome, and I won't have you intimidating him. Keep being an ass and I'll never talk to you again."
Oh, God. When she squeezed her breasts against my arms so visibly, I prepared to fall to my knees and perform a Catholic cross, shake rosary beads to the sky, and call out to any god who would listen for mercy, then wallow in the iniquities of humankind up to the second of my execution. It sounds dramatic, but Rollin Haina had orphaned as children vibes with Kali, and his eyes turned to horror when she threatened to never speak to him again. And then he looked at me as if hiring an assassin might be necessary. "Wait," he said darkly. "Are you two—"
"Of course not,"
Kali said, blushing but then trailing off disappointedly.
"He's already got a crush. Like I said, we're just friends."
Her feelings on the matter were perfectly clear, and I don't know if that made things better or worse. Maybe worse. She pouted so cutely, and when she pointed her indexes out of the sides of her head in the sign of elf ears, I had to suppress a smile. Rollin looked around and saw Kadrin Fairlawn. She waved at him playfully, enjoying the drama. Then he turned back to me with wide eyes. "You have a crush on—" A loud cough shut him up. And when he turned, he saw Minx pointing at one of my huge lifetime ban signs. And that's when he realized we were all being quite serious. Rollin turned back to me. "You're a crazy son of a bitch, you know that?" "I just started a war with Hugh Quinn," I said. "It's par for the course."
"Now bye,"
Kali said, squeezing my arm again.
"Derek's my favorite. You're not gonna take him from me."
I smiled gently and subconsciously tilted my cheek against her ears, and she giggled. "Oh, guy," Rollin said, "if you hurt my sister, I'm going to chew on your liver while you're still alive." Those were the last words he grumbled before forcing himself to turn and walk away. "Okay, glad I'm alive."
"Me too,"
she said, rubbing her ears on me.
"Now come on, Rax is waiting."
As we walked to the table, arm in arm, Kay suddenly ambushed me from the side.
Hey.
She looked at Kali on my arm and raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. It's seriously not what you think. You did just see her make elf ears, right? Kali let go nervously and hid behind me, saying,
Sorry, you're fine.
Kadrin said to her gently. Then she looked at me.
I'm heading out.
Oh, do you need me to switch the floor? I asked.
No, the door opens on the floor the person enters on.
She said. How do you know that? I asked.
What?
She giggled.
Do you think you're the only person that's had this deed? Oh, no. I've seen probably 100 people get that deed. Maybe 200 or more. I lost count.
Lost count, I muttered.
Ancient, remember?
She flashed me a bright smile and looked down.
I've been here a long time, so I know a thing or two. And I know humans act like a year's forever, let alone 40 or 50. So I'm just saying, don't wait on me, Kay?
She looked at Kali.
Just live your life. If we meet one day and you want that date, I'll give you one. Till then, don't torture yourself.
I panicked. 50 years? You know you can visit me, right? Hell, we can make you a bedroom here. I looked at the pillar. Hell, I'll make a house. A big one with a feather bed and a hot tub. I got a bit of money. Kadrin smirked.
You should spend it fixing this place.
She kicked a broken plank. I grimaced.
Listen, Derek,
she said.
As much as I enjoy the banter, Minx woke me up over the matter. Your spirit is a blender, and if you try to mature her ahead of schedule, you're going to be threading 3 cores a day. By the time you reach 40, where beasts are big but rare, you'll have to spend your entire life dodging starvation.
Her words stabbed me through the heart.
We can both live forever,
Kay said.
So while humans your age tend to think of a few years as being half your life, we can always catch up next century. It's not a big deal. But some things can't live forever, so you need to cherish them while they're around.
I didn't understand, but Kali's ears dropped. It was then that I remembered that beastkin can't live forever, and that made me sad. Though my feelings weren't romantic, Kali was very special to me, and I wanted her to be with me forever.
See?
Kay said. She pinched my cheek to wake me from my melancholy.
Live your life. I'll see you when I see you.
Kay's words and mannerisms were so sincere and gentle that I had no retort as she walked away, leaving me in a suspended state of animation. I felt like someone added my emotions to a jar of oil, like it was an egg, then hit the blender till they turned to mayonnaise.
Oh!
Kay turned and I perked up. What? She smiled brightly.
Thanks for saving my life. It was kind of nice to be the one being saved for once.
I snapped that bright smile into my mind, logging the image forever. Even right now, many decades later, I can see it so vividly. Then I snapped out of that hallucinogenic state when I saw Minx walking away with her. Hey, where are you going? Minx turned back.
To 46.
But she looked at Helia and back and smirked at my expression. Then she turned and waved from behind as she walked through the door and took my elven crush with her. Once they left, it slowly sunk in that both of them returned to floors that I would have to kill myself to go to, and it was possible I wouldn't see either ever again. I stood there blankly until Kali squeezed my arm. I reflexively squeezed her back, and I rubbed my cheek against her ears and felt them twitch. She giggled, and I smiled and felt so much better. Looking back on it now, I can see that even then, I couldn't have imagined living life without Kali. So I determined that it would be enough. I had a feeling that one way or the other, I was going to run into Kay and learn her name the way that she intended it. But right then, I had everything I needed to live a contented life. I needed to cherish her before she was gone. I don't remember much of the rest of the night. I think I remember Kali rubbing my back after I puked out a literal gallon of beer and liquor. It was a quantity that activated charcoal and a saline drip couldn't fix. But Emma spun my soul core, purifying my body nonstop to keep me alive, proving that she was my number one. Emma was my best girl, all the way. The next day was about as bad as you could imagine. It was the type where you spend the whole day with a mind-blowing hangover and wanting to puke, only to heal up just in time for the drinking to begin. I sat at a ramshackle table we created by stacking up broken table bits into a funeral pyre, mulling over the myriad of news articles Flixen slapped in front of me. Rachma signs over deed to Kalian's kitchen to Derek Greshling. Rumors of Rachma's appearance spark wild conspiracies. Shamed commander suffers broken spine from attack, left paralyzed by furious Quins. Helia Gisano vows to protect Kalian's kitchen. I didn't get a single chuckle out of the slew of articles I read, and I was left groaning when I read the following article. Hearth Council extends bans to those who do business with Raxlin Associates. It read, Hearth Council took action today, issuing a lifetime ban on all businesses in Hearth and Nalzarenth City for those who participated in Rax's re-up's grand opening, and warned they will continue to do so for all patrons and vendors who do business with the Raxlin in the future. Entering Kalian's kitchen has been a crime for centuries, Karath Draven, the head of Nalzarenth's Department of Law and Adherence, said. But we are extending the ban to anyone who does business with them or their associates. So before you do business, make sure the people you're working with aren't involved with them. When asked about the ban, Derek bizarrely responded by saying, I just lost the woman I love. If you don't get out of here, I'll throw you out. Kino fluttered to my shoulder.
Ah, yeah, that was a good one.
I put my head onto my arms. The lack of professionalism is staggering.
Oh, come on, cheer up, guy,
Kino said.
She said she'd see you next century. For an elf, that's like Tamara. She's probably getting wet just thinking about it.
Fuck off.
Yeah, no fun.
She threw a newspaper at me. What's this?
Special edition,
she said.
Seems your other girl's got a keen eye for you.
Other girl?
Lindell.
I looked at the article and saw a lot of black lines from where people inked out information. What's that? I asked.
It's your crush's name, dummy. You're obnoxious about avoiding it. Didn't want you bitching about broken promises and all that.
Oh, thanks, I said.
Anytime, bro. Now read up. We've got a meeting on what to do with this.
I grimaced as I looked around at the devastation. All right. I picked up the article and read, and let me tell you, I was captivated. Once again, I'm not a translator, and Krala's too different from English to translate to begin with, so my translations are lackluster to the point where even calling Lindell's writing decent is a stone-cold conspiracy. Yet in Krala, Lindell captured the atmosphere and feelings of the situation, and communicated it with immortals intimately. It made people feel like they were there at the grand opening, living through the life and experiences of others, and unsurprisingly, it was a sensation that increased the demand for her investigative articles. And it was for me too, because no matter how much she bashed me and cut into the heart of what I was doing, her writing had such a strong impact on me that it led me to write this memoir, instead of, just giving you a manual for ways to survive. Well, we'll get to that. When I finished reading that article, I just sat there, slightly hypnotized, until I felt something in my lap. I looked down and saw Kali lying in my lap, head up, watching me with the cutest smile. God, I love you, I said. It was just a blanket response in English that you'd say when someone brings you coffee, somewhere in the vein of, you're my savior. But in Krala, it came out far more definitive, so her cheeks turned red like a ripe tomato. And I was too sick to blush back, so I just laughed and petted her ears and collapsed on the table again. I just wanted to die. Unfortunately, Helia dropped a plate of stew in front of me with a clang that forced me to cover my ears to protect my brain from exploding like a frag grenade. Eat up, she said. We got work to do. What work? I asked. The kitchen opens at 5. Since when? Since I took control of the kitchen. When did that happen? Last night. Now get up. If you don't start cleaning up that blood, you'll be working in the kitchen all night. Actually, hold up, I said. Helia paused. What? We're in a really strong position right now, but in a really bad place. She folded her arms with interest. Let's hear it, she said. Let's hold a meeting, and I'll give you my thoughts. Chapter 45. The Gabby. 20 minutes later, I was staring down all the leaders around a table preparing my thoughts. Okay, I said. I think we can all agree that we underestimated this Yester thing and the response, yeah. Rex nodded and glanced at the others. Yeah, that's fair to say. I nodded and scanned their faces. The bigger the reaction, the more desperate they'll become. They can't kill us with Helia here, but they can kill our people. It'll scare them and they'll lose confidence in us. And we need that confidence. So what should we do? Rax asked. I think what we need to do is turn this place into a museum for a couple days, I said. Just let people in to see that damage for themselves. Spread the gospel and then immediately close down the kitchen for repairs. That way, Hua's retribution feels one-sided. He'll be punishing climbers, and they'll be like, Kalian's kitchen isn't even open. Helia nodded. That's surprisingly strategic. It sounds good, Rax said, but we're kind of screwed. We got a lot of money, but we have to rebuild the entire building, probably larger, and fulfill supplies for 3 times as many people at least. We're going to be bankrupt by the reopening if we don't bring in money. Then let's hold underground fights for the merchants and investors, I said. It'll be like, if you rep with us, you're going to get perks. It's not much now, but with Helia here and the deed in hand, that greed could go a long way.
Oi, who gave this kid a mouthpiece?
Plink asked.
Let him loose and he'll be jeffing off reckies. Damn near irresponsible it is.
He took a drink from his flask and wiped his beard.
I'm in.
Kino boiled over and punched her fists together and said,
I'll call in some favors. I know some merchants on 30,
Kali said quietly. I squeezed her hand and she flashed me a smile. Then I looked at Rax, who shrugged. Sounds good to me, he said. Helia raised an eyebrow at him. What? You act like starting an exclusive anything's going to be easy, she said. You don't even know if there's going to be a single merchant that'll work with you, let alone that you'd have enough to fill a fight. You'll destroy your reputation if fight night comes and there's 5 people there. Yeah, I get that, Rax said. But, he looked at me, we've got Derek. I suddenly felt an immense amount of pressure, but I nodded and said, I'll figure it out. Figuring it out came in multiple stages. Stage 1, secure as many merchants as we could. Stage 2, figure out a way to make these matches feel big, despite being in a space where 4,000 standing people would feel small. Stage 3, seduce these people into investing with us and maintaining their morale, despite the hell that Hearth will put them through. Stage 1 started with advertising our need for merchants. We opened the doors that night and put up a huge sign that read, See what Helia Gisano did to a Quinn General and a Floor 45 ranker. There were a few hundred people still sitting outside Kalian's kitchen. The grand opening was over, and the Quinn army was on a nearby hill, watching everything people did with vengeance in their eyes. But these people just didn't care. They flooded in zealously, accepting booze and laughing it up as we showed them the shattered bar top. It worked well enough. What we needed more than anything were people who could say that they went inside and saw what Helia did, so that was an accomplishment. But otherwise, it felt like somewhere between a museum cocktail mixer and a warehouse party, where people would look at the ripped-up concrete and broken bar and say, Hot damn, that's some shit now, isn't it? Ain't never seen nothing like this before taking another drink and discussing when to leave. That was not what we needed. We were standing at a historical crossroads, and we couldn't settle for dull razors to get the job done. We needed to do something, and fast.
And she said, giving you hope will be the worst punishment I can give you.
One guffawed, and their group laughed and drank.
Floor 45er, no hope.
The mood was bright for another 10 minutes, but quickly simmered to a low boil. Then the dreaded moment came.
When are you going back?
One asked, like the first cough of tuberculosis.
Probably tomorrow. Should have been today, but I'm dreading the climb.
Same. Damn tempted just to take the leap and see daylight.
We're losing them, I thought. We need something. Think, Derek, think. And that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, the gloomy atmosphere abruptly turned bright and cheery in a full reversal.
Actually, let's stay a bit,
one said.
Screw it. We're literally making history right now.
Another burst out laughing.
You're such a goon.
What?
We're making history. You want to stay because there's a Gabby.
No,
I want to stay because there's a reason to stay. And that reason just happens to be a Gabby.
More laughter. What's a Gabby? I wondered. I turned, and that's when I saw a Gabby for the first time. Gabbies are the fantasy equivalent of the hot 4.0 student that you think is out of your league until you see her slamming a bottle of Jack at a trailer park party, and then learn that she was seized by Child Protective Services after her father went to prison on negligence and battery charges. They're evolved goblins. But instead of becoming hairy little bugbears, vicious romping redcaps, or basic bitch hobgoblins, all of which move up wildly in intelligence after evolution but still somehow order drinks like beer, strong, or I hurt, before tossing human teeth or rocks or stolen weapons on the table as payment, they evolve into beautiful, intelligent, sociable female bombshells that capture every species' captivation. It's not because of their looks. Humans range from wildly attractive to downright fugly, and Gabbies aren't different in that regard, but it doesn't matter, because Gabbies are born with innate enchantment magic that make their faces and speech and smile look perfectly ideal to whoever looks at them. So when this woman looked up, smiled, and waved, the inner bigot that exists in us all, that voice that says, yeah, you're a morally corrupt alcoholic who just got rejected by your crush, but at least you're not an orc, suffered massive blunt force trauma from a sledgehammer. She was just so damn cute, with her human features and horizontal elf ears and hoop earrings and fashionable shoulderless clothing. Abnormally cute, unnaturally cute. I wanted to meet her. So I waved back, and that's when Kali flew across my periphery and tackled this woman with savage ferocity and started beating her with her fists.
Stop, charming Derek!
Kali screamed. Kali! I roared as I rushed up. Kali saw me, panicked, and started hitting the woman even harder. That doesn't mean speed up, I yelled. Are you? Kali lifted a final swing savagely and hit the Gabby in the face with enough force that the woman fell unconscious. And suddenly, the whole mob of angry people snapped out of their trance. What? I looked at the Gabby and saw that her face was very normal. She was pretty, but not nearly as beautiful as she was a moment before. The difference was striking. Check outside for goblins, Helia ordered. What's wrong? I asked. Gabbies charm victims while their brethren rob 'em dry. That's why you need to check. I exited the door's portal and promptly returned. I didn't see any. It seems she's separated. What do you mean she's separated? I asked. Gabbies are princesses. Goblins would never leave their Gabbies unattended. So, she's not a spy? No.
Then why was she charming people?
Kali asked. Because it's not something they control, Helia said. They're just born that way. It's rare to find a separated one, but if she is, we owe her an apology. She hoisted the limp Gabby and carried her to the kitchen. I'll take care of her. Wait! I rushed into the kitchen with her, Kali trailing behind. What? She asked as she laid the Gabby on the island for healing. We need that woman, I said.
Derek,
Kali cried.
It's a charm spell. You don't actually feel that way.
No, it's not because of... I paused. No, it is because of that. I mean, if she is harmless. Is there some way to block that spell? Helia raised an eyebrow. There's no need. It fades over time. If you spend 5 or 6 hours with them, it fades completely. And if you live near them, it just goes away. Why? Why? I looked around. Am I the only one who sees this? Helia's shoulders slumped when she realized what I was thinking. What? I asked. She's just cute, right? Like she doesn't actually brainwash people. You just like her and find her attractive on contact, right? Yeah, it's a little more aggressive than that, she said. You saw how she captured everyone's attention. Exactly. I snapped my fingers. That's what we need. Someone to keep people's attention and bring up the mood when it slumps. This woman's a guilt-free party drug. Why wouldn't we exploit that? I don't know, Helia said sarcastically. 'Cause we're decent? No, you're decent, I said. We're wanted criminals building an empire on addiction, hopelessness, and vice. Having a woman who can boost the mood is like the least worst thing I've done this week.
Derek,
Kali's ears drooped, but I pinched them softly and she giggled and said, "Stop." I grinned at Helia. "Listen, call me awful if you want, but where I'm from, beautiful women announce racing matches in their underwear. Hell, food companies put sugar in their food to make it addictive. Casinos crank the heat sounds and lights to hypnotize people into spending money. And don't get me started on what cosmetics brands do. Look, employing a woman like this wouldn't just be unethical there. It would be standard business protocol." Helia narrowed her eyes at me. "Where are you from again?" "Fantasyland," I said. "Look, whether you choose to believe me or not is up to you. But I'm telling you, I know vice, sex appeal, advertising, psychology." I tapped my temple. "My people, they commoditized it. And I'm telling you, unless that woman can literally brainwash people into doing her bidding, we would be fucking stupid not to hire her." The Gabby suddenly groaned on the table. Helia looked at her, but she wasn't convinced. I waited for her to reply, but when she didn't, I pushed on. "Look, I'm not going to do anything that pisses you off," I said. "That'd be dumb. But I'm just saying, Hearth's going to do everything in its power to crush our morale and prevent us from making business relationships. And it's going to be evil shit, beating, robbing, killing people. They're going to throw our merchants in jail and humiliate them. We got to give them a reason to keep with us, make them enjoy the luxuries of dealing with us, build that thrill, get them addicted to the lifestyle of hot women and gambling and the excitement of winning political victories. And if that means exploiting sex appeal and sketchy psychology, we'll need to do it." Kali studied Helia, who nodded and said, "Okay, I'll allow it. But if you ever cross the line, not just with her, but in general, I'm out." I grinned as the Gabby opened her eyes. I looked at her. "I'm so sorry for what just happened. As an apology, how would you like a job?" And that, my friends, was the exact moment when Kalian's Kitchen split off from the alternative world line, shifting from a universe where Derek Greshling revived a lawless tavern to one where Derek Wheatfield declared that he would poison this world with all toxic elements of his own, all for the sake of money and economic success. And as everyone who's met me in these last 50 years can tell you, I'm damn good at it. Chapter 46. Liana. Our Gabby was named Liana, and she was far more humble and good-natured than I could have ever dreamed of. It turned out that she came in looking for a job, since only criminals wanted to hire her, and we seemed like the nicest criminals around. So when I offered her a job and Kali bowed her head in apology, she just cried and nodded. A week later, she walked out into a sea of merchants and saved our bacon. Let's back up 5 minutes to explain what Liana saved us from. It was the night of our first fight, and the poster on Kalian's Kitchen's front door read, "Demolition Match." Kalian's Kitchen is getting demolished for repairs, and what better way to do it than with orcs and trolls fighting each other for our savage entertainment? This is a destructive, age-old feud that will knock down the walls in one spectacular night. This fight is exclusive to merchants, contractors, and runners who wish to aid Rax Aslin in his dream of supplying cheap health elixirs to this labyrinth. Each merchant who comes will get 4 tickets for friends, family, or associates. Tickets are limited due to space requirements, so act now! Despite the hype, the atmosphere started out bleak. Merchants were looking around nervously, saying, "This is it," and the others grimaced. Quinn troops were literally standing outside the door, so turnout was understandably sparse. But that didn't make it better. There were only 16 merchants and contractors with their guests, maxing out to 64 people in a tavern that could fit 300, and it made them feel small and alone. That mood shifted when the door suddenly banged open, and furious crimson orcs and gigantic swamp trolls stomped in with clubs and warhammers. Once 2 orcs and 2 trolls stood off against each other, another type of panic came in. "I'm not sure if this is a good idea," one said, pushing backward with the rest. "Oh, hell no. I'm out." Suddenly, they all understood why I wrote, "Tickets are limited due to space requirements." But now we had another problem, fear. And that's when Liana came into the fray, wearing conservative leather armor and a sign that read, "Welcome to Kalian's Kitchen." In a split second, the panicked environment completely shifted, and someone said, "Is that a Gabby?" Someone else said, "Are they trying to con us?" "Out of what?" someone asked. And suddenly, that strange logic made sense to everyone, because they wanted it to make sense. She was just so cute and lovable and captivating that everyone just said, "Gabbies can't do anything, so just chill." "Yeah, stop making her out to be evil." Even the furious orcs and trolls had lost their fire and were now staring at her with confused interest. I suppressed a smirk as I walked into the battlefield and turned to the merchants. "I'm sure it's obvious why we limited ticket sales now," I said, as I looked at the trolls and orcs. Liana looked up at a 12-foot swamp troll with wide eyes, and the crowd laughed. Then she looked up at the orcs, and some merchants cheered. I chuckled. "That's right. This battle's going to be vicious. So vicious that the legendary Helia Jasano herself is holding up the barrier." Helia walked into the room from the kitchen with a mortified, "Seriously, how'd I end up doing this?" expression, and flicked her hands. A glimmering gold barrier wrapped itself around the merchants as they oohed. "Now if you'll step back," I said, and then nudged at an orc with a warhammer. It stomped over to the barrier, and the merchants panicked as it lifted its hammer and swung with all its might. Merchants screamed in fright, but their fear soon turned to laughter when the hammer bounced back and the orc went flying. The barrier didn't even ripple. The orc stood with a humiliated expression and said, "Let me do it again," as the trolls roared with laughter. "Why?" I asked. "I want to see a troll do better." The trolls stopped laughing and nodded. One took an enchanted war club and stomped over to the barrier. As before, it pulled back, but this time the merchants were flinching instead of screaming. Then the crack came, and the club disintegrated in a rain of splinters and wood chunks. The troll was caught so off guard it stumbled into the barrier, and then the orcs and merchants howled with laughter. I scoffed at their broken expressions. "Helia just took out a floor 45 rancor. Did you really think you could harm her?" I rolled my eyes, whistled, and Plink came out with a tiny club. "Catch," he said as he threw it. The troll was confused until the tiny club ballooned into a massive war club, tattooed with geometric fortification arrays. It barely caught it in time. The orc studied the beautiful club and looked at me as if I had just interfered, but I whistled, and Kino and 2 other pixies flew out with warhammers and clubs. "In case you're wondering why we're giving you fancy weapons, it's because friends over here don't want any excuses." The trolls and orcs turned from their weapons to me, and I grinned. "So make sure you make it count." Liana thrust up her arms, and the merchants screamed and roared with excitement. "Let me introduce you to Liana," I said as I hugged her to my side, shoulder to shoulder. "This bombshell is an orphaned Gabby. That means that she was never corrupted by the shit-smearing slingers that everyone seems to hate. In fact, since Gabbies are considered princesses of goblin tribes, other goblins won't even enter Kalian's kitchen unless they're planning to attack. So that pretty much means that goblins won't bother us as long as she's around." Orcs and trolls and every species of merchant cheered, 'cause prejudice or whatever. "As you know, Gabbies have magical enchantment magic that elevates the mood and makes people happy," I said. "And that's fucking awesome when goblins aren't robbing you. Am I right?" Right or wrong, everyone seemed to agree. "Better than beer, freer than air, this Gabby is guilt-free drugs, and I hired her to make sure you have a good time," I said. "So when you're done, make sure to thank her." Liana blushed at the praise. "Now say goodbye. Helia's insistent that no one makes bets when she's out, so we're going to start tallying bets in 10 minutes. Till then, give it up for Liana." An outcry of support went out when she waved cutely and blew the crowd kisses, and then catwalked to the kitchen. Helia's eyes were dead as Liana passed by, because as much as she hated to be a prop in this sick game, it was working. Even 10 minutes later, when any lingering effects of the magic wore off, pixies were swooping into the crowd to take bets, and the money was flowing, most going to the trolls. The orcs were furious, so their fighting spirits were fueled further than before, and so they released magical pressure, and the odds evened out 5-4 in the trolls' favor. Then I said, "Keep your eyes focused on each other," to them as I opened up the door. Liana walked out wearing short shorts and a crop top that exposed her midriff and sparkling dangle earrings. The crowd saw her and went apeshit. She lifted a new sign that read, "Round 1," as she made one lap in front of the crowd before entering a special area behind a barrier saying,
"You can begin."
Next thing we knew, Kino was sitting on my shoulder as a troll threw an orc through a wall, and the other orc Spartan kicked a troll in the stomach.
"This is so next level,"
she cried. Right? I said with a grin. Kali huffed and pouted. She didn't like how much attention Liana was getting, and while some would find that a bit annoying, I didn't. I loved her attention. So I had Emma poke her, and when Kali turned, I was waiting with the pixie-sized catkin on my shoulder, giving her a heart sign with her hands. Then, like Liana, Emma blew Kali a kiss, and Kali touched her face and giggled, looking to me. I winked, and she smiled brightly. No words. None necessary. This was the good life. This was what it was all about. In the end, the trolls took the victory. It was close, but in an inspired act, a troll yanked out what was left of the bar and smashed an orc in the head with it. That took one orc down long enough for the trolls to tag team the remaining one. And even that was a struggle. That one orc managed to baseball swing its reinforced warhammer into a troll's chest so hard it flew right through the kitchen. But it was too late. The other troll smashed his head in with a club, and it was all over but the crying. The orcs didn't spare a second.
"We demand a rematch,"
they yelled. I turned to the delirious merchants and their associates. "Do you want a rematch?"
"Hell yeah, I do,"
one yelled as Rax and the Pixies paid out earnings from the bets.
"I want my money back."
Merchants laughed and cheered. "Well, if you want it, get me an architect and an army of contractors," I said. "I'll give another 4 tickets to anyone who brings me a fellow merchant, contractor, or runner. But if you're not recruiting, keep this to yourselves. We're limiting occupancy again next time, and it's going to get wild. So if you want in, keep it close-knit." Just telling people not to tell others guaranteed that they would. After all, exclusivity only has value if people know they are exclusive, and people love that feeling. Once they left, Helia stared at the pile of gold we earned in wonder. Not only were we earning contractors, but we made 2,000 rooks from the vicious match-by-match betting. "This just might be possible," Helia muttered. Kino hugged Rax, and Rax high-fived Plink, and Kali hugged me from the back, and the Pixies lifted bottles and cheered with Liana. Kalian's kitchen wasn't just coming back, it was coming back twice as big as before. And it did. We had architects working on a blueprint as an army of carpenters and Yester Kell's loyal volunteers built the kitchen. This continued until the next fight, which was a week later. The signs and flyers we had our runners send out read, "Blood whores versus the wise bats. Elves and vampires are backing their insults in Kalian's kitchen on the 28th cycle. No holds barred, no excuses, magic, regeneration, destruction. These fighters are floor 34 powerhouses with decades of experience, so there's no excuses. Tickets. Fight exclusive to merchants, supply runners, contractors, bootleggers, builders, volunteers, and scouts who find any of these individuals. 4 tickets go to each individual who meets this criterion, so if you want in, find people to help bring Kalian's kitchen and Rax's re-ups to life." Somehow, we packed over 1,000 climbers into the pillar that night. We officially had a small army of runners, bootleggers, herb runners, and construction workers, and it was all because elves and vampires worked overtime to find ways to see this match and build up their people. And the results were epic. Everyone learned that the pillar's walls and floors were indestructible that night. The elves slung light spears and arrows at the vampires, whose bodies exploded and reformed as they shot blood magic and shadow spells that swallowed the area whole. It didn't start out so vicious, but once the competitors realized that Helia's barrier was as indestructible as the pillar, they didn't hold back. Each attack would have obliterated the tavern, and it really put things into perspective for those of the lower levels. It was all so exciting, and I had a lot of money on it, so I was screaming, "Fight harder, or I'm gonna call you tree huggers," to the elves. "I'm also gonna tell your healing princess that she almost died for nothing." That's what I said when life took a strange twist. Oh,
No, we couldn't have that, now could we? I turned and saw the bearded elf that had saved me the day I entered Nalzarenth. Chapter 47. Quinn Fairlawn. You! I cried to the elf that saved me. What's up, man? How'd you even get here? Minx invited me. Minx? I looked to the side and saw her throwing an index finger against her lips with a murderous gaze. I looked between them and back at the fight. Okay then, I muttered. Don't mind her, he said. It's a long walk down here, and there's nowhere to stay in between. That would suck. Yeah. Anyway, you mind if I jump in? I get this is a petty promotion, but now that my sister's name is on the line, I have to get involved. Wait, your sister? I asked. That's right, he said with a slight smile, and she's told me quite a bit about you. I blushed, and Kali looked away. And you. Kali's eyes widened, and then she looked away further. So, you mind if I jump in? I glanced at him hesitantly, remembering how effortlessly he'd subjugated the Draven orcs chasing me that day. Is that even fair? I asked. Yeah, it's fine enough, if you let that bugger in the ring. I turned and saw a cloaked individual with silver hair. Wait, is that Kern threw an index against his lips. Is everyone going to shush me today? I asked. Know what? Forget it. Go kill each other. You have my blessing. I turned to the competitors. Round over. The wounded team of elves and vampires snapped their gazes on me like Sassel and Esank on Juan. I rolled my eyes. Pipe down, half-pars, I ordered. You two got real representatives coming to rep your species, so you should kneel and feel grateful. Kern grinned and then slowly walked into the room. As he entered, all the blood on the battlefield lifted off the ground in hypnotic wisps. The sight made the vampires light up with overwhelming excitement.
That magic! No way!
Kern put a finger to his lips again, but it was hard for them to simmer down because the blood created a ring around him and Quinn, creating a floating boxing ring of sorts that lazily moved through the sky. It was fascinating and disheartening, but the elves didn't care. When they saw Quinn Fairlawn, floor 40 ranker, and the brother of Kadrin Fairlawn, they freaked out. It was an exciting matchup as the two faced off against each other. It's a shame you're so young, Quinn said. There's only a few people that'll see what I see. Kern scratched his head. It's a shame you're so strong. This really isn't that fair. It's not, Quinn said. I'm at least 20, 30 times your age, which is why it's so crazy to even look at you. Kern shrugged. What are they talking about? I asked Minx.
That vampire uses core condensation, she said. It's a high-level technique that magnifies their power. If he released his magic, it would look similar to Quinn's. Well, not nearly as much, but it's freakish for someone his age.
I watched blood swirl around Kern with new eyes, and it suddenly made sense why he was able to ring the bell. I even wondered if he held back. Just for everyone's entertainment, Quinn said. What floor are you?
9,
Kern said. The level 34 vampires stared at Kern like he was a zombie eating the organs out of their best friends, horrified, stunned, experiencing their entire worldview change for the first time. It feels like home. Kern flashed a cheesy smile at the vampires. They lit back up, laughing and saying, Come to 34, it's right back tonight. He looked at me, but I was frowning. Keep it cold, I mouthed to him. Then I slashed my thumb against my throat. His eyes widened. Oh! Then his face snapped into a serious expression. He looked at Quinn and said, Now stop treating me like a child. His eyes turned neon red and the blood moved faster. He then slit his wrists and the blood curled around his arms. That did it. The crowd went apeshit. That's it. That's it. I gave a signal to Rax, and the bookies flew into the air with notepads. I looked at Quinn. Oh, we're doing it like this, huh? The man asked. He lifted his arms, and the entire pillar lit up for 100 feet as runes materialized out of nowhere. It was so overwhelming in scale that it seemed like a foregone conclusion. But Kern didn't back down. It seems neither of us can use our true magic, Kern said. Indeed not, Quinn said. I'm just giving you perspective. Place your bets, I yelled.
Liana walked out in a short skirt and a tank top with a sign that read, "Side bet," and suddenly everyone was throwing around money. Kern looked at me as if to say, "Am I doing it, boss?" And I was responding, "You're crushing it." 15 minutes later, the match was about to begin, and I showed Kern my palm, and I clenched my fist. He nodded. Some people thought we were cheating, but the ruckus was short-lived. Liana said,
"You may begin,"
and Kern clenched his fist. All the blood floating around them snapped into spears and launched at Quinn, who didn't even move. It looked gruesome. The blades pierced Quinn in this cocoon-like Iron Maiden, and blood oozed out everywhere, giving the illusion Quinn was dead. A gruesome 3 seconds passed as we watched that bloody sphere morph and swirl around Quinn. Then Kern abruptly panicked and jumped to the side. The next second, a vibrant blast of white light shot out of the blood cocoon. Kern managed to dodge it, but it zagged like Flixen's arrow and slammed into his shoulder. Half of Kern's body exploded. And I really do mean that. He fucking exploded. The wound cauterized, but the area around it bubbled and exploded like bursters in a take-your-pick zombie game. "Kern!" I screamed when he hit the ground. I thought he was dead, I really did. But when Minx rolled her eyes and pointed at the hypnotic blood, she said,
"You're rubbing off on him."
"Huh?" Suddenly, all the blood floating around him sucked into his body, and in a gruesome display of absolute vampirism, his body regenerated blood, bone, muscle, and all.
"Theatrics,"
Minx said. Kern stood up and dusted off his cloak, which was half missing. "That was weak," he said, as the vampires and betters cheered. "It was," Quinn said. "But can I ask you something?" "Sure. Could you have survived it if I vaporized your head and cauterized the wound?" Kern grinned. "Do you want to find out?" He waved his hands, and dozens of blood spears shot at Quinn. They were adaptive, tracing Quinn like homing missiles, crashing, forming, and shooting backward. It was a strange mass of blood that kept turning and twisting as Quinn dodged. And at some point, Quinn cut his own arm because it was clear the blood couldn't actually harm him. It was subtle, but it happened. And then he waited. Kern grinned and pulled the blood off Quinn's wrist and sharpened it into a dagger. And when Quinn saw it, he laughed with wide eyes. "No way!" The blade crashed down on his shoulder and actually plunged in. "That's crazy!" Quinn grinned and then flexed his body. Light shot out of his wound, vaporizing his blood, and then his skin and muscle healed. Kern grimaced. "You, friend," Quinn said, "are a menace." "I've been told," Kern said. "Well, unfortunately for you, the talented die young." Quinn clapped his hands, and light spears slowly exited the massive runes moving up the pillar. People started screaming. Kern's aura broke as he glanced around the pillar, cold sweat dripping down his cheek. "Floor 40 is the floor of Colossi," Quinn said. "Every attack we make must wipe out battlefields. Though I wonder what you'd be able to do with that much blood." I suddenly understood what Quinn was talking about earlier. His magic wasn't made for one-on-one battles. It was magic for battlefields. And I could only imagine the blood exiting 1,000 corpses and turning into a rain of spears, or stealing tens of thousands of gallons of blood from a Greek titan and using it to create an unlimited number of weapons. It wasn't something he could utilize in this battle, just as Quinn couldn't use nature magic in a concrete pipe. They were both out of their elements, but Quinn had the advantage, and Kern was facing down death. Kern swallowed hard. "I'll show you when I get there. Does that mean you wish to live till then?" Quinn asked. Kern turned to me for guidance. "Give up, you idiot," I expressed with my face and gestures. Kern winced and said, "I'd like that." All the blood fell to the floor, and then the runes lighting the tunnel dimmed, one by one. It was so climactic, and also not, at the same time. The elves cheered and the vampires groaned. Kern heard them and said, "What are you groaning about?" His eyes glowed red to match his fury. "Our fight was unfair, but yours isn't. And if you lose, I will scorn your family's names." A shiver of terror spread between the group. "Because unlike this rancor, the elves you're fighting are tree children," Kern said.
I refuse to believe that you, my people, can't destroy them. Now vindicate me!
Quinn walked up to the elves as the vampires unleashed their war cries. You hear that? Quinn asked his excited team. That's the sound of true warriors, and they're gonna slaughter your ass if you keep grinning like that. They frowned. I'll beat up a child, mates, he said. You shouldn't be cheering. You should be pissed a kid that young is upshining you. So unless you want that shame, you'd better get out there and rep our people. They rallied and released their cries, but everyone knew it wasn't nearly what was happening with Kern. And when Quinn walked up, I asked him about it. That's it? I asked. You get Kern's side is going to slaughter him at this rate. Quinn watched Kern harangue his troops like a true king. Nah, I kinda feel bad, he said. He's literally a kid. Yeah, but that kid's gonna lose me a lot of money if you don't harangue your people. He gave me a mocking smile. What? I asked. They were winning before you showed up. Now they're gonna get pancaked, and you don't want to accept responsibility? His lips puckered into a smile, and then he looked between me and Kern. You two are something else. Then he clapped my shoulder as he passed me and said, Let's go, to Minx. That's it? She asked. Yeah, Sis'll flay me alive if I hype the kid more than I have. Minx glanced at me and back.
Fine, let's go.
See ya, mate. He waved to Kern. You're leaving? Kern asked. Yeah, but I'll see you on 40. God's rest that you'll get there. He walked away, bumming out the elves, who were now facing down razor-sharp vampires and lacking their leader. The dice had already been rolled. The vampires trounced the elves in a spectacular and destructive fight of blood and shadows. When victory was assured, Kern walked up to me. How'd I do, boss? He asked. Rip the man's heart out, brother, I said in his tongue, echoing the literal definition of what he first said to me. Then I added our idiom. That shit was cold. He grinned and watched with twinkling eyes. You sticking around? I asked. Nah, Kern said. The floors are calling. I can't even help the vampires on 9. They're too bummed out. And it's killing my vibe, you know? I chuckled. Well, you're always welcome around here. Aight. He dapped me and pulled me into his shoulder. It was about the time the vampires finished knocking out the elves. Well, that's my cue. He lifted his hand. All the blood on the battlefield lifted into the air and snapped into claymores in front of all 3 vampires. Usually we would use these swords to finish our enemies, he said, but not today. Instead, just take them and lift them high. The vampires excitedly grabbed the swords and bellowed their victory call to end the fight. He's damn good at this, I thought. I turned to the table and saw Rax sitting on a literal mountain of gold and silver with a wide grin. And so are we. That was an understatement. After the fight, we told the elves that if they didn't want to be shamed by the whole labyrinth, they should decry the vampires for a mysterious man's interference. Then we told the vampires to counter that claim, mentioning that Floor 40 ranker Quinn Fairlawn got involved, and they still couldn't win. Both complied with prejudice, and the fight became a cult myth overnight. And once we handed out posters titled Kalian's Kitchen Grudge Match the next day, indicating that there would be a double grudge match between orcs and trolls, vampires and elves in 2 weeks, it spread like wildfire. It was so big that the Hearth Herald had to publish a front-page article titled, Hearth hires 500 face artists to enforce lifetime bans before Kalian's Kitchen fight. That warned people not to go to the match, but it was too late. Chapter 48. Kalian's Kitchen's Grand Reopening. It was way too late for Hearth to stop the fight. We were giving tickets to any merchants, associates, contractors, volunteers, blood donors for vampire drinking pleasure, as well as anyone who brought food, spices, and liquor. No one could just pay, they had to contribute. And there was so much demand, we had to warn people we were setting the occupancy limit at 2,500, so there was still space in the battlefield. If that wasn't enough, Kern's conspicuous entrance all but outed him to the Herald. Only 2 days after the match, a front-page article titled, Floor 9 Vampire Shares Description as Missing Prince, followed by, Kern Kalan ranks on Floor 10's bloodboard under name Scarlet Prince, the following day. I felt bad until I started reading the next set of articles. The next read, Kern Kalan disappears. Many cite illusion magic. followed shortly by, "Enforcers spot vampire prince sunbathing on floor 17's beach. Manhunt continues." I laughed at the absurdity of each story. "This guy's crazier than I am," I muttered. "And works harder, too," Helia said, as she ripped the newspaper out of my hand. "Now start inkin'." I groaned and stretched my limbs. I was seated at a real table, watching dozens of contractors building Kalian's kitchen bigger and better than it was before. Since Kern's battle, we had a massive influx of volunteers hyping our next fights and people moving supplies in and out. Now it was my turn to help out by inking fortification arrays on everything. "Do you know anything stronger than what you used before?" Helia asked. "It was strong, but it's obviously got limitations." Yeah, I said. "I know a 4-layer fortification spell for walls, but we don't have a mana reservoir to load it." "I'm a mana reservoir," Helia said, "so make the best ones you got." She walked away, and I reflected on what to do. Veyron's gonna be pissed, I thought. Veyron Galatra was the Hua Quinn of arraycraft, and after Lindell's article that exposed how many hidden arrays there were in the building, there was doubtlessly an investigation. After a few minutes of contemplation, I nodded in confirmation. I should send them a message, I decided, and I'll make it big. I blinked a few times and then nodded, tacked down a string in the center of the tavern floor, and cut the string when I almost got to the other end of the room. I tied a brush to it, dipped it, and kept the string taut as I painted the array, creating a perfect circle that took up most of the room. If we were going to use a 4-layer array, I was going to announce it to everyone. The next day, when the colossal array was tattooed on the floor and the varnish dried, dwarven representatives of the Galatra Arraycraft Empire came in to examine this circle, and were aghast to know I had revealed the lock, the hidden part, for all to see. It looked like a sinister array you'd imagine would transmute a human body into a lump of steel, or something else unimaginably gruesome, and it was bright and ready for all to see.
"Are you trying to get yourself killed?"
a female dwarf asked. "Oh, please," I said. "You babies are acting like normal people have casual access to a mana reservoir." She turned to me.
"That's not the point. You're breaking the entire world's rules."
"Yeah, I am," I said. Quite brazenly, actually. "But I suggest you send this warning to Veyron. Say, Derek wants you to know that he's learned 300 advanced arrays and 800 runes. And if you piss him off or complain, he'll release all the locks to contacts on floor 25 and have them spread them far and wide." Their faces paled. I walked up to the dwarves. "This," I looked at the array, "this is a warning. It says stay out of this, because if he doesn't, I'll single-handedly dismantle his entire empire in a matter of weeks." I then flicked my hands to the door. It was so satisfying until I turned and found Helia staring at me. "What happens if I leave tomorrow?" she asked. "If I thought that there was a chance of that, I wouldn't have done it," I said. "But I didn't, because this is what you want, right? Change? A new world? A restoration of power to climbers?" Helia studied me carefully. "Besides," I said, picking up another jar of ink, "this really was a warning. You did see how fast Veyron knew about it, right? They have spies. They all have spies. And the last thing I want is for another family to declare war." Helia silently pondered it, then walked into the kitchen. "Keep thinking before you act. It's befitting." I grinned and whispered, "Yes, ma'am," as I dipped my brush. Helia truly was a limitless supply of mana, so this tavern could, and would, have hundreds of those arrays on everything. It was going to be an oddity of the likes this world had never seen. The next 7 days passed in a flurry, and by the time climbers flooded in for the match, Kalian's kitchen's walls and roof and stairs and new bedrooms and kitchen were functionally created. But they still needed to be filled in, insulated, fortified, painted, and hooked up in magical grids that worked similar to lighting. That's what we would do the next week with an unlimited army of volunteers. But for now, there was the fight everyone had been waiting for. All 2,500 tickets were filled within an hour of opening the doors, and there was more in the tavern. The building was far larger this time around, so there were another 800 people we put in the expanded tavern, drinking from the number of kegs people brought, since they knew it would give them priority access. And that's just who got in. Hearth officials were disheartened to see swarms of elves and vampires who stayed outside Kalian's kitchen just to hear the runners who came out to give play-by-plays. Kali and Liana and other female volunteers walked out with volunteers to give these climbers drinks and blood in short shorts and crop tops. And it was only for them that a riot didn't break out when the nationalistic elves trounced the vampires all 3 rounds. To be fair, these elves were a famous team on floor 38, not a ragtag team, and vampires complained, but Liliana just walked up to the group with a bright smile and shots of blood and spirits, and they just said ridiculous things like, "Geez, whatever," as if they hadn't just screamed brutal threats and profanities moments before. And with every successful mitigation, we got closer to absolute success. Because this match earned us a cool 30,000 rooks from betting and 1,000 from drinks, and the kitchen wasn't even open yet. As long as there wasn't an incident, we would be set. So we and all our volunteers policed the area. We found immortal spies and saboteurs. The Raxlin beat these individuals savagely, like the gangsters they were, and immortal morale struck new lows. As for us, our morale hit all-time highs. That night, when we finally kicked people out of the after-party, Helia cackled like a broken chew toy when they saw Rax and the Pixies making snow angels in buckets of gold. We were officially opening Kalian's kitchen. Helia didn't believe it until we walked down the stairs a week later and found Lakia, our first contractor, who accepted a second contract to rebuild Kalian's kitchen, grinning at the table, drinking fresh mugs of beer with the contractors. "It's done, huh?" I asked. "It's done," she said. "Then let's get the full tour." Lakia showed us around the tavern. It was twice the size of the original kitchen, with polished wood floors and bar top, both with intricate fortification arrays painted below the varnish. It was a logo, warning, and decoration, a quirk wrapped in bundle cord. It was a nice touch. Behind the bar was a line of booze bottles. This is standard on Earth, but in Viridia, it seemed like a terrible idea. That said, we set up a projectile ward around it, so that if anyone threw something at the bottles, a barrier would block it. As for the kitchen, it was even larger than before, with an assortment of cookware, ovens, proofers, and enough cooking arrays to house a team of 20. If that wasn't enough, the pantry was packed with spices and staples, and the room-sized freezer was filled with hung beasts the size of grizzly bears. "Get your cooking ready," I said, "'cause Kalian's kitchen is open for business." It was just a normal, friendly moment, a backslap of encouragement, but Helia's eyes glistened, and her mouth curled up, lost in a state of awe and disbelief. "This is way too nice for Kalian's kitchen." "Then we'll name it Helia's Hellscape," I said. "Or you can shut the hell up and see your new bedroom." "I already have my room," Helia said coldly. "What did you do to it?" "Come see." I led her upstairs and opened the door. Her face turned grim when she saw Flixen sitting on the footboard of the bed. He lifted up his hand. "Yo!" Helia snapped her eyes on me. "Why the hell's he here?" "I've known you for over a month," I said, "and that's more than enough to know your unrequited love shtick is just an act." Helia blushed and slammed the door hard enough to crack it, but 4 fortification arrays lit up. I laughed. "You loaded those arrays, so don't waste your time." She glowered at me. "Look, you need a taste of home. So just know Flixen can live here," I said. "He says the floor's covered." Helia rolled her eyes in exasperation, looked at the floors and stairs, and said, "Just go." I laughed. "Yes, ma'am." I walked down the stairs feeling like hot shit, and that's when I saw Kali staring at me with a shy smile. She was wearing thigh socks that dropped 2 inches below where her black skirt ended, a funky pink blouse, and a white jacket of some kind. It was a very elaborate outfit to wear a day before the grand opening. "The grand opening's not until tomorrow," I said. She blushed and turned away. "I'm not wearing it for the opening." "You look great," I said. "Now come here." She bounded up the stairs peacefully and tried to give me a jump hug, but I maneuvered, twisted, caught her in a princess carry, and walked down the stairs as she blushed and giggled. "Come on," I said. "We got work to do." The next day, we held the grand opening. The day after, Lindell Troy put out a front-page article titled, "A True Return to Kalian's Kitchen." Drinks in the back go a rack-a-clack-clack, and the booze starts falling down,
Helia sings as she walks out of the kitchen.
Then the patrons stop fights they've been having all night, and they all go casting frowns. But the siren comes sweet and sweeps them off their feet and cleans the soaking ground. And when the house is all lulled and the food's gone cold, a fresh cake comes around. Oh, the drinks in the back go rack-a-clack-clack. A demon had just knocked out a human after a vulgar speciesist dispute, and tensions are high between humans and horned species. Yet Helia comes out singing, holding a huge cauldron of stew, as if the fight is irrelevant, and suddenly everyone finds themselves singing the chorus. Once she finishes her song, she turns to the demon and says, "If you don't want her to call you goat fucker, you probably shouldn't act like an animal." The crowd roars with laughter as the demon blushes. Or,
Helia yells,
maybe you shouldn't give a damn what weak-ass climbers think. Climbers cheer with beers up high as they toast to the demon. Besides, there's not a single one of you that isn't an animal,
Helia says.
If you were civilized, you wouldn't be here, so own it. Act like animals, fight like animals, but most importantly, eat like animals.
She drops the cauldron onto a table with a bang, shooting brown stew flying out of it on all sides.
So grab your empty mugs and fill her up. Food in Kalian's kitchen is free after a good fight, 'cause the loser pays.
Climbers rush forward to run the unconscious woman's pockets, but Helia stops them.
Not tonight,
Helia says.
You get one warning, 'cause we haven't established the rules yet, but that ends right now.
She scans the faces of the climbers to obtain their absolute attention.
There are rules at Kalian's kitchen. They're Kalian Roxmore's rules, and when you're in this tavern, you're going to follow them. Rule number 1,
she shouts and jumps onto the table.
Rule 1, fighting's allowed, but the loser buys the pot.
Helia points at the pot and back.
Don't got money? You're leaving in your underwear. Man, woman, doesn't matter. If you don't want to climb those stairs in your skivvies, you'd better be packing 10 rooks to feed the house before you start running that mouth.
Climbers toast and yell things like,
"Let's invite Jarno. We'll never pay again."
Helia waits before continuing.
Rule 2. If you break a table or a glass, you're paying for it, replacing it, or we're gonna hunt you down. Rule 3.
Her tone shifts and the crowd leans in.
We only eat wild. If one of you didn't kill it, we're not eating it. We're climbers, not business folk. Keep that immortal shit out of this house.
A wave of battle cries rocks the house as Derek raises his eyebrows and raises his mug with a smirk.
Rule 4.
Helia yells.
This is a house for climbers talking about climbing. If it doesn't affect your climb, it's not relevant. If you're not planning on doing something about it, it's not relevant. Leave your idealistic, big dream, immortal, hating bullshit out of here. Politics aren't allowed.
She has a stern expression as she looks at politically vocal individuals.
And the most important rule of the lot.
Dead silence and reverence meet her words as she scans the crowd. Then her lips curve into a sinister grin.
If you're drinking at Kalian's, you're climbing. Chapter 49. The Press. Lindell nailed that article, and that spelled her fate. Following it, she was solidified as a full-time correspondent of Kalian's Kitchen and Rax's Re-Ups. And despite her famous disdain for the job, she cranked out article after article on Kalian's, each more insane than the last. Embermain family outraged as Derek introduces dwarf bowling, declares sanction on all blacksmithing goods. Derek's tabletop boxing matches spark labyrinth-wide tension between small folk species. And most amusingly from that period, Pick My Species game sparks riot in Kalian's kitchen. One paragraph from this article reads, For whatever reason, Derek thinks it's a good idea to line up men and women from a dozen species and have random onlookers point out their ideal partner.
Most are shocked to find out how many species have horn or fur or scale fetishes, igniting an unquenchable blaze of purism that starts a tabletop brawl that even Helia can't break apart without force. By the time it ends, half the house is unconscious, since the chairs in Kalian's kitchen are harder and sturdier than sledgehammers. For the first time, Derek runs his hands through his hair and says,
"I guess there really is a limit,"
and walks off, mumbling about outlawing the game.
Lindell hit the nail on the head. That was indeed the first time I realized that there were certain things I simply couldn't do, and I would have to stop saying, "It'll be fine, just wait and see," to Rax, when he warned me not to do something, because that game sparked serious problems that could have ripped apart our locals if we weren't in the middle of such a positive and exciting period. But we were in an exciting period, so thousands were coming in and out of the tavern, and everyone seemed okay with making mistakes. Because we were right, and the number of people around us seemed to validate that. There was this sinking feeling that we had to temporarily put aside our differences and work together to accomplish our goal, whatever it was. No one could seem to agree upon what it was. Sure, we were trying to start an elixir business to provide climbers with elixirs. But why? To simply make money and exploit the opportunities in the markets? It certainly started that way, but then why risk everything to make health elixirs? To save lives? To conquer the labyrinth? To usurp the immortals? It wasn't clear, and since it wasn't, there was no clear direction on how to proceed, no strategies. Yet we all knew that we had stumbled upon something bigger than ourselves. And with Helia as the ultimate equalizer to prevent physical coercion, climbers from floor 38 mingled with climbers from floor 8 with impunity, setting aside age and strength and experience as well, and letting them interact as people bound and connected by whatever the hell was going on back then. And so, no matter how depraved or controversial my antics were, most accepted it as something necessary, a promotional gimmick that would bring more people to our side, a strategy that was clearly working. We had new people coming in daily and an endless supply of support. That momentum seemed as though it would last forever. But below the surface, the labyrinth was in turmoil, and Kiza captured that. Kiza, pronounced Khizah, was a volunteer-run news source that came straight from the horse's mouth. It was born from my philosophy that you should never let anyone who asks for something to do go without something to do. And so, when all of Yester's supporters and anti-immortal revolutionaries showed up asking for something to do, but couldn't do carpentry, I told them to create posters to spread the word on our matches and recruit help. Well, those posters became a newspaper, and that newspaper quickly became a revolutionary propaganda device. And I encouraged this, obviously. I'm not being sarcastic. I know I often say obviously to denote that I did the opposite of what I should have done, but this time, I'm being serious. It was obvious that we should do this because our existence was political. If you think that we did this without repercussions, as if all of Hearth's laws were nullified just because a lot of people decided to ignore them, you're mistaking our position. Kalian's kitchen was a kingdom, and Helia was our army, the insurmountable barrier that gave us autonomy. Their headlines read, "Quins create checkpoint to floor 20 test. Climbers jump Quins. 50 arrested in unlawful raids, proof that Quins own the Dravens. 2 climbers killed in a Quinn confrontation on floor 32, locals vow revenge." And naturally, this newspaper, which was clearly started to hype criminal activity, quickly spun off into offshoot organizations that were completely unrelated to Kalian's Kitchen, but used Kalian Kitchen's success as proof of their validity. So basically, we were like the martyr symbol of every peaceful freedom-fighting and violent domestic terrorism organization in the entire goddamn labyrinth. And while you'd think I was super involved in making my thoughts clear, I wasn't. I was wasted, like the whole time. And while our existence was political, Kalian's Kitchen and Rax's re-ups were clearly unaffiliated with politics. I'd remind reporters from Kiza every single morning while facing whiteout migraines. They would say things like, "Do you support the Jinx Forest Network's effort to create guerrilla Jinx networks?" And I would always reply in the same exact way. Kalian's Kitchen and Rax's re-ups are businesses by climbers for climbers. So while we're not affiliated with any political movements or organizations, we generally support any peaceful operation that promotes climbing or accelerates the proliferation of life-supporting elixirs. If Jinx Forest Network's effort fits that categorization, we support their general presence. Despite that, Hearth had cranked their propaganda so high that people stopped reading everything but Lindell Troy's articles, and Leah would have canceled those too if they weren't so popular. Here's a taste of some articles from those first few months. Kalian's Kitchen becomes haven for terrorists. Derek Greschling supports violent gang, insists they're peaceful. Derek enters politics, vows retribution. Yet all of them were easily ignored because Lindell continually risked her life and reputation to remind people that I was a loser alcoholic flirting with a gambling addiction, and how whenever things got heavy, I pointed to the sign that read, Rule 4, if you ain't climbing, you ain't drinking. Keep politics out of your goddamn mouth. Climbers complained and called me a cop-out, a sellout, and fiend, but I always said something like, Kalian's Kitchen is a microcosm of the goal. The ideal all this political bullshit is built on, so fuck your couch and the dog that lays on it. And then I'd pause and add, not the dog, just you and your couch. Some people got testy, but Emma slapped them around, fueling further speculation that I was Rachma. Either way, people soon accepted it, and somehow we managed to bypass all the political BS and social consequences for months. Until we held an event that shattered the camel's spine and forced us to rough it through the political desert. It all started with a promotional we filed with Kizza. It read, Tinker Sky Wrestling, 18 plus only. Everyone wanted to know why it was 18 plus, but that would require them knowing what tinkers were. And no one knew what a tinker was because it wasn't a word in any language spoken in Viridia. They tried to ask us, but we said, it's a surprise, while secretly leaking to the press and our fan networks 5 conflicting theories about what tinkers were. Then watching them fight and speculate around the clock for 3 weeks straight. It was the ultimate guerrilla marketing campaign, and by the time the match rolled around, there were so many curious people on floor 1 that we had to hold the event in the Pillar, which now had a tarped roof to assist with lighting. Despite filling the place with 6,000 people, there were still probably 5,000 outside the door. It was a complete political breakdown for Hearth, the point where arrests and lifetime bans were not only ineffective, but were also escalating the boycotts, increasing profit and demand for Rax's re-ups, and hurting their bottom lines. If they didn't do something, they would lose control forever. That was the backdrop, as I mixed white lightning into potentially poisonous fruits from floor 33 in a cauldron, making a punch to give to the gamblers. Helia was beside me, making a worse concoction of some variety. Despite the chaos, I had a strangely pressing question on my mind. Hey, can I ask you something? I asked. Probably not, Helia said, but let's hear it. Have you ever run this place before? Helia's body stiffened so subtly that I only noticed because I was studying her. Yeah, she said. I hung around this place back when Kalian was running it, but that's not what you're asking, is it? No. Then what is? I stopped mixing the drink. I guess it was super roundabout, but I'm just wondering, why is it that you made a big deal out of everyone needing to be a climber, but you never made it past floor 5? It's against the kitchen's rules. Something darkened in Helia's eyes, and she looked away and took a swig. The more obvious the question, the more likely you are to know the answer, she said. And if you don't, there's probably a reason. I tried to retort, but Kino popped into the room, practicing punches. That's about the time the trouble began. Hey, I said, what's up? She practiced 2 more punches and said, I was just wondering if I could join tonight. You still haven't let me fight, but tonight's perfect. I'd rather you not. She huffed and folded her tiny arms. Why not? Because I don't want to see you in your underwear. Her face heated up like a thermometer, and her eyes then snapped into a furious expression as she prepared to kill me. Don't want other people to see you, I corrected, throwing up my hands. Sorry if I don't want someone close to me, half naked in front of a ton of spectators. Not to degrade the others, but that's kind of beneath you. Kino's eyes widened, and she blushed again, this time rosy instead of red, and her eyebrows didn't snap into scalpels afterwards. It was pretty awkward, but Helia scoffed and said, "You're both disgusting for even hosting this." I scratched my cheek guiltily, and genuinely regretted what was about to happen, until it started. An hour later, Kino and I were screaming at the top of our lungs as two tiny women, a furry-eared nymph and a blue water sprite, flew above the crowd, fighting and ripping off each other's white t-shirts for our entertainment. It was only to their underwear, and underwear was far more conservative in Viridia. It usually consisted of drawstring short shorts and a chemise for women, pajama shorts and a tank top for a better visual. Not what I would call a shocking ordeal. But in a world with more conservative culture, such a private and intimate thing was no different than women wrestling in G-strings, so it was downright scandalous. And that's what we wanted. This was the aerial equivalent of WWE underwear wrestling, a very unnecessary but enjoyable event that no one particularly seeks out but is always glad to see. And magic made this so much better. The water sprite blasted this nymph with water, drenching her half-ripped white t-shirt, as the nymph trashed the shit out of her, grabbing the sprite's hair and launching her into the tarp above us. But the little woman could take some damage, and just kept blasting the nymph with pressurized water spouts, which exploded off the nymph like blue fireworks, soaking all the female spectators to the male's great delight. The women probably would have cared if it wasn't so damn exciting. It wasn't the threat of nudity, it was the viciousness, the magic, the blasting, the flying, the fantasy. My eyes were glued to it, pupils the size of pinpricks, throwing around money as Kino screamed, "Rip her clothes off! She can't hit you if she's covering up!" to the nymph, who she had unloaded over 100 rooks on. God knows how much I had on it. I doubt the Raxlin knew how much anyone had on it. Climbers threw around rooks in Trenta by the handful. It was the most lucrative venture yet. The nymph listened to Kino's advice and flew forward, grabbing the sprite's white shirt. And just as she was preparing to rip it off, the door suddenly blasted open against Kalian's rules, and a man screamed, "Help! I need your help!" Chapter 50. Kill Call. It's hard to express how hard the climber's desperate plea for help cranked the mood into the opposite direction. The nymph released the sprite's shirt, and the gamblers traded disjointed frowns before studying the man in unison. "Let him through," I yelled. The packed house of gamblers pushed backward to let the man wade through, and when he was before me, he gripped the coin-studded table for support. "What's wrong?" I asked. "What's wrong?" he repeated with a bitter laugh. "The Ashlands issued a kill call. That's what's wrong." "You can't be serious," Rax said. "What's that?" I asked. "It's when they call everyone in the first 4 floors to pay up within the day or leave," Rax said. "Okay, well, you're about to learn about soul pacts through this conversation. I feel the need to over-explain. The reason is simple. Lindell once taught me that readers should never be confused, ever. If they are, you failed. And considering that I was confused during this conversation, I feel it's necessary to spell things out ahead of time. Hearth's soul pacts had certain rules embedded in them. You couldn't shut down city operations, destroy property, riot, etc., etc. If you did, you would get a soul warning, just like with the labyrinth. Only unlike the labyrinth, which usually only shattered your cores, broken soul pacts killed the offender. It's self-enforcing and lethal. But Hearth could also enforce the pacts manually. In the case of the floor tax, individuals only had to pay when they left, got kicked out, or broke the soul pact. Once they had to pay up, if they couldn't make the bill, the Ashland family, which controlled soul pact enforcement, could make deals with the party to, say, sell their mind, body, and soul to a corporation for 80 years to pay it off. And that's how it usually happened. Very few people crumpled to dust from accelerated aging unless they pissed off the wrong people or they were deemed worthless. But a clear call, colloquially nicknamed the kill call, was different. A clear call is the fantasy equivalent of performing an on-demand FBI raid on 4 million people on 4 floors simultaneously. One second you're chatting or hunting or at a wine tasting event, The next, your lungs are freezing, as hallucinogenic signals communicate that you need to pay your bill by day's end if you don't want your soul seed to explode. This naturally doesn't work in Kalian's kitchen, as it blocks soul pacts, but everyone else felt it clear as day and panicked, because unlike usual, where Ashlands are at the gates to negotiate deals to pay off debts, Clear Calls had a provision that stated that if someone couldn't pay within 24 hours, they had to leave, hence the name Kill Call. It was a mechanism for extreme situations, and these lowlifes triggered it when there were 5,000 to 6,000 climbers on the floor. As for how, that's about to be explained.
And we thought we had enough to pay it,
The man continued.
We really did. I mean, we brought 50 rooks apiece, just in case, but...
Just take a deep breath, I said to calm his hyperventilating. We can't help if you don't talk to us, and I have no clue what you're talking about, so just take it slow. He took a deep breath.
They called us all to pay up, and we were expecting something like that, so we made sure we had the rooks. But we were way off.
He laughed caustically.
After 20, 30 years, you forget how long you spend on the first 4 floors, And then you come back and learn there was a rook-a-day fee on your pact. People spend something like 7, 8 months there, and now you all owe hundreds of rooks.
Oh, Jesus. I suddenly remembered that orc trying to charge me 5 a day. If that were me, I would be dead.
And who has that type of money on hand?
He asked rhetorically.
I mean, people are running 30 floors to get to their safe, and we... Allison. Oh, fuck Allison.
What deal did she make? I asked.
What deal? She can't make a deal. That's the problem.
I put up my hands and looked at Rax. What's he talking about? You can't make deals during kill calls unless it's with climbers, Rax said. You either pay up or get out, and from the sound of it, no one has money to help each other. What? I cried. What type of bullshit is that? It's a safety mechanism, Helia said. If deals were possible, the Ashlands would be able to make calls to strong-arm unprepared people into deals. That's why the pacts make deals illegal. But it's also stupid, because kill calls break the labyrinth's rules. There must be an extreme reason the labyrinth allowed it. Extreme? I asked. What would make the labyrinth allow hundreds of people to stop climbing and die instead? I don't know, Helia said. Kill calls are something the immortals threaten people with, but I don't remember them ever using one. Well, I don't care what's going on, I declared. It needs to be stopped. I thrust my fingers in my mouth and whistled. Then I climbed onto the table in the center of the room, kicking gold and silver off it to stand. Listen up. We're summoning our resources. As of this moment, Kalian's kitchen is emptying out their coffers to help people. We need anyone who can to do the same. We'll ask our network and supporters to chip in to get your money back, but right now, we just need as much as we can, so summon it up. Many groaned, because they knew they had the money but thought they wouldn't get it back. I looked at the loudest of them, a brunette, who had been screaming profanities at the nymphs all night, and said, I don't think you understand. This isn't a charitable cause. This is the right thing to do. Right now, we're going to save our people because they're our people. And we're going to do it by any means necessary, then figure out equity later. That sparked their fury and fire, and suddenly people were shuffling through purses and spatial items and socks and boots for cash. I also need to know what time of day it is, I said. If it's night, I need every vampire and elf and any long lifer to gather up. An elf looked up at me. Why? Because we're going to fuck 'em up, obviously. Kino slammed her gauntlets together, and a ripple of air pressure silenced the room. These people are going to kill our people? I asked rhetorically. Well, our people aren't weak. We're going to rush out there during the chaos and knock the teeth out of 100 Draven enforcers before they even know what's happening. Then we're returning to organize this entire goddamn labyrinth. Hundreds of war cries echoed up the hollow pillar above us, but they were cut off when a familiar, cold voice cut through it.
That won't be necessary.
I looked up and saw Leo Roca flying in the empty space with 5 Valkyries. You got some iron guts to show up here, Helia said.
We're not here to fight,
Leah said. Oh, So you're here for tea? I asked sarcastically.
No, I'm here to ask for your help.
The area hushed down, and within that pregnant silence I laughed. What?
We need your help. The clear call was only allowed because the Quins are paying off everyone's debt, but no one's listening to us, so they're rushing up the stairs or out the gates before we can pay it.
They're what? I asked. Did they really think they could earn goodwill by risking people's lives and then paying off debts you forced onto them?
Of course not, she said.
Then what? I asked. That makes no sense. She took a deep breath.
Look, no one wants to kick anyone out. They want to keep people from coming down. And when you activate a clear call, no one can come down for 30 days without being forced to pay off their debt.
So what? I asked. Climbers can't come down to the rest floor because the squatters monopolizing it want to keep monopolizing it? How hasn't the labyrinth toasted, you assholes? Leah's eyes flickered with fury.
Because even the labyrinth recognizes it as a crisis. Your events are blocking the staircase.
No, your pacts are blocking the staircase, I said. If you didn't build a city and farmland next to the staircase, people could flood it and hang out. Instead, their pacts and armies are navigating them around to protect private property. This is on you.
Are we just going to point fingers, or are we going to save lives?
She asked. And that's when I almost lost my shit. I'm sorry, but this holistic New Age bullshit where people get to claim you're a toxic, uncooperative person after they kicked the hornet's nest and then figured out they couldn't win, that shit needs to die, in all worlds. And for the record, I had no problem getting the last word, even if it gave me the reputation of a mean drunk. So I was about to, but Helia, of all people, was the adult and stepped in. What do you want from us? She asked. Leah made contact with me and then her.
As I said, the Quins are paying off debt, but people are screaming too loud for us to tell them we're paying off their debts, or they're assuming they need to make debt deals, so people are leaving or going up the stairs in protest. We need someone they'll listen to.
She looked at me. Oh. I ran my fingers through my hair. I see. So that's all, huh? Well, I'll speak to them, and I'll make sure they don't pay a copper. I chuckled darkly. You can bet on that. I turned to Rax. Can you guys fly me? We can, but it won't be fast, he said.
We can take you,
Leah said. The hell you will, I said. You're going to go back to Hearth and twiddle your thumbs, because you just proved that you're going to make things worse. Leah's eyes blazed with hostility, but they flickered like a dying candle when she felt the wrath radiating from Kali.
I'll take you,
Kali declared while glaring at the woman. She cast her gaze on the sea of gamblers in front of us.
Move!
A space quickly opened up in the pillar, and Kali walked into the center as orange wisps of aether oozed around her. Then her body developed a hypnotic, gaseous skeleton of a panther, before the magic solidified in her ethereal panther form. The panther was orange and black and glorious, and I was supposed to ride this war mount. It felt strange. I knew it was just magic, but it always felt weird thinking that I could ride Kali, as if she were actually an animal. Yet I lost my apprehension when I mounted her and grabbed hold of tufts of fur. It feels real, I thought. Though I suppose, I turned to Helia thoughtfully, her clothes weren't real, and neither was her body. She wasn't a human. Changelings were unique to pure shifting beasts, meaning that she was an actual animal. She also had to be small enough to fit into a human body, making it likely her true form was the size of a possum, or even smaller. The fact that she deceived the world into believing that she was a topwalker, a name for intelligent species that walk on two legs, made it clear that Kali's fur wasn't that impressive. Still, she was a badass panther and felt like one, and that gave me strength. I turned to the man who came in. What's your name?
Tig,
he said. Okay, Tig, get on. We got a girl to save. An exalted wave of howling cheers met our exit as Kali plowed her way into the tavern, jumped onto a table to bypass the packed crowd, and then bounded for the door as the Raxlin followed behind us. Chapter 51. Principles of Politics. As soon as we blasted out of the door, we saw what Leah was talking about. It was a madhouse next to the staircase, the type of scene you thought society overcame when online shopping dethroned Black Friday as a means to buy cheap goods, thus leaving the pushing, yelling, and screaming to political protesters and mentally ill K-pop fans. Meanwhile, Quinn troops had activated amplification circles and were screaming, "Don't go upstairs!" as if it weren't the panic equivalent of telling someone to calm down. That's just making things worse, I thought. I clicked my tongue and patted Kali. Get their attention. Kali took a deep breath and unleashed a terrifying roar that stopped the mayhem. Rax activated an amplification spell, and I scanned the area. Don't you dare go up those stairs, 'cause no one leaves until Hua Quinn pays our fines. The Quinn guards erupted in protest. That's what we're trying to— Silence, I yelled. Shut your dirty goblin-licking mouths. No one wants to hear a word you say, 'cause you only spew lies. A pressure gauge broke, and all that yelling and screaming I just tamed exploded again, and this time it was less chaotic and more refined, like sunlight in a magnifying glass. If you don't know who I am, I'm Derek Greschling, I said, calming the crowd again. I'm the guy who runs that tavern. I'm also the guy that's going to force Hua Quinn to pay off all your debts. A howling wind of cheers struck against the yelling, jeers, and panic. You can count on me succeeding, I said. So calm down and follow me. So yeah, that solved the problem. Leah was fuming at how I was handling the situation, of course, but I shot her a snide smirk when that colossal line blocking the staircase abruptly dissolved and followed behind Kali and me. The smirk was extra snide, because I knew my lies and tactics were going to get much, much worse. Leah Roca would rue the day she asked me for help instead of letting us bludgeon Quinn troops in the Nalzarenth city streets. Plink, Kino, you follow me, I said. Rax, you lead these people. Like it or not, you're also a leader here. Rax closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yeah, I get that, but how? Strong-arm 'em, I said. I don't know, treat 'em like the Drokai. Lash 'em like swine, declare that you're their territory's new kingpin. I don't know, figure it out. Rax nodded a few times and said, I can make something work. I really wanted to know how he would do it, but people were suffering acute aging and death as we spoke, so I yelled, Follow Rax. He's the guy running the elixir trade. I need to get ahead to protect the others. Kali then kicked off the ground faster than any ground dragon, increasing further in size as we flew over Floor 1's roads, rocks, and streams. It only took us about 20 minutes to make it to the gates, a span of 25 miles, and it was only possible because Emma had hooked into Kali's fur to let her brake 70 miles an hour, close to 120 kilometers per hour, as we crashed through Floor 1. We heard the chaos half a mile out, and by the time we heard the hysteria and crying and screaming, we knew things wouldn't be as easy as before. There were about 300 recorders processing the payments for tens of thousands of people. The Immortals are here too, I thought. Do they need to do this at the gates? The enforcers were on the walls on either side of the gates, which was surreal because there's an illusion in Nalzarenth Labyrinth, which made all the floors seem like they go on forever, despite having hard walls. So while it looked like there was infinite space, the people packed against the walls proved that it had real borders. What are we gonna do? Plink asked as we assessed the chaos. I don't know. I had to turn my body 180 degrees to see all the people. We need something to get everyone's attention, like fireworks. You got anything like that? Something that creates a colorful explosion? I do, Plink said. Solar flare from the times on the Yarder. Gitters used to stock it when Greggs came hounding. Got us to cheer up after tricking and glogged the hole. I'll take that as a yes, I said. Can you use it? I can, Plink said. But there is 1,000 rooker fine for it, intentionally to stir up in the peace. 1,000 rook fine, I muttered. Then my lips bent into a menacing grin. That gives me a bad idea. I like bad ideas, Kino said. Course you do, I said. Plink, light her up, I ordered, and make her worth it. You got it, bosser, Plink said. He lifted his hands high and released a Diablo mortar in the sky. It went off with a thunderous crack and a shine of green light that illuminated the skin of all the screaming climbers. It shut everyone right the hell up. Hua Quinn took that brief silence to say, Listen to me. We are... Another firework exploded, this time right above him. Who did that? Hua roared. Shut your goddamn mouth, I said. I'm the person speaking, 'cause not a single person wants to hear a damn word you say. A triggered shockwave of cheers met my words as I unmounted and said, Lift me. Kino trembled in excitement as she and the trailing Raxlin lifted me skyborne in something that could only be described as a blasphemous cult fantasy. They hoisted me airborne, arms stiff and splayed out, standing straight while flying, as if I were welcoming the world and all its children. It was so ridiculous and perplexing that flying immortals and climbers moved out of our way, and people kept silent as I approached the area above Hua Quinn. Hua was clustered with an army of Royal Quinn guards, knights distinctively clad in red and black, like caricatures from bicycle playing cards. He stood there in his immortal robes, head buzzed on one side to expose his punk rock elf ear, a true villain. Well, Hua said, you have our attention. I wrangled back my fear and spoke into the amplification circle. My name is Derek Greshling, I said. I'm the deed holder of Kalian's Kitchen, friend of Helia Gisano, partner of Rax Saslin, and twice robbed citizen of Nalzarenth City. And as you can see, I just racked up a staggering amount of rooks in the last few minutes. You know who else racked up heavy fines? Allison Trinan. She's a floor 30 veteran who's set to die today because your corruption ring stacked up a rook a day on the upper floors with no grace period. The key word here was your. It was a bold-faced lie, and Hua knew it. His face snapped with disturbed fury, and he couldn't retort because of the roaring crowd I just triggered. And if that wasn't enough, I yelled, just an hour ago, I learned that you blackmailed the Ashlands into this kill call to teach us all a lesson. Just how sick are you? In case you're wondering why I chose to meet his political inferno head-on with a fire hose full of kerosene, I'll break down some political best practices I've learned from the history books. First, if you ever find yourself standing before a feral mob of outraged citizens, the first thing you should do is weaponize their anger. Sharpen it like a display katana, and then hand it off to the nearest willing sheep to cut down your greatest enemy. This is both convenient and a requirement, because the secret recipe to weaponizing a mob is to give them a single person to blame. And that person might as well be your enemy. In fact, it should be your enemy, because the last person you ever want to blame in times of political turmoil is the people that are actually responsible. That dilutes the anger, and that's a bad thing. So you should never give people an endless stream of slightly reasonable explanations for their woes. Fuck that. What the people need is a true villain, a reprehensible monster that kidnaps children in the night and raises them to abuse women and eat pets. They want someone to blame for everything, an embodiment of all their problems. Someone so synonymous with their woes that people genuinely believe killing that person would bring the impossibly large machine supporting them to its knees. People love a good villain, a tangible entity they can fight and triumph over. The problem is, such people rarely exist. That's why you need to make one. And to do that, you must blame everything tangibly possible on that person, even things twice or 3 times removed, and then blame some more. You need to make someone responsible for every evil, no matter how absurd. And that someone might as well be your enemy. In my case, Hua Quinn. As expected, it worked. The people shouting at us for skipping the line mere moments before were now on my side, screaming at Hua Quinn to his face, unconcerned with consequences or common sense. They were like toy poodles yapping at a grizzly bear, berating and harassing the man at point-blank range. It was vicious, thoughtless, and depraved. These are lies, Hua yelled. I have nothing to do with the soul pacts. That's what the Ashlands thought before they discovered your collection racket, I yelled at full volume. I'll tell you how your people did it. Your people stamp a higher cost, and then when it's time to pay, they pay the right amount to the Ashland and skim the rest off the top. And anyone can do it. Ashlands, Grola, Rokas, but they don't, because they bent the knee and let you monopolize this corruption. Jeers, shouts, fanaticism. thousands of climbers turned feral as they screamed at Hua, and all the immortals on the periphery started rushing away and spreading out to avoid the fallout. They were seeing true hatred and anger, and that was a good thing. Let them see it. Let them feel it. Let them tell all their friends about it. Hua watched all of it with a murderous smirk. I pressed on. And who would have known? I asked. Who could have known that the man who regularly kills jinxes and sells his customers into slavery would rob climbers and try to murder his political enemies? I mean, it's not like you just sent your army to kill your competitors in broad daylight. That's right, folks. If you're doing this, commit to it. Double, triple down. Mix bold lies with hard truths, like a hate laundering service, dragging your enemy through the mud until they are viewed as the ultimate villain, a completely irredeemable sadist who cannot be saved. And once there's enough truth mixed in with the lies that people accept baseless allegations as bold facts, once your enemy is an absolute villain, you must triumph over them. This is the most critical part. Once you create the embodiment of evil, good must triumph over it. This isn't for practical results. It's storytelling. Captivate people. Give them something to celebrate over. Tell their friends. Express their victory. Even if it's small. Even if it's guaranteed. A victory is a victory. So whenever possible, cinch your fists to guarantee your success. Like I was. Well, guess what? I yelled. We refuse to let this go on any longer. We refuse to let you get away with it. So I'm not leaving here today until you personally pay off Allison's bill and everyone else's. Hua's face contorted into a scowl, and he seethed. That is what I was already... Because if you don't, I interrupted, Rachma will revolt. Helia will revolt. Kalian's Kitchen, Raxaslin, the Rankers, and most importantly, these people who were already here to protest your corruption will revolt. We will boycott your products, fight your enforcers, and disregard Hearth's laws. Now, unless you want to drag the rest of the immortals down with your sick villainy, quit making excuses and pay Allison's debt and everyone else's. Chapter 52. Hua Quinn. Hua snapped when I told him to pay off everyone's debt for the third time. I'm already paying! Grax released dozens of colorful flares that burst with loud explosions to stop the crowd from hearing him. Stop saying what you're doing and do it, I yelled. I turned and looked into the crowd. Allison, Tig's friend, where are you? The crowd parted, exposing a lizard woman. Not a sad puppy, but we'll have to make it work, I thought. Martyrdom is much easier when people are attractive, and as Pick My Species proved, there were a lot of people that loved smooth-skinned species and very few who loved scales. But what was done was done. Get her, I said. A swarm of pixies flew into the crowd and picked her up as she squirmed, disappointing most people in the crowd. Let me tell you a story, I roared. Allison's party member, Tig, risked his life to run back to the kitchen to save her. He rushed in and said, Please save Allison. Take my limbs, my armor, my life. I'll be your servant. Create a soul pact. Anything you want. Just save Allison's life. Whether it was her mannerisms or body language, or some hidden feminine quirk we can intrinsically pick up, Allison blushed despite being a literal lizard, and she clammed up all cute, and her martyrdom was born. I got instant sympathy from the crowd and exploited it. And I was moved by this deep appreciation for his fellow party member, a fellow climber, who fought and risked his life to protect her, I said in a low voice. I was so moved that I determined that I would personally pay off the crippling debt the Quinn saddled her with. But then I left and saw this chaos and thought, why in the hell should I pay off her debt? The only person who should pay is Hua Quinn, and he should pay for all of us! Hua tried to speak, but he was drowned out by the overwhelming screaming. The area had bass, destructive, overwhelming bass that matched the ire and hatred and fury. And now I'm here, I yelled. And so is Allison. and unless you want to invoke the wrath and hatred of this entire labyrinth, you will pay her bill right now!" I flew Allison to the table nearest Hua Quinn and looked at him. Hua's lips forced themselves into a cruel smile as he walked forward. He radiated cruel charisma, an overwhelming social aura that captivated the people nearest him into chilled silence as he walked. He was like dry ice, leaving fog with every step. But that fog was actually toxic miasma that wilted the grass below his feet, leaving yellow footprints in his wake. His feet and body didn't actually do that, but it felt like they did. I seized up as well, but I recovered when he shot a threatening glare at Allison. I clicked my tongue 3 times admonishingly. "Don't touch the martyr, you know better." He studied me. "You're surprisingly good at this. Are you royalty?" "I'm not," I said, "but where I'm from, anyone can learn anything and start any business they want. And it's for that reason nobodies like me can wreck titans like you." "Wreck me?" Hua asked. "As in, destroy? Did you just say that you would destroy me? I've eradicated empires. I've fought to the brink of death and then reclaimed my territories. I built a sprawling empire that spans 100,000 miles of land. And you think you're going to destroy me? No, you're not going to destroy me." Hua took a step toward me in the pregnant silence that had formed around us at some point. "But I'll tell you what will happen to you." He stopped in front of me. "I'm going to find out who you are, and then I'm going to find everyone you love and all your associates. I'm going to have my soldiers gather them up and then hold a public burning, where we burn all the children at the stake. And after every burning, we'll remind them of the person who did this to them. That is what's going to happen. And I assure you, whoever you are, that it will happen just as I said it." I reflected on his words for about 5 seconds before awkward energy bubbled in my guts and I burst into surreal laughter. His eyes snapped onto me. "Do you think I'm joking?" "No," I laughed. "No, I think you're serious. I mean, here I am trying to turn you into a villain, and I realized that no matter how evil I make you out to be, it'll always be an understatement. And I mean, that's disturbing to the point of laughter. But that's not what I'm laughing about. What I'm laughing about, the thing I find so hilarious, is that if you find out who I am, if you discover the only person I care about outside these walls, you should run. Because if she finds out where I am and finds out that you so much as threaten me, she will destroy you. You, your entire empire, your legacy. Trust me when I say this, Hua, but there are people in this world far more terrifying than Helia Gisano, and you can't even handle Helia." I looked at the Ashland guard collecting the tax and said, "Tally what Allison owes." He looked between Quinn and me and Allison and nodded. She lifted her hand, and it glowed.
287,
he said. I whistled and yelled, "You conned this woman out of 287 rooks just to climb a free labyrinth." A fresh surge of public loathing rained down on Hua as I made lethal eye contact. Plink started chanting, "Pay it!" on cue, and thousands of people were raining down pressure on him. Hua pulled out a platinum coin and pressed it like a medal he hadn't given me yet. "You'd better pray that you can live up to your threat," Hua said. I leaned in and whispered, "My name is Derek Wheatfield, Queen Hensley's ex-lover." His eyes trembled as he stared at me. "Oh, so you know about her," I hummed. "How dangerous she is." "Well, I suppose you couldn't have a clue about that, so I'll tell you a few secrets. Denise was born with a manicore that makes Helia's look like a pebble, and she has a murderous temper. When I was kidnapped 6 months ago, she usurped one of this continent's strongest kingdoms and went on an execution spree within 2 months. Total collapse. I wonder what she'll do to the immortal floors when she finds out that you've trapped me in here and tried to kill me. My lips twisted into a grin when I saw him take a sharp breath. Call my bluff. Do it. And once you're done, find yourself a nice tree to sit under and cry, 'cause there ain't no forest between your lands and Jespa's army. It's not just dragons and vampires anymore. It's a monstrosity. Hugh Quinn's eyes told a wonderful story about the state of the world. As I learned after research, Denise taking over the Jespa kingdom was a bigger deal than I expected. The kingdom had a famous army of dragons and a multi-species coalition of humans, elves, and vampires that could fight day and night with savage ferocity. It intentionally thinned forests to prevent attacks from elves, created alliances with fairies, and employed every species imaginable, recruiting once a year from labyrinth for extravagant sums of money. And as a reminder, these people had magical technology that located and summoned people from another world. They also held a bioweapon that wiped out territories in an advanced holding cell, and a spirit master who could control multiple spirits. These people were strong, and demonstrated potentially catastrophic magic to fight back against Aqualis Gentra. So the fact that Denise seized the kingdom so quickly didn't degrade the kingdom's exemplary talent and destructive power. It just proved how freakishly strong she had become in less than 3 years. Now play along with this fancy little game, then lock down information suppression by the next recruitment period, because my paperwork fatefully gave me the same first name, so it's just a matter of time before she finds me. I grabbed the coin out of his hand and lifted it to the crowd, who had stopped chanting halfway through our clandestine conversation, and dropped it on the ground. No, I yelled. You can pay platinum after you see what 287 rooks looks like, so pull out some gold and count. Hugh's body shook with rage, but he laughed and said, if all that's true, it's war. He pulled out rolls of 20 rooks and broke one on the table as the crowd erupted in riotous applause and cheering. It's not a feud between people, he said, as he spread out the gold on the table and pulled out another roll. A grudge, an assassination. It's war. So I'd start preparing if I were you. Build an army, summon your resources, and gather allies. He pulled out a third roll of rooks and presented it to the wild climbers who were chanting, Pay it! Pay it! Rally these people, Hewitt taunted. Build your little business, and if you're wise, you'll summon Queen Hensley, because these boycotts, he scoffed. I could stop selling elixirs for a century and still afford armies forever, because my wealth and power come from an empire spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Protests, boycotts. How childish. The only way you'll harm me is with true power, and that comes with armies, because your queen can only enter a floor once, and we control 39. Something about that supreme arrogance rubbed me the wrong way, and defiant rage bubbled in my guts like popping popcorn. I experienced some weird force seizing me, and the following declarations slid off my tongue. You know, I've never really wanted something out of life. I went to school because I thought I could figure it out there, but I spent most of the time drinking and cramming for tests. But when I lost everything during summer break, and I couldn't afford to go back, I wasn't even that crushed. But now, now I think I've found my calling. As of this moment, my only goal in life is to drive you out of business, to destroy your empire, humiliate you. And I swear to God, I'm not going to be satisfied until your own guards escort you out of those gates. Look forward to it. Until then, I motioned to Plink, who started releasing dozens of flares just to rack up extravagant amounts in fines to the sound of a cheering crowd. Then he swooped down like a hero, and I said, Pay up. Hua pulled out a literal crate of platinum coins, and the crowd went wild as we lifted Allison, our unlikely lizard martyr, and dropped her down to Tig. The two were swarmed by spectators who cheered and applauded them, taking grim and daring interest in the forbidden love story my hyperbole fabricated. Then we stranded them with the sharks as Hua paid out gold, and I rode out of the crowd a hero. I had work to do, because I knew damn well that demand would be a-boomin', and unlike before, I genuinely cared about succeeding. Chapter 53, The Revolution. Hearth City Council activated the clear call as both a warning and a deterrent to coming to Kalian's kitchen. They issued it during our massive event to send the warning, and then planned to use the 1-month requirement to pay outstanding fees to determine climbers from entering the first floor. This mechanism was only legal by labyrinth rules because our event had clogged up the stairs, and they planned to pay off everyone's debts. So the call was designed to unblock the staircase by temporarily hindering people's ability to enter the floors and tests. It backfired spectacularly. Rumors spread that Hua Quinn was being forced to pay off everyone's debt after he called the kill call, and the people rioted, so climbers flooded floor 1 seeking to pay off their debts. Hua was only paying off debts to buy goodwill, so after it backfired, he refused to pay further, forcing the burden on the Ashlands, who controlled taxation, enforcement, and soul pact rights. Yet they didn't complain once. Casting blame solely on Hua Quinn saved their family's reputation, as Hua Quinn was now getting blamed for the Ashlands' misdeeds. So they gladly paid, and even welcomed it, issuing humble apologies, something that sparked tension between the Ashlands, Quinns, and Hearth, as the influx of traffic made Kalian's kitchen boom. Over 20,000 climbers choked down cheap booze and insufferably poor food in Kalian's kitchen that month. But they did eat and drink. Dedicated teams of volunteers heaved kegs and bottles and spices and wild game down the corkscrew. And at some point, Helly and I stopped caring about the foods we threw into the stew. There were just too many people throwing gold at our rebellion, and none of them actually cared about what they were eating or drinking. Everyone was just happy to be there, packed in the space like sardines, feeding off the energy of an obvious historical moment. No one questioned if we would live or die over our antics, and they didn't want to. Everyone wanted to dream, to think that we would triumph, and that undeserved spirit of victory lingered over everything like a ghost, inspiring people to do things and accept things that they usually wouldn't. So when Helia would bring out a cauldron of slop and say, "This slop is whatever you people brought us. If you want real stew, bring us some real food," the crowd would go wild, and then try it and say, "Damn, we'd better get spices. This shit is terrible," and then laugh about it. When climbers would toast and say ominous things like, "Down with the immortals," ignorant people cheered from across the room simply because other people were cheering. And when I drunkenly staggered onto a table the first night with a bottle of aged brandy and said, "Rax and I are gonna put the Quinns out of business. Who's with us?" Nobody treated me like the blacked-out college girls stripping at the kegger on video. No, they swarmed me and asked how they could help. I slurred out something around the following. "Ha! What we need's a royal architect, 'cause we're gonna build this bitch 20 stories high. And if we do it wrong, we're screwed. Gonna have to demolish the place with dynamite and use the wood to heat orphanages." And to my utter shock, people started muttering and saying crazy things like, "Trallick's royalty, right?" And, "Yeah, but he wouldn't be here if they loved him, now would they?" with serious faces, and then scurried off. It was so surreal that whenever people asked me for things, I would blurt out equally insane things like, "We need lumber and carpenters with great skills, excellent skills, the best skills. We have a royal architect coming at some point, and we'll need the works." That was too much for some people, and they would laugh and say, "His Majesty requests some wood. Who are we to decline?" Then I would laugh and say, "You'll have to wait until we close down for construction, but when you hear it's closing, send aid post-haste." And we'd laugh together. I'm sure you're starting to see a pattern here. That's easy to do if you're reading a narrative that is carefully constructed to lead you to that conclusion, and you're sober. And let's be clear, I was not. It's a Christmas miracle that I remember this much of that blacked-out period of my life. And to be perfectly transparent, Much of what you're reading is the result of about 50 years of people recounting stories of wild things I've done that are too hazy to confirm, but familiar enough to make me smile and reminisce. Or the result of me asking people questions back when this confession was a will, an account I was going to write in preparation for the suicide quest that turned this memoir from a hero's tale into an omission of guilt. So take what you read with a grain of salt. The only person who truly took my drunken self seriously in those days was my little angel. And by angel, I mean Valkyrie. And by Valkyrie, I mean my cultural arch-nemesis, Leah Roca. I strangely remember the conversation we had a month after the clear call. It happened once the provision requiring people to pay up if they entered the floor was set to expire, and I remember it with vivid clarity. I had a raging hangover that day, obviously, and my stomach was empty after puking out chunks of a punk rock death ostrich that someone hauled in the night before. And then here came Leah, walking in like Archangel Michael with her glorious wings and gorgeous face. And for a moment, I considered conceding the rebellion if she would go on a date with me. Then I remembered she was about to go off on some didactic tirade about order and justice and said, "Can't you just come here at midnight like a respectable person?" She sighed, then lifted her boot, only for it to give resistance from the sticky residue of booze and sweat. That made her huff. I'll give it to her. She was trying her hardest, but we were complete opposites.
"Have you cleaned this place once?"
"Every day," I said. She rested on one of her feet, lifting a hip and crossing her arms, proving that women are women, no matter how many horns or wings or tails they have. "Now seriously," I said, gripping my stomach and folding over. I lifted my hand and used my pathetic manicore to summon up a water sphere the size of a cup of water, and then threw it on the floor with a splash. "It's like that. But Helia does it, so it goes." I put my hands together and expanded them in a supernova motion. Splash! Then she makes Emma squeegee it. Takes 15 minutes. That's honestly just from last night. Leah studied the new water glistening on the hardwood floor, and then at me. "You should have drank that." "Drunk that. Learn your tenses." Leah glared at me. "You know what's unbearable about you?" "Basically everything." "It's that you're actually smart, and yet this is what you're doing with your life." "Actually, for the first time, I can say otherwise." "Oh, that's right. You're going to put the Quinns out of business." I looked up. "You know what's unbearable about you, Derek? It's that you ruin people's thunder." "It's not happening." "We'll see about that. Now, will you get your lecture out of the way? I'm busy dying here." "I'll make this brief. You need to get this under control. People are dying." "Indeed they are." I looked her in the eyes and then away, more out of annoyance than guilt. "Listen, Leah, I know I don't need to explain this to you, but you've painted me into a corner, so I'll do my best. Aside from the people your stunt killed, everyone who's breaking your laws and flipping off your enforcement teams knows what they're doing, and they're willing to fight and suffer and die to do it. That's because, as frivolous and pointless as our movement may seem to you, it represents their frustrations and beliefs and desires for revenge against you. And I'm not going to take that away from them. Not that I could, anyway." Leah pursed her lips and braved the sticky, broken floor to pull up a chair beside me. "I know you can't stop this," she said, "but you can steer it." "Like last month?" I mused. "Like last month," she said seriously. "Only this time, you don't sow as much confusion. Even more people journeyed to the first floor thinking that we would pay off their tabs." "And did you?" "We had to." "So?" I shrugged, as if to say, were they wrong? "I know you're pleased with these little victories, but if it comes to war, it's over," Leah said. "There's been 37 major rebellions against immortal rule, some violent." She glanced at Helia and back. "And as you can see, they're still in charge. And time again, the leaders of those rebellions are caught, captured, tortured, and killed. So unless you're prepared for things to go that route again," she looked at Helia again with narrowed eyes, "you'll rein things in." I glanced at Helia, who had clearly led a violent rebellion at some point, and then back. So violence isn't effective, I said. I ruminated over her words for a moment. Then I slapped my thighs and stood up. Then I guess we'll have to do this institutionally. Leah looked between me, Helia, and back.
Institutionally? Are we in the same labyrinth?
Yep, I said. I pulled a bottle of rye out of my spatial ring and cracked it open. I lifted it to my lips but hesitated, dropping it a moment before thinking better of my hesitation and drinking it. I regretted it. Shivering, I looked at her. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have grand delusions to live up to. Leah exhaled and stood.
Just remember, you have the power to steer this. Play your cards right and you could potentially earn a truce. Play it wrong and there'll be a war. And if there is,
she looked at Helia,
a lot of people are going to die.
Sure, I said. I took another drink after she left. I regretted it. You shouldn't take things so lightly, Helia said. She's right. Violence doesn't work. Protests don't work either. Unless you're able and willing to create a new government in this labyrinth, nothing's going to change. I'm aware, I said. But like I said, we're not going to do this with violence or protests. We're going to do this institutionally. I wasn't joking. What does that even mean? She asked. It means that we're going to rot Hearth from the inside and turn them against each other. I wasn't grinning when I said that. I was dead serious and confident. I took another drink and shivered. The third drink's when things get easier. You really think you can do that? She asked. Yeah, I said. Kali and I have been working on it. Helia narrowed her eyes. What have you done? I thought about answering, but then shook my head. I'm calling a round-table conference to discuss that, so make sure you're available. Chapter 54. Patches. Rax Saslin was sleeping on a mountain of gold in the recently built treasury when I found him. The treasury was the size of a 2-car garage, but it wasn't enough. There were a solid 3 inches of gold and silver coins at its lowest point, and there was a small pile that was 5 feet high in the center that the pixies liked to sleep on. In case you're wondering how many rooks that came to, it was about 5 million, with a 2-to-1 ratio in silver to gold. If you're wondering how it was even possible for 20,000 people to drop an average of 500 rooks in Kalian's kitchen, it's because they didn't. The vast majority came from donations, from unnamed immortals who wanted the Quins to take damage, and we accepted their money greedily. That said, we also generated about 1 million from the elixirs, gambling, betting, small donations, and this weird cultural trend where people donated the amount Hua Quinn paid off to the cause. So Kalians, or us, really. We insisted we weren't political revolutionaries, and people knew that, but I think everyone wanted to do something to stick it to the immortals. So many protested by donating or making promises of food and booze. And somehow that culminated in 1 million in gold and silver in 1 month, followed by a crate of Ketas from immortals. Rax and the Pixies didn't care where they got it, they just loved it. So much so that he bedded the nymph involved in the sky wrestling fight right on top of it, and they were still lying on it under a tiny blanket when I came in to present my plan. Rax, I said. He groaned and opened his eyes, shading them from the second the light stabbed them. Then he rolled over and remembered he was with the nymph, and then rolled the other way. What? He asked. We're going to turn the immortals against each other, I said, so I'm calling a round table. Rax rubbed his eyes. Can it wait? It's noon. Noon? Shouldn't you be meeting with Patches right now? I furrowed my brow. Who's Patches? What do you mean, who's Patches? You talked to the guy all night a few nights back. You kept trying to convince him to help you go on a crusade to save the Gabbies from the goblins, and everyone got riled up. People thought it was a joke, but you ordered a bunch of stuff, and even Liana couldn't talk you out of it. It turned into a big thing. I felt an icy tingle ripple across my skin. I couldn't remember any of that, and it sounded like something I would do. It was probably funny and exciting, but the fact that Liana, our employed Gabby, couldn't talk me out of buying things to save the Gabbies just made it embarrassing. "Oh, yeah," I said nervously. "I do remember that, but can you remind me what I bought?" Rax shot me a mocking smirk and sat up. The nymph tried to roll away, but Rax grabbed her playfully and whispered something to make her stay. Then he said, "I'm not sure. You were insistent upon creating something to blast goblins out of their dens with. And knowing Patches, he actually came through. I don't know, Derek. Just fine. I'm up." He sat up, handing off the covers to the nymph, who covered up her chest with one hand and peeled a gold coin off her back with the other. That couldn't have been comfortable. "Okay, I'll be waiting on the floor," I said. I left the room and walked back to the tavern and found a peculiar scene. There were two official-looking vampires, and the exact opposite, a wild-looking man holding a large, flat hose. Helia was speaking to the vampires and led them to our upstairs conference room, as I focused on the other man, who was surreal to look at because I would have sworn I would have remembered someone like him. He was what Crocodile Dundee would be if he went through a punk rock phase as a teenager. He had this unique vest that was covered in patches, and those patches extended to his trousers and climber's hat. Yet, unlike a normal ruffian, he seemed professional to the core, a true eccentric in a land where diversity was common to the point of monotony. Worst of all, he was holding a huge fire hose, sporting a big smile that said, "Great to see you again," even though I couldn't remember him at all. "Hey, Derek," he said. "Hey," I said. "Patches?" "I'm surprised you remember me," he said. "I figured you'd either remember nothing, or I'd see you on floor 24 clearing out goblin dens with a super spray 47 fire hose." I cradled my face as he lifted the hose. Patches laughed and said, "It's all good. I'm certainly not one to talk." He smirked, and then continued when I didn't get the inside joke. "Anyway, I heard you were low on arraycraft supplies." He looked at the massive array on the ground. "And it's been strangely easy to round some up recently, so I thought I'd bring some by with, this." He lifted the hose again. "What do I owe you for that?" I asked hesitantly. "Akita." 1,000 rooks?" I cried. "It's what you offered. I don't care about the price or method. I need that hose." "You just said you were surprised I remembered anything." "That's true, but you were very specific in your order, so I figured you'd want it." He lifted it up. "Don't you?" I puckered my lips and grumbled and folded my arms. "Don't you have a discount? I mean, we're spending fistfuls of Kitas daily. Drunken exploitation leaves a bad taste in my mouth." "Fair. Then how about this? I'll sell you this hose for 500, and these," he slapped a crate of arraycraft supplies, "for the other 500. I reflected on the deal and wagged my finger at him. "You're good at this." "I do all right," he said. I should reintroduce myself. The name's Larkin Chasma, bootlegger and professional troublemaker. At your service." He bowed slightly and then tipped his hat. "I run a supply line called Patches Parlay on floor 24. I'm famous for cold shine and fixes and being absolutely unkillable. You can call me Patches." I looked at his jacket and hat and said, "I think I'll do that. What do you got for me?" "All the good stuff," Patches said. "Concealer, brander, ink, bleed, and sealer. The sealer comes in 2 types, conventional and illegal. If you even try to scratch the seal on the illegal stuff, it'll shock you something savage. Sends the limbic system going haywire. It's honestly illegal, but I don't think you got to worry about that, now do you?" I shrugged and smiled and said, "You ever seen it in action?" "Not myself, no. Got a problem with torturing animals for the sake of testing. But I once sold it to an immortal who had a rat sniffing around his research. Came back a week later and sold me out, and then some. I needed to buy 10 pounds of the stuff. When I asked him why I needed so much, and after some coaxing, he said, 'I'm going to dip my arrays in honey and throw them on my enemies' porches.' Sure as shit, known guards of an array master in Kingala got short-circuited a few days later. I'm damn grateful that man kept mum. Otherwise, I'd probably be toast right now. That's actually the reason I got so much stuff. Only got out half before the lockdown. Swore I'd never sell the stuff again. And here you are, I said, giving it away for free. He crossed one heel over the other and leaned against the pallet, patting it twice. You're just buying the legal stuff. The rest, my friend, is what I call goodwill. I imagine Rachma'll be up before you know it. Then he'll be needing connects. Yeah? I smiled discerningly. My identity as Rachma was similar to an open secret. Everyone knew and everyone told everyone, but no one talked openly about it and expected me to deny it. Still, something about his certainty and shrewdness still gave me goosebumps. I suppose he will, I said. Anyway, if there's nothing else, he said, looking at my pocket. Oh, right. I reached into my spatial storage and pulled out a kita. It's been a pleasure. He traded the fire hose for the coin and tipped his hat. If there's ever anything you need, reach out immediately. He turned, but I said, There actually is. I'm about to call a round table to discuss it, actually. Can you wait around? I looked at the bar. Free drinks? His lips curved into a smile. Who am I to refuse? Liana, I said to the Gabby behind the bar, chat this man up for a bit, would you? She flashed me a smile.
Will do.
Patches kissed a necklace around his neck. Thank the gods for enchantments, am I right? I chuckled. Good man. I then went to check on Helia, but stopped when I ran into Kali. She was remarkably cute, with hair jutting out everywhere, taking slow steps in her fuzzy light blue sweater and white pajama shorts. She wasn't a morning person either. Is Helia still in the conference room? I asked.
Helia?
She yawned cutely.
Yeah, she said not to bother her. I was coming down to tell you that.
Oh, I said. Well, can you get dressed? We're showing it off. Her ears perked up.
Today?
Yeah. Her eyes lit up and she smiled brightly and said,
Okay, I'll get the drawings.
I smiled gently as she rushed upstairs to get the drawings we were working on before work that month. It was warm and fuzzy and positive, until it wasn't. Imagine a solar eclipse when the sun suddenly disappears and a black gloom of terror descends all around you. That's how harsh and uncomfortable things suddenly became when the vampires came out of the hall. Kali's tail bristled. My arms dimpled with goose flesh. Then we made eye contact and shivered. It was the way they glowered at me. Their eyes lacerated me, cutting me to the bone and leaving me naked and vulnerable and terrified. The sounds in the room faded, and my skin felt sticky. The light seemed to dim, and there was this faraway drum beat that got louder and louder as they walked down the stairs toward me. And the noise kept increasing until I could feel it and realized it was my heart and pulsing veins.
Who is that?
Kali asked apprehensively. I don't know, I whispered. Every footstep the vampires took down the stairs left me shivering. I could barely breathe once they passed me, and forgot to start again once they left the door. I took a gasping breath once Kali hugged me.
What was that?
She asked. Helia walked to the top of the stairs with a grave expression. That's a good question. You don't know? I asked. I know who they are, but not why they're here, Helia said. They're emissaries from Scalania. They're looking for their prince, but seem to think we're blackmailing him for some reason. Everyone knew who Kern was after his match with Quinn Fairlawn. His life had turned into a Where's Waldo Ken Kesey manhunt combo that captivated people as much as Kalian's kitchen, so it wasn't surprising his people showed up. That said, I had no clue why they thought I was involved with it. What? I cried. Why the hell'd they draw that conclusion? I don't know, she said. I told them that he showed up to the fight unannounced, but they scoffed and said, You know what you did. And I really didn't. Listen, Derek, if you know something, you need to tell me. Because unlike the Quinns, the Kalans can attack your ex. So unless you want to piss her off and have all three of them hunting you, you need to resolve this. I don't, I said. I met Kern right before the bell. We spent the night in floor 2, got drunk off something, and got separated on floor 3. He then showed up for the match, said a few words, and left, that's all. Her eyes fixated on me sharply. What did you drink? I don't know, I said. Some hallucinogen. It made my blood feel funny, but I'm fine. She studied my body. So that's what it is. That's what? I asked. She glanced through the staircase railing at Patches and back. It doesn't matter. Whatever this is, it's not that. By the sounds of it, you sent their emperor a ransom note. The hell I did, I said. This is probably the Quinns trying to gain allies. She shrugged. They insist it wasn't. Then what the hell happened? I guess we'll find out. The emperor's coming here in a few months, so we can ask him then. Until then, ask your merchants if they can get rancor blood. We got Minx, but I doubt she'd go for it. Maybe if we show proper respect, they won't think we conned them. No can do, Patches said, proving he could hear us. He took a drink from his rocks glass. I only work bootlegs and 25ers. Do you know someone who can? I asked. Patches laughed. Someone who'll steal Fellscar blood and serve it to an emperor in an illegal establishment while the press is watching? Sorry, guy. I don't know anyone that crazy. Allow me to translate what was going on. Vampires drink blood from beasts in Nalzarenth. It was legal and helped them grow stronger. But if they wanted to drink human or multi-species blood, or get stronger through drinking the blood of climbers from higher floors, they had to go through Nivik Fellscar, the Hua Quinn of blood trading. Helia wanted Patches to get blood from rancors to feed to the Emperor of Scalania, Kern's father, hoping it would show him that we respected him. But Patches was pointing out that it would be insane to steal Fellscar blood and then present it to an emperor under the public eye. It would certainly call for immediate executions of anyone involved. Well, I guess we need to prepare something else then, Helia said. Minx won't do it, and they won't touch elf blood, and even if we could get it, we don't have the equipment. So we need to find a way. She rubbed her eye and turned away, preparing to go to nurse her hangover, grumbling, Damn vampires and their bitch-ass customs. I should just kill 'em all. Hey, wait up, I said. We got a round table. She turned back. Right now? Are you crazy? Yeah, I said. If we need to bribe some immortals, we need to talk about it. Plus, Patches is waiting, so let's get it over with. I turned to Kali. Please get Rax, Kino, everyone, Liana, Plink, the whole syndicate. Everything's riding on it. Just get 'em. She nodded and rushed off. Then Emma grabbed 3 bottles of rum and a dozen glasses. Well, would you look at that, Patches said. Seems the rumors are true. They are. Now help yourself. Just don't ravage the top shelf. If you want the good stuff, you'll have to pay for it. I drink well, he said, referring to house liquor as he tipped his hat. I walked into the back, followed closely by Liana and the entire Raxland syndicate. It was time to make the presentation that changed Nalzarenth Labyrinth forever. Chapter 55. Conspicuous Illegality. Kali and I stood before a chalkboard in the conference room, prepared to unveil a project we had been working on for a month. A project that now felt strangely necessary. Helia and Liana sat at the large round table in the room, while Rax, Kino, Plink, and the Pixies sat on its perimeter, feet dangling over the edge as they waited for us to speak. Liquor lined the tables. We prayed that it would make things go smoothly, or at least let people speak their minds. I knocked back a double shot and said, If we want to win this war, we can't rely on protests and violence. What we need is to get immortals on our side and let them destroy themselves. Kino whistled. Now that's what I'm talking about. Rax shrugged. Helia watched with interest. Liana appeared uncomfortable, wondering why she was even in a leadership meeting. I pressed on. And if we want to attract immortals, we need to think like immortals. And to do that, we need to stop thinking about them like they're a mythical block. This isn't us versus them. It's us versus our enemies. And right now, it's reasonable to assume that at least 40% of them sympathize with us by now. 40%? Helia asked. Where the hell did you pull that number out of? History, I said. I know this sounds crazy, but all throughout history, wealthy elites have attached themselves to anti-elite causes, especially when the cause doesn't affect them. And right now, we've isolated our hate on Hua Quinn. Since our efforts don't affect their businesses, the progressives are more likely to sympathize with us openly. I scanned their expressions for immediate dissent, but found none. Helia had been around for millennia, and the youngest Raxlin was 34, so they knew how rich people behaved. And that's not all, I said. The Ashlands and Dravens have every incentive to support our cause, because it's taking all the yester hate off pacts and enforcement and placing it solely on elixirs. Immortals also have grudges with the Quins, politics, incentives, grudges. There are many reasons to support us, and that crate of Kita's in the treasury proves that. It proves there's some, Helia countered. Not half. But let's just say you're right. What's your point? My point is that there are already immortals that want to do business with us. They just can't without getting into trouble. But if we create something exciting that they can buy without getting in trouble, I'm sure they'll flood in. Helia raised an eyebrow. You really think they'll risk their immortality to buy things? I do. I picked up a piece of chalk and turned to the room's chalkboard. There's no doubt they'll buy it. I know this is going to sound insane, but there's a concept known as conspicuous, I wrote it out on the board, illegality. The government banned alcohol in my country one year, and rich people bootlegged liquor in broad daylight. They stocked it in political offices, served it in business meetings, and drank it in public. All of this was a sign of power. Like, I'm so powerful I can get away with this. But conspicuous illegality only works when there's high demand and public acceptability for a product. But we'll get to that. I wrote the next line on the board. It read, impediments, and I put bullet points. There's a few problems we have right now. First, we have the soul pacts. Whatever we make, it'll have to jive with them. Second, we need something immortals can buy and use and get away with. Something intimate or behind closed doors. Third, we need something portable. As much as hot tubs would sell like hot cakes, they won't fit into storage rings, and they can't be used in hearth. And lastly, we need something we can openly advertise. Kino frowned. That's a daunting list. I nodded. It is. But you already have an answer, Rax said. I smiled wryly. This was the point where I had to announce my idea, and it suddenly didn't seem like a good idea. But it was a good idea. It was just bad in general. But I pressed on. I do, I said. Then why are you wasting our time with a lesson? Helia asked. If you have something, just say it. I fidgeted and turned to the board and back. Well, first off, you're going to think I'm crazy. Second, it's a bit unethical, maybe. Kino raised an eyebrow. Unethical? What's that got to do with it? My smile got wryer. I got that we were criminals, so unethical was in our job description. But still. God, just say it, Helia said. Kali opened her mouth to help, but then blushed and turned away. Everyone snapped their eyes on her, and that wasn't cool in my book, so I took the folder from her hands and said, It's just best if you see it. I passed out pieces of parchment. When Helia saw the pictures, she turned bright red. Rax and Plink's eyes popped out of their skulls, and Kino freaked out when I passed her a sheet. I need these, she cried. Where are they? I haven't made them, I said. Then what are you doing? Make them! That's what I'm trying to do. Then what's stopping you? I pointed at Helia. She had her eyes glued on me with an intensity that made me shrink and feel small. She threw the parchment on the table, exposing a pair of full-back female briefs. Apparently, the most conservative option of female underwear from our world was clearly not conservative enough. I doubt she would have even approved of the male boxers I passed out. I winced and pointed at the board. I'll refer back to this board. If you can think of anything that can meet this criteria, I'm all ears. Helia laughed. I don't even see how this fits your criteria. Clothing is unenforceable for soul pacts, and no immortal would subject themselves to clothing laws, I said. They also hide under the clothing, so they're impossible to discover unless someone is caught buying them or someone raids an underwear drawer. And it's obviously portable. I mean, not to be crude, but this really is the most ideal product in the world. Even now, 40-something years later, I struggled to think of anything that would have the demand, appeal, marketability, and political viability as underwear. And I think that anyone who considers our position, market, and limitations, and then attempts to find something better, will eventually agree. It was honestly just the best solution to our problems. But Helia didn't care about logic. She had a repulsive reaction to the design, and that was clear when she leaned back and said, "Yeah, it's funny how you ignored the demand part." I looked between Kali and Kino. I pointed at Liana, the Gabby, who had her eyes transfixed on the page as if she was hypnotized. Sure, there were some female pixies who were hesitant, but they were discussing it with the others who liked it, swooping down to pick up the conservative pairs and male designs for examination. Helia looked around in disbelief. "What is this?" "Women like to look and feel sexy," I said. "They like to feel feminine, and these are exclusive to females. And beyond that, wealthy people love being avant-garde, being risque, discovering the art and fashion that's new before it hits the mainstream. And these garments capture all of that." I presented my hands to Kino and Liana and Kali and all the Raxlin, who were focused on various types. "Men like that, sure," I said. "There's zero doubt that changing trends in undergarments started out because sex sells. But it boomed in popularity because women love them. It's been co-opted by women's movements for freedom of expression and liberation. I mean, Helia, something you need to understand is that where I'm from, this isn't even close to risque. This is so normal that I can't help but think that you and your string-tied boy shorts are primitive." Her eyes snapped on me. "I'm not trying to insult you," I said. "I'm just being honest. This is normal where I'm from. Men, women, everyone loves them. They're functional, fashionable, and wanted. That's why they took over my world, and that's why I know they'll work in this one." I had come clean to all the leaders about where I was from at that point, so she accepted it. She then looked at the drawings and studied the pixies passing between them. There were a lot of excited faces, and Kali was nervous and fidgeting, as she was a designer. "I'm getting way too old for this shit," Helia grumbled. "Been alive so long I'm sounding like an immortal. Whatever. If everyone else wants them, it's fine. I wanted change, and I don't really got a right to complain when things change." Kino bubbled over with excitement, flew down, and ruffled Kali's ears with two tiny hands, making her giggle and say, "Stop it," as other pixies swooped in as well. Rax chuckled and said, "Serious question, though. Where does the string go?" "Nowhere. We're using elastic." The fact that you guys aren't using it is a damning, warning tale on the dangers of monopolies and extended lifespans. Look, let's just get started. You'll figure it out as we go. And that, my friends, was the moment when creating an underwear line became the vehicle of war and politics that would hopefully, through the whims of irony and grim hilarity, mark the decline and fall of dozens of the world's strongest commercial empires. Patches watched the Raxlin pixies fly around Kalian's kitchen later that afternoon, inking out their own scandalous drawings on a bar top. Yeah, Patches said as he watched them. "Like I told you earlier, I can get the textiles, but getting something thin and stretchy is going to require a bit of asking." He caught sight of Kino drawing a pixie stick figure with a triangle at the waist. "What are you doing again?" He didn't know the details when I asked him about obtaining textiles and elastic materials. "Don't worry about it," I said. "What about designers? Have you thought about anyone good? Someone who serves elites on 25? "Yeah, I know some," he replied, "but it won't be cheap. If you want a designer with a soul core, you gotta shop at 25, and those designers operate in the millions. I doubt they'll work for someone who doesn't even make clothing." "That's fine," I said. "We're offering percentages, not money. Send them my way and I'll sell them." "Percentage?" he asked. "That pretty much says I got an idea. You do all the work and we'll split the profits." I shook my head. "We're offering designs and technology." Patches had a soul core and could see Emma, so I used her to create a peacoat, then a suit, a dress shirt, and a hoodie in quick succession. Patches grabbed his hat and laughed. "Well, that's one way to do it. In fact, that's the craziest way to do it. That spirit's something else." Isn't she the best? Emma wrapped my body in pink arms with huge muscles, with thick veins and flexed. Patches broke into uncontrollable laughter, leaning against a wall for support. Indeed she is. He rubbed his chin. After that, I think I can get some interest, but Kalian's ban is serious for businesses. You'd basically have to convince someone to give up a multi-million rook business to be a criminal. Trust me, I said. Send me your most talented egomaniac and I'll sell him on it. Patch's lips curved into a twisted smirk. Egomaniac? Yeah, I want an evil genius. An unbearable visionary. Someone that'll work day and night for the sake of pretentious art. That's who I need. Give me that person, and I'll give you a revolution. His smirk turned into a be careful what you wish for grin, and he put up his hands. Okay, I'll do it, but let's talk numbers. I didn't like that smirk. It said, I know exactly who you want, and you're going to regret it. But whether I regretted it or not, only a narcissistic artist would give up everything to work for us. So we'd have to deal with it. So I nodded and said, Sure, how much are we talking about? He smiled shrewdly. 5,000, just for the meeting. Whether you can actually sell them is a you problem, not a me problem. Get the fuck out of my tavern, I said. I'll find someone myself. 3,000, he said, and remember what you're asking for. You're wanting someone to threaten their business just to speak to you. If they get screwed, I'm screwed. I thought about it. 2,500. If they sign, I'll push it to 5,000. So sell hard. Patches smiled. 2,501, and you have yourself a deal. I narrowed my eyes. Is this social conditioning? He shrugged. Whatever, just do it. Oh, and 1,000 a pop for new herb runners. He grinned. 1,001. My cheek twitched. Whatever, just do it. Patches left, and I sat at a table, feeling a wave of tiredness lock around my muscles. Yet I was excited, and the awkward energy was flowing. In 2 weeks, the hype would cool on the tavern, and we'd be revolutionizing the world. And why wouldn't I be excited? This was the dream everyone has at some point, to go to a feudalistic world of kingdoms and serfs and modernize it. Sure, I didn't know jack about engineering or guns or, useful stuff, but I did have a younger sister who my mom made me take shopping as a monthly payment for using her car. So I was basically a supervillain. Chapter 56. Niven's Netherware. This insane and twisted and deplorable idea to spread my world's underwear culture to Viridia became a reality the moment Patches delivered a shipment of Rokum gum, wrapped in 2-pound bricks like kilos of cocaine. He stacked up 100 pounds of the white substance behind the counter, making it feel like it was a drug deal before I paid him 100 rooks for the gum, followed by 50 rooks for hazard pay. Then Rax and the Pixies set to work trying to create elastic bands from the gum. In case you're unaware of what we were doing, we were creating the band in your underwear that lets it snap against you. You probably haven't thought about your underwear having a rubber band in it, especially if you're a woman wearing a thong, but there is indeed a rubber band that is not only sturdy, but also provides just enough pressure to stick to you without being uncomfortable. And that was our greatest struggle. Rokum gum was just like rubber. It was a brick of a movable, bouncy stuff that, when heated, could be stretched like a candy to get to the right texture, length, and thickness. On Earth, this entire process is done in a machine that cuts the same amount of material and stretches it to the same length at the same heat and stamps it into the perfect shape before labeling it for a certain size and shipping it off to a sweatshop somewhere to be made into underwear. It is automated and consistent. But when you have a gaggle of multi-species alcoholics melting this shit with fire magic and pulling and cutting it to random lengths, it's messy business. Yet after a week of experimentation, we got the right consistency. And by then, Patches brought around the designer. And he was right. You really should be careful what you ask for. The designer was a gay wolfkin tailor named Niven Zephyr. He was famous on Floor 25, running a multi-million rook clothing line worn by crest elites on Floor 25 and immortals labyrinth-wide. This man was a true believer in his art and mission, So when he saw Emma create 36 outfits in rapid succession, he sat down. Then Emma shaped and morphed into 12 species, modeling underwear on the table as he watched with vivid intensity.
50%, he said, and I want full creative freedom. Make it a soul pact.
I scoffed. Get the hell out of my tavern.
What? Do you even know who I am?
I don't care who you are, I said. You can have 50%, but you will not have full creative freedom or voting rights. This is a business. Cold, hard, merciless business that's designed to usurp Hugh Quinn. We're not here to change the world. We're here to make it worse. And the last thing I need is for an artiste to go around fucking it up for the sake of art or beauty. Soul pact? I scoffed. If you join me, you're giving me a soul pact that gives me absolute veto and firing power. He scoffed back.
So I'm just supposed to come in with my name and business and workers and work for you like a cheap laborer? What do you take me for? A cheap whore?
No, I take you for someone who asks people if they take him for a cheap whore. I stood up and let Emma dissolve into a pool of pink sludge to symbolize his dreams melting away. Then, once he was sad, I had Emma snap onto my body and create a 3-piece suit with a watch, and then a half trench, and a fancy watch. I had her add a scarf, then melted away to expose dress shirts and other fine tailored clothing. Listen, Niven, I said as I paced the room, changing outfits in rapid succession. Let's make something clear. I don't need you to change the world of art. I can pull a cheap whore with sewing skills from the street and change the world. He was entranced by the garbs and wanted to tell me to stop, but I never did. I never gave him time to capture something or take true inspiration. And even if you were to take any of these designs, you will never be able to create them how I create them. I let Emma dissolve and touch the table, but that's fine, because I don't want you to simply recreate these designs. I want someone who can adapt them and make them popular for this world. I want someone to fuse new and innovative designs that change the world. I want an entire revolution. And that's why I want you, Niven. And I want you to put your name all over it. He sneered.
Do I look like someone who gets swayed by cheap rhetoric?
You don't. I pulled the chair back to the table. You look like someone who's swayed by hard incentives. So how about this? I'll give you 70% of the profit. He raised an eyebrow with a, so I am a whore vibe, so I went for the kill shot. And I'll make you immortal. Truly immortal. Emma created a wolfkin woman in cheekies, who modeled back and forth on an invisible runway. Nivens. That's what we'll call them. It'll be the brand, but they don't exist. Not like this. And while immortals will steal the designs, while your competitors will scramble to get caught up, no matter what they do, no matter how they brand, no matter how unique they try to make it, they'll call them, I paused for dramatic effect, Nivens. His eyes sharpened, searching for falsehoods. Then they widened again when he realized that I meant it. In truth, I wanted to use his name, Niven Zephyr. Not only did it roll off the tongue like Calvin Klein, but the first name was one of those brands like Velcro or Champagne that was oddly suited to being the name of the product. What? You're wearing Nivens? Are you insane? Ha! You're not. I didn't know you were into menswear. Yeah, it had a nice ring to it. With any luck, we could do Nivens for the lowers and Zephs in place of bras. Not as good, but you can't win them all. I prayed he would take it. But he wasn't yielding. His eyes were trained on me, searching for ways to avoid the soul pact. And so I went further. Or I could call them Sarans, I said, naming his biggest competitor. The hell you will, he slapped the table. That damn whore will destroy your reputation, and thanks this little business venture of yours, you'll never become an immortal. I shrugged. Well, I need someone, and she's the next most successful, so that's just how it'll go. He started giving in, so I leaned back and said, So, are they Nivens or not? He wrinkled his nose and grabbed a pen. I'll sign a blood contract, no soul pact, and I want 50% forever. So if you fire me, that's the cost. A blood contract was a soul pact, but it was a legal document rather than a broad verbal agreement. This was cold, hard business. I'll agree, I said, if you can deliver. And to aid that discussion, I'll have you discuss numbers with my business partner. I opened the door and Rax flew in. I whispered, 50%, even if I fire him. That's fine, but we're setting success standards. Make him squeal.
I can hear you,
Niven said. Rax smiled serenely. Trust me, Niven, it won't matter. And it didn't. An hour later, Rax saw Niven to the door. The designer was furious and making quiet death threats, and I panicked. Did you mess it up? I cried. Nah, Rax said, as he grabbed a bottle of spirits and 2 glasses. He was just angry that he wasn't dealing with you anymore. I raised an eyebrow. What did you work out? 3 million garments sold to gain continuity, and the continuity is based upon his specific clothing lines and name, Rax said as he poured his drink. 3% stake for his name, full half for his lines, and 10% for direct offshoots. He took a satisfied sip of his drink. 40% of profit margins. My eyes widened. 40% of profit? I offered him revenue. And that's what he gets for treating us like cheap whores, Rax said. I told him he'd take home 30 if he treated us like sweatshop owners again. Those words plastered a smile on my lips. Pass me the bottle. We got a whole lot of celebrating to do. I should have waited to celebrate. Unsurprisingly, things got off to a rough start with Niven, because he was everything I asked for in twice the quantities. In just 1 week, Niven Zephyr became the most hated man in Nulzarinth Labyrinth, because for all his grumbling and projecting, he treated men, women, and anyone else who worked with him like cheap whores, and he did so with all the authority and righteousness of a virtuous apostle of God. If I knew that, I would have never put up a poster that read, Niven Zephyr's new clothing line needs models, 50 rooks and a health elixir for every session, all species wanted. Because all species were not, in fact, wanted. I learned that the first day when an orc walked into the room and Niven said, No, get out. What? She said. I said, get out. Even I can't improve something so hideous. She snapped. Obviously. This woman rushed forward to grab Niven by his neck, or his shirt, or his waist, who knows. She was massive, but whatever she did, it didn't matter. Niven's arms and legs suddenly turned into paws. He dodged and swept her feet under her at a speed I could barely process. Then there was a massive crash that the whole damn tavern could hear. Take it back, she yelled as she pushed herself up. Take it back, I said. I will not, Niven declared. Don't tell me you want her to be a part of our clothing line. I don't, I said. Fuck you both. The orc stood up. You're both hideous, especially you, she glowered at Niven. It's funny to hear this from someone born from a human fucking a dog. And she's stupid, Niven said, and wrong, and confusing. Let me ask you something. If you don't like dog fuckers, then why are you here for me to dress you? She opened her mouth but couldn't find her retort. Oh, you don't have an answer. Could it be a fetish? 'Cause if you want, we can just skip the underwear, and I'll make you a tail. I'm sure you'd— I'd rather die, she interrupted. Well, there you have it. We both find each other hideous. So why are you here? I'm waiting. Know what? Just get out of here. Your ass is too big anyway. I'd rather wrap a couch. So, yeah, that was day 1. 6 hours later, Niven stomped down the stairs in front of the entire Kalian's Kitchen audience, in front of climbers above floor 30, dipped a brush into an inkwell, painted over the word all in all species wanted, and replaced it with beautiful. Then he wrote explicitly, if you're over 8 feet tall, or have tusks, body fur, or scales, keep the hell out of my office. He finished by signing it in huge letters, Niven. You've never seen such an outcry before. 2 kobolds slapped the table and said, I'm getting real sick of smooth skins, and I'm getting tired of being lumped in with talking animals. You're asking for it. They stood. Niven looked the woman up and down. Do you really think you're going to sway people with that matted fur? Disgusting. They attacked. Oh, yes, they attacked. But Niven attacked faster. The second they developed their larger ethereal claws, Niven transformed into a massive wolf, grabbed both of their shoulders, and flung them across the tavern. Their bodies slid across tables, shattering soup bowls and glasses in a chain reaction. Emma shot out and pulled a few people out of the way to prevent impacts. Niven saw that and scoffed, and transformed back into a normal beastkin in front of the stunned house. A group of climbers captured the mood instantly.
Is he really a 25er?
Beastkin get a huge boost on the hump.
Seriously?
Yeah, the place is drowning in ether. It's like a double up for them.
Niven smirked at their reactions and walked to the bar and jumped onto it. Then he proceeded to demolish his reputation even further. Chapter 57. Culture Clash.
Some shit is just exclusive,
Niven declared.
You don't see orcs in dresses. Why? 'Cause they look terrible in them. You don't see humans or elves bare loining it. That's a privilege of kobolds and lizard folk. What happens when normal people walk around with wingies? They get laughed at. Why? 'Cause they don't have wings. I'm getting really sick of you sensitive anti-purist climbers treating everyone like they're the same. Elves can't live without trees. Vampires lose their powers if they don't suck down animals every day. Fairies can't breed to save their species. Changelings are genetic freaks. Orcs are strong and brainless. Lizard folk can't even sleep with a smooth skin. And y'all are out here acting like I'm supposed to treat you all like equals? Get the fuck out of here. If you want to prove your species is the strongest, fine. You got a labyrinth to climb. But don't you dare tell me who my clothing is meant for. My art is a privilege, not a right. And if any of you hideous, entitled assholes tell me that you deserve to ruin my art and reputation, you'd better come swinging. 'Cause no matter what cop-out, respect-first, consent-focused bullshit Derek spews to you, I won't have it.
So yeah, he really did that. In fact, I think it was even worse. I can't remember what he said, but it was at least that bad. I know, 'cause Niven became public enemy number 1. While most models left feeling neutral on the encounter, there were plenty who left offended and feeling low in confidence. And once those complaints got out, I spent the next week hearing, "He needs to go," before having to say, "I have a blood contract with him," and then explaining how successful he was. Someone else would always say, "I don't care how successful he is, you shouldn't have made a deal with him," and I tried to mitigate it, but my hands were tied. Once it was clear that Niven was here to stay, there was another movement where people wrote "Grand Prize for Official Niven Zephyr Match" on a troll mug, and the climbers filled it with gold in 3 days. Niven came out a few days later, dumped a handful of Kitas on the floor, and said,
"Pick him up, you broke animals."
Hatred bubbled over for a few more days, and then something strange happened. He left for about a week, and when he returned, he collected all the models, and once they left, the entire atmosphere changed. Women came out saying that he was actually a good guy, but didn't know how to express it, and Helia couldn't make heads or tails of it. "What the hell's going on?" she asked. The women saw the clothing, I said. He's pretty offensive during the design sessions. He uses the word hideous for anything that isn't ideal, not things that he actually hates. So the models get extremely offended until Emma's clone of the woman hits the right design and he says, "Stop, that's sexy. We might give this gay man a boner yet." And they'll ease up and get curious. Well, the designs came back and they didn't disappoint. Pretty much everyone started squealing and catwalking. Even the people he offended were pleased. I sipped my beer as I watched the women blush and say things like, "He's just doing his job," or "He was nice to me." "I gotta give it to him," I said to Helia. "He's damn good at this." And he was. So good that there was an army of women that showed up on our last day of modeling. I opened the door, looked at the line, and said, "What's going on?" A shy demon looked away.
"I was told there was modeling available."
I frowned. "Sorry, this was the last one."
"They're volunteers,"
Niven said.
"Let them in."
They didn't even ask my permission. He opened the second door, and about 24 women flooded inside. It turned out that all the women shook, squealed, and swooned about the underwear and bikinis. The hype was so great that when Niven declared that anyone who volunteered for testing and further modeling would get a pair, potentially their own unique line, dozens came out. And so we went through another week of testing and modeling, and then Niven disappeared to floor 25 to mass produce the garments. Once he left, I crashed into a bar stool, and Kali mixed me Viridia's take on an old-fashioned. Carpenters walked through the tavern in the background, bringing lumber and workers into the pillar behind the tavern. Helia watched them as they came up to the bar. "What's this?" "We're building a swimming pool," I said. She furrowed her brow. "In here?" "No. Actually, that's what I need to talk to you about. How far does Kalian's kitchen extend outside, and do I have control over that space?" Helia narrowed her eyes. "Why?" My lips bent into a sly smile. Culture Clash: Colors and Chaos at the Corkscrew by Lindell Troy, Senior Correspondent, Hearth Herald.
It's been a long 4 months for journalists since Derek Greschling and Rax Saslin won the right to govern Kalian's kitchen. Hearth reporters have been hunkered down in sweaty rooms, fighting to find titles for new Greschling articles that we haven't used. Kalian's Gabby gets promotion after seducing information out of spies. Frozen margaritas attract cloaked immortals. Roka begins crackdown. Orc kicked from Kalian's kitchen after trying to participate in underwear wrestling match. It always seems as though the depraved events that are so common in Kalian's kitchen are just unique enough to warrant a new story. And after so many months without breaks, sleep, or days off, we were quick to snap. So when Chief Editor Draga Edo of the Hearth Herald walks into my office first thing in the morning, I say, "No," before he even speaks.
"Derek's created an artificial river around the Corkscrew, and I think people are planning to swim in it," he says. "It's serious, so I need you to check it out."
Check it out how? I ask.
"I don't know, however they let you. It looks exclusive, so bring a bathing suit if you're comfortable with it."
He said the word comfortable so casually, despite it being culturally scandalous for an immortal to wear one in public. Climbers do it often, but in Hearth, public swimming or bathing is a sign that you're too poor to afford a private bath. Therefore, the concept of swimming for pleasure doesn't exist here. And bathing wear is, as the name implies, garments for bathing. They are designed for occasions that would incite group washing between women behind closed doors. And even then, the outfit provides more coverage than normal attire. It usually consists of a wrapped chemise and belly shorts that cover the collarbone past the belly button. It's remarkably conservative, but even then, it would be scandalous to show it to a man. It's not about coverage. It's about intimacy. And immortals aren't publicly intimate with anyone, even their partners. As a floor 24 climber, I always found these customs silly, until I changed into a bathing suit and looked at myself in the mirror. And then I suddenly have second thoughts, but I don't know why. It's just a shirt and shorts, and even if it wasn't, I'm a muckraker, an investigative journalist who participates in Kalian's Kitchen's dissolute games for the sake of the story, a climber who has bathed naked in streams with other climbers, a service immortal, someone who lives in Hearth solely to provide services. I'm not a true immortal, so why am I so nervous? I already know the answer. Immortal or not, I live here, and I'll be breaking cultural norms in this society, and cultural norms in Hearth are as concrete as hard laws. It's nerve-wracking, but also thrilling, exciting even. That's how I view it, until I walk outside and find Draga pacing back and forth on my porch. "Can I help you?" I ask.
Yes,
He grimaces, face contorting into fascinating angles. "What is it?" I ask. He looks at my blouse and shorts and says,
I don't know how to ask this, so I'll just come out and ask it. What are you wearing under that?"
My cheeks heat up, and I almost twist his neck with a good slap. But his face tells me he's not harassing me. Why? Why in the world would you need to know that?
Okay, listen, Lynn. I know that I told you to infiltrate this event, but I just got word from up high. Even if it blows your cover, you are not to participate. I mean, you can wear bathing wear, but you cannot participate in the...
He pauses and blushes. Are they naked? I cry. He grimaces, eyes flitting as he says,
I don't know how to answer that.
And I think, what do you mean you don't know how to answer that? The answer is either a yes or a no. But as it turns out, there's genuinely a third answer, and it's not perhaps or maybe. The word that Draeger was having difficulty expressing was arguably.
Right outside of Kalian's kitchen, in the heart of public, men and women splash around in an artificial moat built around the pillar, under a sign that reads, Niven Zephyr and Derek Greshling present liberation, wearing practically nothing at all.
The shirtless men are wearing strange shorts that are culturally acceptable, but the women are wearing garments that leave them practically bare. Imagine crop tops that don't cover the sides of one's breasts, and shorts that do not cover a woman's middle thighs. Then think less. The garments are simple triangles tied around their bottoms and tied circles around their breasts. Neither leave anything to the imagination. Derek Greshling and famous Floor 25 fashion designer Niven Zephyr call these garments bikinis. And yes, they are arguably worse than nothing, because while nudity is a private necessity, these garments are intentional, public, and subversive. They're so shocking that I barely notice how many rules this scene seems to break. Not only has Derek usurped a space that defies public property, but he has also established ward barriers over most of it, leaving only entrances to the staircase and a single path to Kalian's kitchen. And even then, there are two powerful elves oozing magical and aura pressure standing on either side of the opening, threatening anyone who tries to get inside. I need to get in, I say to them.
You can legally enter,
one says.
But there will be decisive consequences.
I'm dumbfounded and don't know what to say. But suddenly, a pixie flies to the guard and whispers in their ear. All of a sudden, they step aside and say,
My apologies. You can enter.
That's it. The pixie doesn't greet me or give me instructions. She just waves off the guards and sets me loose inside. It takes minutes to soak in the culturally mutinous scene playing out around me. Men in strange shorts, women in various flavors of bikini, colors and chaos everywhere. To my right, men play a game where they throw tiny balls into rock glasses filled with beer. To my left, a squirrelkin stands and giggles on a stage as men shake up wine bottles and pop the corks, soaking her white t-shirt to expose a yellow polka dot bikini underneath. Debauchery in every direction. Interspecies mingling, drunken fondling, public shamefulness. Everywhere you look, there's something culturally catastrophic happening, and almost none of it has to do with swimming in Derek Greshling's moat. It's all too much to handle, and it only gets more exasperating when a vampire approaches me and asks, "Why are you still clothed?" As if I'm the weird one.
Chapter 58 Culture Clash, Part 2.
Here we are, in public, and the vampire is wearing a bright and red and white floral bikini that looks neon against her porcelain skin. I am not the one who should be asked about clothing, yet I'm lost for words for some reason, so I end up giving a sloppy lie of an answer. I'm struggling with the public thing. I turn to look at the crowd watching and find an illusionary wall that prevents us from seeing what's on the other side. You do know there are people watching you on the other side of that, right? Yeah, she says. It is a little embarrassing, but we are the models, right? It's kind of the job. Oh, right. Don't worry, it's super fun here. You forget people are watching, like, immediately. So just change up, you'll be fine. I pause. I'm actually Derek's guest. I'm part of the press. I'm here to cover the new clothing trend. Her eyes widen. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were a model. No worries. Can you answer a question for me? She looks around and says, maybe? Okay. I say. I just want to know, do you enjoy wearing that? She looks at her bikini to ensure something hasn't changed and says, Well, yeah, I love it. Don't you? I feel that question should be easy to answer, but for whatever reason, it isn't. There is something appealing about what she's wearing, and it's not necessarily the look. It matches her shapes and curves, but it's too bright, too loud, too intimate to be purely aesthetic. Yet my eyes are glued to it. I'm almost envious of it. Because as scandalous and controversial the garment may be, it exposes her toned midriff and attractive confidence. Most importantly, it looks great in its environment. This is not something I can adequately explain. You just have to see it within context. To see a whole sea of women wearing them and then watch them interact. To see the way they giggle in the pool, splashing water at bare-chested men. To see them waiting in line to order colorful frozen margaritas, to drink under parasols with laughing men. To witness how they and men both blush and then move on. Once you see it, you will never know that despite the lascivious nature of this new clothing line, Derek Greshling and Niven Zephyr have tapped into something that neither I nor anyone else seems to understand. But we feel it. There's an unmistakable vibe to this place, a certain energy, a vibrant pulse that drives you to want to join in and have fun and feel free and happy in ways you haven't for months. There's a sense that it's purely good and nothing's wrong with it, and for that reason, I want to tell this vampire, yes, I do like it, but I can't, because there are also bad things happening in broad daylight. Couples make out against the walls of the pools. Climbers accept and drink unmarked elixirs that pixies fly around without questioning them. These are the types of pleasures that lead young men and women to ruin their lives with elixirs and boosters. How many warnings have I received about such drugs? How many times have I seen people fall victim to such behavior? These things remind me that the only reasonable answer is, no, I don't. However, I can't do that either, because this scene neither feels like a political protest nor an illegal event. It feels like a different culture, as if we're in another country, a country where the social norms and laws are wildly different, yet equally valid as our own. And it's for that reason you wonder if you can enjoy it as a tourist, or at least accept it, and saying yes or no feels wrong. I love it, don't you? I can't honestly answer that question. I do love it, but not what comes with it. The illegality and drugs and obscenity. Perhaps if it were legal, I would have a different answer, but for now, the answer is a hard no. So I answer her by saying, I don't know, and stumble off, seeking out the mastermind behind the scene to help settle my raging thoughts. By mastermind, I don't mean Niven Zephyr, the famed Floor 25 designer serving immortals even down in Hearth. He looks like the leader, getting massaged under a parasol while women shower him in questions and compliments. But I know better. The real person in charge is Derek Greshling, the man who sought Niven out to begin with. He's obviously the mastermind, but I have no clue what he's after. Is it a political message? A protest of a salacious nature, proving that Derek's lawlessness extends to sexual matters, as well as the violent and deteriorate? I'm about to find out. I find Derek in the center of the pool with Collie, serving frozen cocktails in a makeshift bar with a colorful parasol on top. He's wearing weird, black-tinted spectacles, surrounded by women, with his shirt off. Rax and Kino flutter around him with the other pixies, filling lines of shot glasses with multicolored punches, a color in each glass, creating a rainbow before Emma, Derek's spirit, creates Rakma tentacles that lift the glasses and provide them to women at random, always leaving a sea of grumpy men for last. Seeing Kali Haina, his most loyal and innocent confidant, in a bikini leaves me in a furious trance for some reason, and without thinking I'd launch into the pool, blouse, shorts and all, and crash into the cool water. Climbers cheer and lift their drinks as someone proudly announces that they attracted a normie. Yet those celebrations abruptly stop when someone identifies me.
Wait, isn't that Lindell?
Wait, you mean Lindell Troy?
Yeah, look at the horns.
Of course it is,
Derek says. My heart is drumming as I expect some grand introduction, a welcome, or admonishment from this depraved Leviathan. But he doesn't even tense. He just lifts a palm, flashes me a smile, and says,
Yo!
I can't answer. I'm too stunned.
Want a drink?
He asks.
We got 4th-tier detoxes, so there's no way to go too hard. Wine, spirits, elixirs. Hell, I'm sure someone's got Kina somewhere if you want it. Though you don't look like the type.
I'm not, I say.
Scotch?
He asks. He opens a spatial rift and pulls out a fancy bottle of spirits from a hearth distillery. Are you mocking us? I ask.
I'm always mocking you. Not intentionally, we're just...
He knocks back a yellow shot glass and shivers dramatically.
incompatible.
The crowd cheers, and the Raxlin reward their enthusiasm with a fresh round of shots. The whole thing is so exasperating that I find myself trudging through the water as those without a drink whistle and applaud. There is a big crowd at this point, and everyone is focused and eager to see my and Derek's confrontation. One man dumps an entire beer on his friend's head, and the friend doesn't even laugh or yell. He just wipes his eyes without comment and keeps watching. It is intense, and that heartbeat returns as I wade up to his bar.
So, what will you have?
Derek asks.
If you don't want scotch, we also have hooch, shine, and swill.
I'll take some answers, I say.
Those are free, but they're harder to swallow than the swill. So why don't you prepare yourself?
Emma brings me a shot that smells like brandy and tastes like it. I don't even think about accepting it. For all of Derek's flaws, he's not an evil person. I trust him enough to drink it, but cough and say, "What the hell is this?" "A Kalian's Kitchen original," he says, as in from Kalian herself.
Now then, what can I help you with?
I cough into my elbow and then present my hands to everything around me. "This,"
That's a rather elusive question,
he says. "Why?" I point at Kino's tiny bikini. "Why did you do this? To offend us? Mock us to our faces? Or did you do it just to see hundreds of women half naked?"
Thousands, but that's just about the gist.
I stumble back when he confesses so bluntly. Then I become furious when the swimmers laugh at what I assume is a joke. "Take this seriously," I yell.
I am taking this seriously,
Derek says.
Look around you. What do you see? Happy men and women everywhere. And you know why? Because men get to see mostly naked women, and women get to show off their bodies. If you're looking for some deeper meaning, you won't find one.
I'm not convinced. So what? You're saying these women volunteered to be here?
Well, we paid about half of them,
He reveals.
Those patterned bikinis you're seeing were made for each model. Those wearing primary colors are volunteers.
Wait. I looked at the sea of women around me. There are over 100 in total, with only 30 wearing unique designs. That means that there were dozens of volunteers for modeling these scandalous garments.
Like I said, women like to feel sexy,
He repeats.
to show off, be appreciated, to be wanted. We all do. Everyone's a bit insecure, so having people look at us and want us is kind of nice.
But these are strangers, I yell. You don't want the wrong people ogling you.
Are you?
He asks. Am I what?
Ogling me? There are a ton of hot men here, and I'm quite offended that you haven't even looked at my chest. It looks better than it ever has, somehow. I'm pretty pleased with it.
I refuse to look at his chest, but I do look around. Indeed, there are dozens of half-naked men surrounding me, and despite it being common for males to walk around shirtless in shorts, these trunks, which are no shorter than normal, somehow have a racy appeal. But I had barely noticed any of them.
See?
He asks. I wait for the explanation, but it never comes. It's as if saying,
See?
is supposed to reveal the inner workings of this madness and the secrets of the universe. I don't see, I say.
I think you do, he counters. You're the best at seeing I've ever known, so I know you can. If you look around and think these people are lying or it's a protest, it's a matter of denial. Now who wants more shots?
Emma and Carly had poured 24 during the conversation, and Emma delivers them to people 50 feet out, showcasing the range of her powers. And just like that, the conversation is over, and I'm stuck standing there, trying to see, begging to suss out secrets and motivations behind the event. Was there really no deeper meaning? Perhaps there wasn't. Not to the people, anyway. Derek has a plan, but these people don't. They're just here to have fun and show off and live on the edge. That's what I'm seeing. They like this. Don't you? That vampire's question keeps haunting me, don't I? What if the drugs, the drinking, and the laws were gone? Would I enjoy this if it were legal? Would I like to be a part of it? I want to say no, but it gets harder when a few climbers recognize me and ask me to join in. I say I don't have a bikini, but another says, see Niven. You know that egotistical prick would love the press, but even if he doesn't have one, just rough it in your underwear. God knows it's more respectful than these things. She looks at her bikini and laughs, and that's when I know I need to leave before the peer pressure and intoxicating atmosphere draw me in. Because it's hard not to jump in that water and drink and enjoy the sun without sweaty clothing and professional pressure. I suddenly feel the weight of my clothing and want to break free. I feel oppressed by them, and that's when the irony sinks in. Liberation by Niven. Confidence by Derek Greshling. These titles will spark outrage in the conservative immortal society. Yet if my readers were here, if they experienced what I experienced, the culture, rather than the image, they might feel like they hold merit. They would still disapprove, as they should, as it would be a genuine response, attacking this shocking development for what it is instead of what it looks like. It is this requirement, the requirement to be there and experience it, that leads me to write so freely about something so scandalous and deplorable and reprehensible with open eyes. Because even for a moral critic like myself, when I think back to the vampire's question, don't you? I'm forced to come to the answer I knew from the start. Arguably.
Chapter 59. Aftermath. So, yeah, Lindell Troy and her editor were immediately sacked upon Leah Roca's insistence, and that was the beginning of Leah's tirade. I usually translate Leah's species, the Dahlia, as Valkyrie for my own amusement, but that day she was an Old Testament angel, raining hellfire and brimstone on Niven and Kalian's kitchen. She demanded immediate sanctions on Illustrious, Niven's business on floor 25, and lobbied draconian laws against our brand Niven's Netherware and all imitations. Since she controlled zoning, she was in the position to strip the zoning rights of anyone who bought products from us. And she threatened the press with sanctions for publishing anything else about these abominations. Her power and a conservative supermajority in Hearth City Council established an emergency injunction on the products. And that's when the problems began. Floor 25 business elites, nicknamed Crests, the once climbers who rule trade on floor 25 and above 39, went into overdrive, buying the entire supply, only for underwear and bikinis to start going up to auction for tens of thousands a pair. And when the immortals competing on the floor got slapped with the injunction, they revolted. The main immortal paper on floor 25, the Kingala Times, published an article titled, Hearth Overreach in Kingala Sparks Outrage, the same day of the ban. The next day, the front page of the Kingala Journal, the climber elite's chosen propaganda, published a full-page article that read, Hearth-style ban gives crests exclusive rights over new fashion trends. 2 days later, things escalated with an article titled, Niven's Netherware ban raises questions about Hearth's jurisdictional rights over immortals in economic free zone, and Hearth immortals sided with them. The Hearth Herald published an article that captured the entire situation in a simple, sensational title. Most immortals in Hearth agree that clothing bans are an overreach of power. The hilarious thing was that Leah fired the one person who could discover whether we planned this while also creating a martyr and pouring kerosene on the problem. She was vehement she wasn't going to budge, but she was forced to realize how badly she fucked up when the Hearth Tribune published a damning article titled, "An Unusual Alliance. Kalian's Kitchen and Hearth Immortals Demand Lindell Troy's Reinstatement." It was a total breakdown. I remember seeing Helia knocking back white lightning at the bar before our next business meeting, yelling, "Derek!" as I passed by her. "What?" I asked. I need to prepare myself for your gloating, so give it to me in a yes or no answer. Did you know it would blow up like this? I chuckled and shrugged. Arguably. I swear to Arona and her chosen envoys, if you don't answer me straight, I'll break your neck. I'm being serious, I said. I knew it would cause problems, but I didn't even think about Floor 25 politics. I keep forgetting that immortals don't control all the floors. And if you did think about them? She pressed. I shrugged. Probably not. We use the right lure and bait in the right place, but to be honest, I don't think anyone can plan for how people can react. The concept that came to mind was NFTs, where people spent millions on pictures they owned on the internet. Having proof of ownership for something on the internet was a cool concept, but it wasn't that cool. And when billions flooded through blockchains to buy randomly generated images or lines of text with a blockchain signature, no one could explain why it ballooned so aggressively. If they could, everyone would replicate it around the clock, but they couldn't, and neither could we. Niven's netherware was equal parts strategy, skill, and luck. That's all there was to it. Good enough, she said. Let's go. 2 minutes later, I ascended the stairs and pushed the door open with 2 hands, exposing Kali, Niven, and the Raxlin. Niven was holding onto a bottle of bubbly and an empty glass, preparing for the toast, but the pixies were already drunk, and when I entered, they popped corks on the tiny bottles. In a surreal turn, the corks ballooned into their original size when they flew out, hitting me and Helia. With the cork came a fire hose of compressed bubbly, and it soaked us along with Kali. Kino and the other pixies fell silent when they saw Helia drenched in bubbly, and the atmosphere turned heavy. But the changeling just took a deep breath, used some strange magic to clean herself, and then said, "Give me one of those," as the Raxlin resumed their celebration. Kali freaked when her ears were splashed with wine. I looked between her and the spot where Helia was standing. All the liquid on Helia magically evacuated from her body in a waterfall, leaving her perfectly dry. It was convenient, and Kali was miserable, so I said, "Is there any chance?" But I didn't even finish my request before Helia said, "Die!" and yanked out the cork of a fresh bottle with her bare teeth. I smiled wryly and hugged Kali as the Raxlin laughed. She hugged me back and smiled, and Niven scoffed. "It should be illegal for humans to be friends with the beastkin," he said. "Die," I said, and hugged her further. Niven rolled his eyes. "Whatever, just get it over with." I unlatched from Kali, walked in front of our chalkboard, and waited until the house gave me total silence, total concentration, total reverence. I finally said, "They're so fucked." Everyone laughed and rocked the room with sprawling cheers, because it wasn't a joke. Immortals on Floor 25 simply refused to follow Hearth's injunction, and a conspicuous increase in demand for heavy trousers for men and women all but showcased the state of things in Hearth. There was a fashion revolution, and so many people were in on it that Hearth Council instated a new head of fashion director to create alternatives that met Hearth's standards. But no matter what they did, they couldn't clean the name Nivens from immortals' mouths when they even talked about the garment. It was destructive, and we rode that wave so hard that when we simply announced that we were going to make an announcement in a week, Floor 25 crests and all their horses stampeded down the steps to Floor 1 to get into line. Leah Roca had lost. And with the announcement looming and a complete blackout on reporters in Kalian's kitchen, she was forced to have Lindell Troy reinstated, just in time for the glorious announcement that would shape this labyrinth forever. I'll save you the title, because I don't want to ruin the surprise. But here's the article.
I see sunlight for the first time in 5 days when Draga Edo, my ex-chief editor and fellow Fire E, bangs on my door. I try to ignore him, but he is begging me to come out. "Give me a minute," I yell as I pour myself another drink, taking deep breaths, looking into the mirror. Day drinking is regular in our industry, but you have to control it, live it, make it normal and acceptable, and I'm not acceptable. I look drunk and haggard, with uncombed hair and large bags under my eyes that had developed despite the fact that I spent most of my afternoons refusing to get out of my bed for the last week. I'm the exact opposite of those happy climbers gyrating and humping and debasing themselves in public. And I hate that. It seems unfair, but that's just how it goes, I guess. The sunlight is just as awful as I thought it would be. I have blackout curtains to make the hangovers more bearable. Now I'm bearing the brunt of the light all at once.
"The hell happened to you?"
Draga asks. I look down at my drink. I cringe, but drink it regardless. Why not? I'm not his subordinate. Hell, I'm not a writer at all. Banned. That's the hammer they slapped down on my head for daring to say the word arguably. Draga doesn't respect that. He is stern as ever and says,
"Clean yourself up. You're back on the case."
"Excuse me, what?" I say.
"You heard me. If you even made a liquor run, you'd know what was going on. Now clean yourself up. Unless you want to get kicked out of Hearth, you'll be in line at Kalian's kitchen in 2 hours. It's non-negotiable."
What do you mean it's non-negotiable? He thrusts a newspaper into my hands. The title reads, "Derek allows Crest reporters for announcement. Enforces ban on Hearth."
Derek's making a serious announcement, but he's banned immortals until you're reinstated,
Draga says.
And while he didn't enforce it the last couple of weeks, he's out there physically throwing reporters out right now.
Seriously?
Seriously. The Crests are pointing out 25ers, so it's a blackout if you don't go. It's a disaster. Now get out there. If you mess this up, we're both on the chopping block.
Crest is the name given to Floor 25 climbers who have settled down and become business moguls on the floor, as well as those who exclusively service Floor 40 and above. In this case, Derek had admitted reporters to Crest newspapers, like the Kingala Journal, and those reporters had outed immortal reporters on Floor 25 to be kicked out. So between Derek's extensive network capable of identifying immortals on floors 1 through 4, and the Crest reporters outing immortals from Floor 25, it was a complete blackout of immortal coverage. Derek has played coy on his ability to enforce a reporter ban, and then struck at the last moment. For whatever reason, Derek wants me back and played his cards to make it happen. But I don't know if I want to, especially when I'm being threatened to do it. Yet I am undeniably curious, so I decide to go on my terms. "Well, that sucks," I say, "'cause I'll do it, but if they think that I'm going to write some BS propaganda, you're all SOL. Because if they want that, I'll start climbing again. At this point, I don't even care."
"That's fine,"
Draga says.
"Just keep it clean enough to not cause problems, and if you can't, make it good enough that people defend us."
Well, that's what this looks like. Mere 3 hours after my lifetime ban from writing is lifted, I have begun the hike to the back of the line to Kalian's kitchen, which is now a 2-mile snake that's weaving through armies, obstacles, and property lines. I don't have the will or the money to supply people with shots, so I just start walking and watching, and there's a lot to watch. Everywhere I go, I see pixies, nymphs, and sprites in bikinis flying around closed bottles of alcohol and water and elixirs at random, with the water being provided at request by unlimited water bottles with purification arrays, an offensively expensive tool that Derek has made dozens of, a reminder that this mysterious man is, for whatever reason, an array master. It's a party of sorts, with most people sitting on blankets or standing on canopies branded with the original flowery Kalian's Kitchen logo. And soon, after I hike 2 miles, I will join these people, or so I think. I haven't even made it past the hearth borderline when I hear a loud whistle followed by, "Hey, righty bull!" I've never heard this term, but the person who says it is all but limited the recipient to me and the category to insult. I look up and see Kino flying toward me. "Damn, girl," she says. "Even Derek didn't think they'd let you out of your cage." "So he's just throwing out immortals for no reason?" I ask. "Nah, he's doing that as punishment," she says. "You're practically his idol."
This is the point where I realize that I have been viewing Derek Greschling so wrongly. Up until now, I've considered Derek a masochist for allowing me into Kalian's kitchen after I raked his reputation through the muck. But right then, I consider, perhaps for the first time, that maybe it was we who have been living under a spell of psychosis. That we have been reading my stories with the viewpoint that Derek's behavior is bad, when it's idolized by the majority of the labyrinth. That this entire time, I've done nothing but compliment him in the eyes of the public.
That's the thought I'm contending with as Kino lifts us through the crowd and into Kalian's kitchen. Inside, I find a slew of Crest reporters I recognize, and a few that I don't, but all are wearing press passes. There's also a few wearing vests with the Kizza logo. They're all sitting at the bar with Carly and Derek, drinking and speaking like a cackle of divorced men drinking away their woes. "Guess who I got?" Kino chimes. Derek turns, and I swear his eyes flicker with madness. And that's when I get my answer. Derek didn't just let me come in here. He'd pay me to work here with benefits. That's what his eyes say.
"Oh, you're here," he says. "We were just talking about cranking you up on speed and sending you through the ego killer so you can work for the Kingala Journal. Want to join us?"
The journalists laugh and raise their mugs, and I stare at them unenthusiastically. But I still ask for a mug, and soon I'm sitting next to Derek. He speaks up.
"Save your questions for after. I just wanted to make sure the important people are here."
"The press is who's important?" I ask.
"To me," he says. "Rax and Niven are working over 25ers upstairs. Turns out when a Crest rakes 20 million in 2 weeks, they're more willing to work with ya."
I look up the stairs with a frown. "How many are there?"
"A lot," he says. "Now save your questions. What you're asking is truly insignificant."
We finish drinks, and Derek leads me to roped-off press seating in front of an elevated stage. To my right and left, representatives from Floor 25 business moguls take their seats. These are the people I would have been writing about if my antisocial behavior and trust issues didn't shut me down from competing in the notorious ego killer test to get onto the floor. But instead, I'm seeing them here in Kalian's kitchen, proving that the past and present in my life have mixed, and that truth is stranger than fiction. So much has happened since I've been isolated in my room, and I understand none of it. It's just all a blur, a fevered dream of colliding sparks and catastrophic change. No, confusing change. There's nothing random about what's happening. No one can enter a labyrinth and trigger a cataclysmic chain reaction of social, cultural, and political forces out of nowhere. These cultural trends are old and tested, or he knows enigmatic principles we do not. So whether it's Hearth or Crest business magnates, we're forced to attend his announcements, and sometimes, in the case of business moguls, risk it all to give proper respect to the fact that Derek may issue calamitous changes that could ruin them, such as the power, terror, and charisma of Kalian's kitchen's new ruler. 20 minutes later, I'm glad to have been given a press seat. There is a ward around it, and hundreds of people are slammed against it, screaming at people to move back. The whole space, which can easily accommodate 5,000, is currently housing 7, and there is a parade of nymphs and sprites and valkyries and harpies and even a fairy fluttering above us with the pixies. Everyone wants to hear what Derek has to say, and none, including the Crests and business leaders, are prepared for what he's about to announce.
Chapter 60. Derek's Dungeon Depot.
Derek stands on the stage with a breaking smile, swallowing down his anxiety and taking deep breaths before coughing and saying, "Wow, I'm surprisingly nervous." Something about Derek being nervous hits the funny bone and people start laughing.
Wow, this must be the only time honesty gets the best response.
More laughter. He coughs and says,
Strange indeed. Well, now that we're here, I might as well do what I said I would and screw up the world again.
Climbers whistle. Business representatives narrow their eyes. Derek looks at the latter. It's a joke. They smile venomously as the laughter intensifies.
You know what's funny?
Derek says.
Is in the mysterious unmarked fantasy land I'm from, monopolies are seen as the most detrimental thing for society, for all parties. Because when you have competition, the economy grows, and the people get wealthier. And when the people get wealthier, they have more money to spend, and the government gets more from taxation. I mean, look at floor 25. There's one floor where climbers can freely start businesses, and it makes the grand immortal empires below look like uncivilized pigsties.
The crests finally smile, and the climbers whistle and pump their arms.
And to be perfectly frank, if introducing the elastic band to clothing products means that I'm destroying the world, well, the world's gonna burn, 'cause I'm just getting started.
The response to those words hit like a sword against a cymbal, loud and grating to the point that it's almost violent, a direct attack on the earlobes. And the crests aren't laughing or smiling. They know that Derek Greshling is serious, and he's putting them in a position where they must choose between him and the immortals. It sounds absurd, but Derek's offering deepens by the second.
'Cause as you can see,
Derek says,
there's a whole lot of space in this pillar, and the only thing it's being used for are illegal gambling and important announcements. But starting shortly, that will change. And before I tell you how, I want to tell you why.
The crowd falls still as he waits for silence.
I'm sure a lot of you like the idea of Rax's re-ups,
he says softly.
The idea that someone is standing up to the immortals, that someone is risking everything to bring cheap healthers to climbers. But let me ask you, how many people believe it?
A few people whistle, but their vehement cheers are met with awkward shuffling and ground-cast gazes.
That's right,
Derek says.
No one. People loved when I said we'd put Hua out of business, but how many believed it? None. People love the idea of Kalian's Kitchen, a place for climbers by climbers, but it's just a symbol rather than something tangible, something that people can feel, something people can see, something that affects their lives.
He scans the crowd with the most serious face I've ever seen.
But we're going to change that.
A low hum comes out of the audience as hope overtakes people's guilt.
That's right,
Derek says.
We're actually going to put Hua Quinn out of business. We're actually going to supply climbers with cheap elixirs. And we're actually going to conquer this goddamn labyrinth.
Somehow he reverses the crushing defeat people feel and renews it with more vitality than before. Even the crests are sharing glances and wondering if it's okay to cheer and clap and celebrate with the others. They shouldn't, but a few do regardless. The energy is contagious, because you can tell he's serious.
To do that,
Derek yells over the screaming crowd.
To do that, we're going to need scale, business, wealth, connections. We need to compete with the immortals at their own game. And that's why we introduced Rax's re-ups.
Rax flies onto the stage to a hero's welcome.
And Niven's Netherwear.
25ers clash in a fight to see who's more enthusiastic.
And between them, we have gathered the greatest talent. And as you can see, we've also sparked initial interest from business titans on floor 25 that could supply us with everything we need to scale this small business into something that operates in the first 39 floors.
Alchemy-focused crests nod slightly when they're met with cheers, as if they're beginning to be convinced of Derek Greshling's leadership.
And why stop there?
Derek asks.
We need business. We need money. But for what reason? Just to create elixirs? No. We want to create a space by climbers for climbers. And what do all you degenerates like doing? I'm not sure about you, but I enjoy watching upper floor climbers bludgeon the shit out of each other for my entertainment. So why shouldn't we create a sports arena while we're at it?
The crests frown when Derek throws in the wild card. But Derek doesn't care. He has an agenda, and he's milking it to the very end.
And why stop there?
Derek asks.
Training, relaxation, gambling, elixirs, clothing. It's a lot, but if the last few months have proven anything, it's that with the right talent and experience, with enough resources and enough space, we can do it all. And as you can see,
Derek sweeps his eyes around the pillar, where 7,000 people were standing, and then looks up as if to see past the top roof.
There's a whole lot of space in here now, isn't there?
He asks curiously. My skin breaks out in goose flesh.
If you're confused with the trend, I'll spell it out.
Derek says.
I propose that we turn this entire pillar into a colossal space by climbers for climbers, that we create a massive alchemy operation in this space, then build a floor for Niven's netherware, and then a floor for an arena, and then another floor for whatever the hell we want. And then, once we build this space, we send Rachma up those stairs to bring it to the masses.
Any resistance to the idea of commercializing the space around Kalian's kitchen melts away at the name Rachma. Rachma, the climber who ranked multiple times on the bloodboard. Rachma, the climber who moved Kalian's kitchen to safety on floor 5. Rachma, a person that most everyone believes is Derek Greshling himself. The Crest reporters beside me give him a standing ovation, joining in with the climbers and screaming fans. Crest representatives and I stand up, but we don't applaud. Still, it's enough to validate him.
That's what we plan to do,
Derek says.
We plan to leave Kalian's kitchen unhindered. This massive space is forever the will of the climbers and their culture. It'll be a violent, lawless place for life, a place ruled by the collective will of its drinkers. We will never commercialize Kalian's kitchen because it's somewhere that cannot be commercialized, an area that represents this entire operation's ideal. So if you're silently excited at the prospect that Kalian's might become a corporate wasteland of rules and order,
Derek looks at me, the sole representative of the immortals.
You're shit out of luck.
I swallow as the war cries drown out the world around me. It's so loud, chaotic, and immersive that everything blends into a single loud sound that batters my eardrums.
Kalian's is Kalian's, a tavern that's run in the spirit of Kalian Roxmore, the woman who took a bloody game of King of the Hill and made it into a place where people could drink and fight and complain about the labyrinth. Someone so strong that no one could impede her will. And right now, we have Kalian's successor, a woman who was in Kalian's kitchen when Kalian was alive and has accumulated that strength herself. That woman is named Helia Jasano.
The crowd's roar makes me cover my ears as she walks onto the stage.
This woman will ensure that this space will never lose its way,
Derek says.
But everything above it will become the engine of change that will help us conquer this labyrinth.
He waits for over a minute for the cheering to calm down and then continues.
The question is what this place is going to be called,
he says, bobbing around his head hesitantly.
And we'll put that up for a vote, because this is your space, and you deserve to decide what its name...
Kino flies out of nowhere, pushes Derek out of the way, and yells,
It's Derek's Dungeon Depot!
There's no need for a vote. Derek is so synonymous with all the hellish change taking place in Nulzarenth that no one even questions it. They just latch onto this weird name, as if it's the only name that fits. And I must agree, it hits. Whether it be with bikinis or gambling matches, Derek seems to know how to tap into the collective desires of large numbers of people. And right now, the collective will was that he was their leader. Leader of what? No one seems to know. It's not political. He's made it very clear that he and Kalian's Kitchen aren't directly affiliated with any political movement or organization. He's also not a leader that's making the charge to the top. Even if he is Rockma, he's clearly not climbing.
And most importantly, anyone who has seen Rax and Kino sleeping in barrels of gold knows that pixies don't do anything out of the kindness of their hearts.
So what is he leading them toward? What aim or goal is it? Why is it that so many good law-abiding people are so excited to gather and clap for his name being on a commercial enterprise? The question looms over me like a guillotine, and I feel like it might drive me to madness.
But then the answer suddenly hits me, and I cup my forehead for missing something so obvious.
The answer is change. That's it. He's the leader of change. Change is something that all people yearn for, a rekindling of the spark that used to drive us long before our routines, habits, and vices consumed us and left us empty husks of daily living. And while everyone vehemently rejects change that doesn't suit them, it revitalizes those it touches, and everyone wants to be revitalized, especially those who have lived for centuries. That's right, the immortals. Why wouldn't immortals want to change? Are immortals not people? Have they become so rich and powerful that they've magically overcome desire? Of course not. It's almost a conspiracy that I didn't realize something so fundamental. But upon further reflection, I realized that the current crisis is a result of our own propaganda. Because while day after day, story after story, ruling after ruling, we've treated ourselves as a block, we, the immortals, instead of they, the climbers, Derek Greshling saw us for what we really are. People. Individuals who disagree and like different things and hold different beliefs. And because he accepted that, he created products that he expected us to enjoy. And when we did, Hearth treated the situation as an enigmatic phenomenon. But it wasn't complex or unexplainable. It was simple and essential. So once we blindly rejected his products, it destroyed our political unity and divided us from within.
Let there be no doubt, the crisis we're facing is intentional. Derek sees our problems and exploits them mercilessly. He peels back Hearth's floorboards to show us the cultural rot underneath, and then proclaims he is the solution. He seeks to divide us, recruit us, and use us for his gain. His intentions are clear as day, and yet he's winning, because we have refused to address the problems he's shown us. He has presented things immortals desire, and we've outlawed them. He's exposed rot, and we've denied it's there. Thus, Derek remains the only solution to the problems he created, and choosing the only option is easier than weighing the lesser of two evils. The problem is now too large for us to ignore. The question is whether we'll change course and relax our laws, or if we'll double down with military force. It will likely be the latter. Doubling down is the tried and true method for exhausting rebellions in Labyrinth Labyrinth, so Hearth will likely default to it.
But I firmly believe that's a grave mistake, because what the press continually refuses to accept is that Derek Greshling isn't a revolutionary. He doesn't want to rule this labyrinth. His immortal feud only extends to Hua Quinn, and he doesn't have grand ambitions. He's nothing but a creature of vice and addiction, who we keep backing into a corner, and when we do he strikes, attacking us by doing what he's best at, exploiting the desires of those around him. There's no war to fight with Derek, no rebellion to squash.
He's simply ferreting out our desires, and then finding ways to fulfill them. What comes next is a problem of our making. The damage we inflict is upon ourselves. That's the true nature of our situation. That's the danger we face. And if Niven's Netherware has taught us anything, it's that Derek Greshling and his ragtag team of drug dealers and tailors and down-on-their-luck climbers can and will harness our power to get their way. If we don't acknowledge that, if we don't view our desires as an existential threat and change our ways accordingly, Derek Greshling and his dungeon depot will inflict more damage to Hearth's rule than any other rebellion in Nulzarinth history.
You can count on it.